one spot there. He's been hanging out there all season long. Revelant Sunglasses, Outlaw Sleds. Next pair firing up, David Marshall. The Hurricane Performance sled being the right side of the track there, and Travis Nyson, another one that teams in from Minnesota. Just saw Jamie run down there, see what Travis does here. The team out of Foley, Minnesota. A pair of Pro-Line chassis sleds. By the way, Trick Titanium, top alcohol funny car. You should be in the lanes. Burnouts are unique on the sleds for sure.
I want to look like
I don't blame you. Yes, sir.
3, 1, 2, 3. Move off that starting line, one right side of the track there. John gets there first, 5:17.5, 138. Jason at 5:52.1, 128. Jason will be number 4. John will be number 3. Anthony Minnie still sitting that lofty number 1 spot as Rob Lowe Jr. right side and Rob Lowe Sr. left side. Both of them in from Canada for Napa Auto Parts and Hurricane Performance. The kid was first off that. So, wow, Dad gets over near the center line there. 5:13, 149 for Junior in the right side. 5:42, 129 for Senior left side. Senior got over near the center line there, and I believe rolled out the throttle down there at the top end. And that will wrap it up for session number 1 in Revelant Sunglasses, Outlaw Sledge, Trick Titanium, Top Alcohol Funny Car. You'll be coming out next, and you should be in the lanes. Trick Titanium, Top Alcohol Funny Car. You should be in the lanes for qualifying session number 1, which promised to be just a action-packed Friday here at Darana Motorsports Park, Hebron, Ohio, the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series.
Hey, also, Noonan Products, Top Alcohol Dragster. You should be in or on your way to the lanes. Noonan Products, Top Alcohol Dragster. You should be in or on your way to the lanes. That's going to give you a little Outlaw Pro Mod on deck, on standby.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, you don't have to hurry terribly, but you will follow Top Alcohol Dragster. So, Top Alcohol Dragster on the way to the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Funny Car, I hope you're in the lanes already. If you're not, you should be. We need you. We got them. Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car, y'all should be in the lanes or at least on your way to them. Beautiful day here, a little overcast, little bit of breeze. At least the wind is not blowing like it was yesterday.
You know what that means? Fast.
It means go fast.
Yep.
We love going fast at the racetrack. That's what it's for, right? So, Brent Carver at you here this morning with Mike English in the tower. We've already had Q1 here for our relevant Outlaw sleds. We're Anthony Minnie.
Boy, what a surprise. Anthony Minnie sitting number one.
Yeah, I know.
Stunning.
He's sitting at the top after Q1. But here's what I've noticed. It feels like in the sleds, the first hit, there's kind of a big spread between the top and the bottom. But then as the day goes on, you know, like second qualifier, all of a sudden that field's going to tighten up a lot. Sorry for your luck. Sorry for your luck. The field will tighten up, and you'll see people starting to creep up on those fours. You know, Anthony Minnie's already in the fours, 481.
Stunning.
You're right.
What a surprise, Anthony Minnie.
But I tell you that, you know, Rob Lowe and some of these other folks, the Nasons, they will all pick up the pace, I promise. And we'll see some good side-by-side racing when we get down to eliminations, I believe, tomorrow. So there we are for right now. We do have our alcohol cars on the way to the lanes. Outlaw Pro Mod, you're on a little standby, but you'll be coming up after Top Alcohol Dragster. Going to be an awesome day here. Qualifying for all of our pro classes going on all day, including the addition of the John Holt Hemi Shootout. But we also have scheduled this evening round 2 for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, and round 4 for the rest of our sportsman classes. Hot rod, quick rod, super rod, stock, and super stock. You are all supposed to have an elimination this afternoon. Is that better, Ron? No, I ain't going there. That's not me. You got the wrong guy. I cannot talk in a normal voice. This is my normal voice.
Yeah, this is normal. What are you talking about, Ron Vance?
Exactly.
Let's throw him out of here.
You go out there and trip up the stairs or something. So, going to be a great start. Appreciate everybody. We'll be back on track here in just a few minutes with Top Alcohol Funny Car presented by Trick Titanium.
Attention.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to go drag racing here with the IHRA Nitro Outlaw Series, Outlaw Nitro Series. Might as well start it off that way right off the bat. We are looking forward to this one. It's going to be a good time. Pretty historic event here, as this one has been going on for a long, long time in terms of history. This is the 39th running of the IHRA Spring Nationals, and it brings us back here to Columbus. Of course, Hebron and Darana Raceway. Ken Stout with you, Tommy Johnson Jr. sitting right alongside, Dave sitting on the other side. So we're ready to kick things off here. First round of qualifying with Alcohol Funny Car. And weather, I did not look at the actual numbers, but it is definitely on the cool side. With that said, I'm sure that grains of water are very high because there's a lot of clouds in the area here. It's humidity is up there for sure. I'm sure Tommy's checking it out now. If not, I will pull it up here.
Yeah, we got a 62% humidity, 37 grains of water in the air. Temperature's 52 degrees. And it says it feels like 43, so little wind out there as well.
In this category, it has been all F.A.S.T.
Yeah, Phil's pretty much dominated the alcohol funny car class from the get-go when we were here at about a year ago in June. Started off the IHRA year last year, and F.A.S.T has been the dominant car by a mile. But Josh Haskett, the right-hand lane. Josh joined us at Richmond, Virginia just a race ago, and coming back, doing it again. I think he's hooked again. He's back. He's back. He's got the drag racing bug. It's hooked again.
$7,500 to the winner of this category as we get going here. F.A.S.T, the ET record holder at the 8th mile. Mick Steele, the mile-per-hour record holder. And already for this year, F.A.S.T has been to both final rounds, has done a great job. We have had two different winners. Bruce Mullins winning the season opener, and then F.A.S.T winning the last event in Virginia. And talking to F.A.S.T, he said, we got the car figured out. We had a gremlin, and we didn't know what it was, and we feel pretty comfortable. And when he got to the end after winning at Virginia, he was pretty excited, which if they've been struggling.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If he's got it figured out, the rest of them are in trouble. Here we go.
Joshua Haskett out of Millers Creek, North Carolina. And John Headley, and the quicker of the two here will go to Haskett. 379 with a 2, 195 miles per hour.
Nice looking run for Josh right out of the box. 379, gets a nice solid pass in the show. And like we always say, IHRA, you got 2 shots to get it in the field and no mistakes. He'll be happy with that. Get it down the track with no issues that first qualifying session.
So we are here at Darana National Trail Raceway. First pair of funny cars have gone down the track. We had some sleds come out here this morning and did what they do. Some pretty fast ones as well.
Yeah, we had some 170 some plus mile per hour sleds already this morning. Great way to kick it off, and now we're into the alcohol funny car. Trick Titanium top alcohol funny car class. Trick Titanium stepping up to sponsor this class this year, and a lot of Trick Titanium bell housings out there in these cars.
Speaking of our mile per hour record holder, Mick Steele coming up here. He'll be lined up in the left lane. Tony Bogelow in the right lane. When I say that, we are sitting directly behind them. I need to confirm that that's what our viewers are watching as well. Sometimes it would be easier to say near lane, far lane.
different ways to go about it in the alcohol funny car class. You can have the blown alcohol, or you can have the injected nitro. And Mick Steele choosing the injected nitro. Mick, just about the only car right now actively campaigning the injected nitro car. And he's been doing that for 2 or 3 years and making some really good progress with it. Like you said, he's made enough progress to hold the mile-per-hour record.
Third stop on the tour here for 2026. Points are starting to mount. It is the third of 8. So hard to believe we're going to get to the next one. It'll be the halfway point. Of course, we have the Triple Crown events that will hold as well with big money on the line.
Lots of money, no points, but lots of money.
Right. Top bulb on here for Mick Steele.
Key to Mick Steele's pass will be getting it off the starting line. Been an issue with that for him. If he gets it off the starting line, gets it down there, you'll see some big speeds, some good numbers, but getting it off the starting line is the key.
So Mick Steele in the near lane, Bugalo in the far lane. Both cars off the line, both cars to the stripe too. Nicely done, as it looks like a 413 and a 373. So 373, 214.59 miles per hour. And Mick Steele doing what Mick Steele does. He's within 4 miles per hour of the mile per hour record.
Yeah, he got it off start line. I saw that car making a move down through. I thought, well, it's going to be good. Takes it to the #1 spot with a 373. And look at that thing dancing around a little bit, hitting some bumps, moving around, but getting it to the finish line in 214.59. Always running big speed with that injected nitro car.
Yeah, and help me out with that. I mean, I kind of view it as almost like a turbo, if you will, in terms of it just keeps tugging all the way down.
Yeah, they're a high gear only car, you know, and it's so you're loading the thing, and as it continues to go down through there, and you keep it loaded. That's kind of the thing. Getting it off starting line seems to be the issue with the injected nitro cars. If you can get the thing going, and then just start feeding it the fuel and the clutch, and here I come. But they have a little bit of disadvantage because they're not quite as quick in the 60-foot. They leave a little softer than the alcohol car with the blown alcohol. So
you would lean towards
a longer
8th mile.
Longer track. You'd probably be more of an advantage with the injected nitro car over the alcohol cars. But
gotcha.
Mick's doing a good job of getting that figured out. We've seen the same thing in the dragsters. You know, I keep saying, well, the blown alcohol cars should have a little advantage, and we keep seeing the injected nitro cars taking the trophy home. So.
Chip Everett coming up here, and Chip Everett going #1 qualifier at Virginia.
Yeah, Chip was supposed to take on Ryan Stack. Ryan Stack not making the call this first session. Not sure what the issue was with Ryan's car, but Chip will come out here and make a single and get his shot at the racetrack, see if he can better Mick Steele's 373 with a 4 to take the #1 spot away. He did it in Richmond, so we'll see if he can do it 2 in a row. Chip will be on a single. Be nice to be able to hear this car when it leaves the start line and hear the gear shift changes going down the racetrack on a single. It's kind of hard sometimes when there's another car on the other lane to hear them as well, but should be crystal clear. So far, everybody's made it without tire shake, so let's see if we can get another one down through there. Chip Everett.
Man, that car moving around. He was driving the wheels off of that thing for sure, but goes 364 with a 7. And that'll send him to the top of the charts at 211.
900s quicker than Mick Steele. Like nothing to it, boys, but he earned it. He was definitely, like you said, moving around, dancing around. You could hear it shifting. He really a good opportunity to listen to that thing when it was going down through there, making the gear shift changes. Just a small chatter of the tire moved that car a little bit to the right, and He was fighting, trying to bring it back. It almost sounded like he short shifted one of the shifts.
So funny, from that angle, you just do not see at all how much he drove that thing.
We're sitting directly behind.
We are sitting directly behind, and I'm telling you, it went anything but straight.
That's the funny thing about drag race. Oh, it's just straight. I've yet to see too many of them ever go just straight. And if you do, the driver's doing a really good job.
Those rear tires are definitely trying to pass the front tires.
Final pair.
Bruce Mullins and the man, Phil S. Ultrasonic sponsored machine.
I said both the men. These are our 2 winners so far this season.
Yep, good call.
Phil throwing rocks at us here on the burnout.
Don't have them in front of me, but I feel very comfortable in telling you that Phil Ez is leading points.
I think he's been leading since about June of 25.
That's very good. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, he's been to every final round since the new era IHRA has come back. I mean, he's just been incredible for sure, and he was struggling with the car a little bit. Did not get that win at Galat at the season opener, as he was struggling to a degree, if you will. Even though he did qualify #1 there.
Yeah, he said they were struggling with the barrel valve, trying to get some different things, and the car just shut off in the final round. He's backing up from the burnout, got back to the water box, and it just quit. So got those issues lined out, and got the trophy in Virginia a few weeks ago.
We'll go right into Top Alcohol Dragster immediately following this, and it looks like the Randy Meyer entry will be the first pair, part of the first pair.
All right, and #1 stay.
It will stay. It will stay by 0.04 of a second.
Chip Everett's going to make this class interesting.
Yeah.
Going to give Phil Ez a good run for his money here.
Chip's got a hot rod. I mean, there's no doubt, and went to the finals at Virginia as well. Didn't have quite enough steam in that particular pairing, but he's back for another crack at it.
Mullins right beside him in a 380. Still dancing around a little bit there on top end of Steve Mullins' car. Little bumps. A little late. Whoa, look at that, man.
Way late.
I'm not sure. I think it almost looked like he thought it was a quarter mile still.
Oh. were the butterflies still open?
Yeah, that's why I need to look at that replay one more time and see that. But it looked like maybe he thought they were still going a quarter.
He was thinking Phil Ez was.
I'll drive around him.
Phil's using throttle stop on me. Let's go to Top Alcohol Dragster. And some information on Top Alcohol Dragster here. Once again, injected nitro is allowed in this category. Screw type superchargers, and there's a combination of these things in here too. And we have had a Roots charger.
Yeah, we've had a Roots Roots supercharger. Yeah, I was thinking centrifugal. Sorry. Yeah. Roots. We've had a little bit of everything. We've had all three throughout the year. Pick your pleasure. Which one you want? Matt Sackman driving for Randy Meyer this weekend. Matt's driven this car in the past. Crew member on Antron Brown's Top Fuel Dragster for many years, and does a little racing himself from time to time. This weekend, he's going to drive Randy Meyer's Alcohol Dragster.
Brandon Greco will line up alongside. Greco's automotive, it looks like, on the side. And we will have the nitro injected combination against the supercharger, the screw charger combination. There is Greco. Brandon Greco with a national event win in 2025, the Charlotte 4-wide. And he will line up alongside Matt Sackman, as you talked about there, driving for Randy Meyer, who has some wins with Meyer Racing, 2018, 19, 22, and 23, so no stranger to the team. Sounds like the girls are busy. One of the daughters is busy running off-road. I know she was at Wheatland with the Champ Series just last weekend with the short course off-road series. So she's having some fun with side-by-sides.
I think I saw both of them on the list for the Triple Crown.
Just saw Randy pick his foot up, and it was pretty sticky.
Here we go. Injected nitro versus blown alcohol.
First pair for Top Alcohol Dragster. And a Randy Meyer car there for Matt Sackman going off to the right-hand side. He decided to get out of the throttle on that one and save it for round two, which we always talk about here. It's one of the unique aspects of the IHRA. You only get 2 hits at this.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to make the most of both of your qualifying runs. And Matt's car, you can see just take off and go to the right-hand side of the lane and front end up. Now, I was wondering why wasn't he getting it back in the groove, and that shot right there just showed you. Those front wheels were about a foot in the air. Watch the front wheels. Up, 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 up. Sets him down off the throttle.
Need some rudders up there.
Yeah, he was trying to get the wind to push it over with that wheel.
And you bring this up, who used to do that all the time was Don Lampus. Don Lampus out here in the fuel car, of course, an IHRA champion many, many years ago. And I would watch him take off, and it would pick up the front end of the car, and he would turn the wheel, and it would bring it back. And they were literally working as rudders where they would catch the air and bring it back to some degree. I mean, needless to say, the car was going fairly straight as it was, but he did it time and time again. It wasn't something that he did once in a while. It was just how hard the car left and what he did to try and bring it back over. But naturally, he would put some wheel in it, and it would bring the front end back to some degree.
It'll really bring it back when it sits front end down, too.
Yeah, yeah. That's kind of like the motorcycle things. Like you could do that, but man, it better be straight when it comes back down.
Looks like Matt's car is locked up on the other end, trying to get it broke free. Yeah, that thing left it. Like you just said, Randy's foot, it was sticky out there. His foot was stuck to the ground. Well, it must be pretty sticky. That thing had the front end hiked up in the air really high, and Matt doing the wise thing, like, okay, I took it as far as I can, and that's it.
In your opinion, what would be the adjustment there? Will they, do they leave it alone? Do they adjust the wheelie bar a little bit? Do they take some clutch out of it?
Probably put a little weight on the front end. Move a little weight up there. And you don't want to mess too much with the wheelie bar because that's what you're trying to use it to get wheel speed early in the run. So it actually didn't pick the front end up until it got off the starting line, and then it picked it up. So he probably needs a little weight on the front end. Hadn't driven that car in a while. I bet that got his attention. Greco, that's one of the first cars we've seen shut off early from some tire shakes. So he might have seen how good the track was and came up here loaded for bear.
I have to congratulate my colleague here in his first IHRA national event win in Top Alcohol Funny Car back in the day.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, we'll just say it was a couple days ago. Yeah.
So, as the new term is, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Spring Nationals winner in 1987.
In this case, it might have been 2 minutes.
Yeah, more, almost 5 here nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, that's his first win. First national event win in Alcohol Funny Car in 87. Back when the Spring Nationals were in Bristol. Now we're in Columbus.
Ryan Harris and Tom Fox will line up here. Harris out of Beaufort, Ontario, will be in the near lane. Far lane will be Tom Fox out of New Jersey. Went out of sentiments and career best for him, 351. And did that at Galata a little bit earlier this year. The mad scientist, Tom Fox Sr., his father, working on the crew of that one.
Ryan Harris done a really nice job just getting his license right before the first event of the season, and done a nice job driving that car.
Tom Fox, winner at the last event from 2025 when we were at Dunn, Galot. Ryan Harris, second in points in his rookie season at Empire Dragway. He'll be glad to get back up there, I'm sure, in the Quick 32 Sportsman's Series. Oh. Fox kind of rolled the light there a little bit, knocked that top bulb off, puts a 365 on the board. So pretty decent there. 462 lined up on the other side for Ryan Harris.
Yeah, Tom did a nice job there. He went to stage the car and it lunged forward in the end and tried to pull him through the beams, and he backed out of the throttle to not go through the beams and not get an ET at all, and not get a run to get qualified. Just calmed down and then left the starting line, regrouped and left starting line. So,
man, that is great presence of mind to save
very
this
good
run,
job.
right?
Yeah, he's like, oh, nope, okay, now go.
I don't know if he would have left. I don't know if he would have left before the tree was activated or not, but
he was on his way to. He was trying hard.
It was going to be pretty early. It was going to be close.
But no, great job by knowing that it was going to pull you through there and to back off. Saw the RPM, the engine come down, and then went back up to leave the start line after the tree come on. So good presence of mind to save that run and get an ET on the board, and not only ET, but #1 so far.
Chatterson and Rachel Curl up here now with the Hettinger's back machine. So Randy with both entries.
Chatterson taking home a win here last year at this track on our second race last year here at Nashville Trail.
Hear that Nitro car fire up. I might not be able to hear it at home, but popped pretty hard.
Got a nice little cackle to him early in the morning, doesn't it? Good way to start off the day with a little cackle in your morning. It's the old longtime alcohol racer down there, Chuck Cheeseman, down on the start line, checking it out, watching. Cool to see Chuck out here this weekend. So the alcohol funny cars made this look like nothing. They're all going down the racetrack, making nice solid passes, and the alcohol dragsters are struggling a bit. First couple pair, we've only seen one make it to the finish line under power.
Top bulbs on. First round of qualifying, top alcohol dragster. Jamie Noonan pulling up here behind him.
That looks better.
Yeah, 354.
A pair.
200. Yeah, side by side 354s. A little bit quicker there for Rachel Curl.
Nice solid pass by both drivers. Just a little better reaction time by Rachel. Got her there first, but both of them running 354 with a 1 and a 7, taking them to #1 and #2. Boy, you can see her car dancing the front end a little bit, trying to go to the right, but not quite as high as Matt's car. You can see it just dancing the front end. So I don't know if they learned anything from Matt's car or not, but definitely a little bit better on Rachel's and takes it to the #1 spot. So here comes an example of the blown alcohol versus injected nitro. Rich McPhilip Jr. in the left-hand lane with the injected nitro car. Joey Severance in the right-hand lane. We've seen Joey at both of the races so far this year, and qualifying really well in that car. Just can't quite get it all together on race day to get the win, but real close. A little bit of a breeze out there. I saw the winds blowing about 10 miles per hour. A little cool, so everybody's wishing the wind would stop and the sun would come out, but pretty good cloud covers. Nice and sunny on the way to the racetrack this morning. Cloud covers rolled in, and cool temperatures and tight racetrack.
Joey Severance has been really fast. McPhillips will line up alongside, and McPhillips winning at our season opener in Galat. Lined up in the near lane, I should say. We'll look at Rich. Powerhouse team for sure, and Joey Severance going to the finals at Virginia.
Two solid cars in this category.
Yeah, two real solid cars. Either one certainly capable of going. Rich McPhillips with a couple of, as I recall, a couple of finals from last year, but did not grab a win, and then got that win right off the bat here at the season opener. Did not see them at the second race, though. .348 with a 1
yeah.
And 355 with a 5 as they continue on here. Good speed there out of Rich. Nicely done. McPhillips looks like they've got a hot rod ready to go.
Boy, Joey Severance, 348. Talk about throwing it down out here and saying, come and get it, boys. That's nice, great, solid pass. Like we said earlier about the blown alcohol cars versus injected nitro, you see how much harder that alcohol car left, and just put it on him right there early in the run, and Rich could never quite track him down.
Yeah, that 348, I mean, right there on the ET record, national ET record here at the 8th mile, 345 held by Jamie Noonan. Speaking of Jamie Noonan, he'll be coming up here next alongside Jackie Frick. We've had two final rounds here this year, and we have 4 different competitors that made it there.
Jamie Noonan, sponsor in this category of Noonan Products, the alcohol dragster class. Not only sponsoring, but participating and having a good time doing it and holding the record.
We've had 2 different winners. However, Jamie Noonan is the only person that has qualified #1 at the first 2 events, and would look to make it 3 here, I'm sure. McPhillips did end up with low ET at Galat.
Saw an ad the other day. I think Jamie Noonan has this car for sale. So somebody looking to get into the alcohol dragster category and be very competitive, that'd be a pretty good car to purchase at the moment.
And they are fired up. The Australian Winter Nationals winner will be in the near lane.
Saw Tony Sampson drop his phone there right as he told Jamie Noonan to do the burnout. Had to run back and pick it up out of the water box. I'm not sure if that phone's going to work anymore.
Cell phone test.
Yeah, that's a good test for it right there. That baby still works. That'd be a good testimonial.
It's a keeper. Joey Severance to that number 1 spot with that 3:48.220. Jackie Frick pulling up here. She is the mile-per-hour record holder at 2:32.23. Went to the finals at Virginia. Also grabbed the win while she was there.
And a winner a year ago here at this racetrack. So got some history here and we'll try to do it again. John Fink, car owner, getting ready to tell Jackie to pour in the beans. Can Joey Severance stay number 1? We're about to find out.
Oh, big moment for Jackie. Had to get out of the throttle. 3:65.222. Lined up in the near lane there for Jamie Noonan.
That is really wanting to stay with it because it's really running good, and you're stayed with it to the last moment you can. And
man, that was completely sideways.
she's like, "Oh man, that thing spun him hard, rattled and spun."
It didn't look near as bad there.
No.
Just sitting here behind it, man, it looked like.
Jamie Noonan on the other lane doing a great job. He had to pedal that thing. It rattled the tires, tried to move left. He gave it a quick slap and able to recover. 365 by Jamie, and not bad after giving it a quick slap. Jackie outside looking in after 2.
How about that?
Number 9. So Jackie Frick, Brandon Greco, and Eric Hindenburger's in the water box. He's got yet to run, so. But yeah, Jamie Noonan having to pedal it and still getting the number 5 spot, having to pedal it, so. Good job of driving by him.
Ryan Stack going up the return road did not, looks like he did not make the call.
I'm not sure he got the updated schedule. We're about an hour early.
I didn't even think about that. That's a great point, Tommy. We started a little bit early.
Yeah, we wanted to get this thing going. There's some weather in the area coming in later today, and IHRA doing a great job of adjusting the schedule, letting everybody know hey, we're going to move it up, try to get everything in before the weather gets here. And I'm not sure Ryan got that updated schedule. You would think you'd hear some cars running.
Yeah, unless he was off site, just, drove in late. But
yeah,
like you said, I mean, I'm sure they would have been thrashing. That's a shame. All right, Eric Hindenburger coming up here next out of Wyoming, Ohio.
Well, the good news is for Stack that there's only 7 cars, so if he gets it up here and takes the tree next time, he's good.
Final car here in Top Alcohol Dragster, 11 entries. Right now outside looking in Jackie Frick, Brandon Greco. Of course, Jackie very capable here. She'll need to get it done. And crazy things can happen. Bump at a 462 as it stands right now. Soft 462, 108. Eric with about the straightest run we've seen so far today. He puts a 366 on the board. That'll be good enough to put him in the number 7 spot. And inside of the show, not safely inside of the show, but inside at the end of this first session.
It's a nice solid run for him. We saw him come out here last season and just moved up from a quick 8 type dragster to the alcohol dragster, and improvements every time we've seen this car out. He struggled right at first, and now he's got to hit it in the right direction. A nice solid 366. Might be one of his best runs we've seen him make.
Congratulations to Joey Severance. He'll end up number 1 at the end of this first session with 348, 220 miles an hour. Rachel Curl with a big speed there at 224. She's right there in the number 2 spot. A little bigger speed will go to Jeff Chatterson and Rich McPhillips, both at 227.
Yep, we're going to do a little track prep, and then I think up next will be the Pro Mods.
And we will take a quick break. When we come back, continue on here with round number 1 of qualifying with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series.
Speed Sport 1 is red hot this weekend as the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is back with round 3 at Darana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio. It's the IHRA Spring Nationals. Live coverage on Thursday will be on Speed Sport 2 starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. On Friday afternoon, Speed Sport 1 will pick up the action of Pro Mod and Top Fuel qualifying at 3:30 Eastern. And on Saturday, Pro Mod and Top Fuel finals will begin at 1:30 Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
We welcome you back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here in Hebron, Ohio. It is Darana National Trail Raceway, IHRA Spring Nationals. The 39th running of the Spring Nationals here with the IHRA. A little bit of track maintenance here after the alcohol cars have gone down as we get ready for Pro Mod. Outlaw Pro Mod, I should say. Looking here. Looks like we have 10 on the docket.
I think 11.
Is it 11?
I think it's 11. Yeah, we've got a single. David Brinkley looks like he's going to be the first pair out. Or first car out, not a pair, I guess.
Once again, much like we were talking about before in the alcohol category there, top alcohol dragster, we've had 2 events. We've had 4 different finalists. We've had 2 different winners, 2 different number 1 qualifiers, 2 different low ETs. Jason Scruggs has managed to put together top speed at the first 2 events. Scruggs has been very fast, and ET and mile per hour record here in the category has been reset this year, both done at the last event in Virginia where we had just incredible weather conditions, so the gang took advantage of that for sure. Let's take a look at some of the track facts as Tommy was talking about. A little cool out there, 55 degrees, track temp 73 degrees, humidity at 61%. But I feel like it's wetter than that, and I got to think it's going up with the cloud coverage that's rolling in, and the grip at a solid 3,100 Newton meters.
Yeah, track is there. We saw that as evident. A lot of the alcohol cars carrying the front end, and We saw a little tire shake, but I'm pretty sure that was from not bringing enough.
And we've talked about this before. I mean, the grip is stellar. We've heard it from all of the racers throughout 25 and now into 26. Much more importantly, I feel like we can say with some confidence now that they get this grip level about the same every single event.
Been pretty solid, yeah. We don't see a lot of variance. The track's been relatively the same throughout, no matter what the temperatures and the conditions are. We see it get a little tricky once the sun's on it all day and baking and got the temperature up on it. But for the most part, we've seen a pretty consistent racetrack throughout.
We have a race car coming up here it's new to both of us, and happened to see it roll underneath the tower there. It's a gorgeous Corvette. Looks like Robert Hayes will be doing the driving, and built and will, also tuned by him.
David Brinkley, I think, was on the sheet anyway. Who knows who's driving?
Who's driving it? Brinkley is driving it. Okay. Gotcha. So pretty cool. It is a gorgeous Corvette. There's Patriot on the side of it. We the people in the back. Called up Robert Hayes and with his plan, and Robert Hayes says, yeah, man, I'll build you a hot rod. And we're going to get a chance to watch this thing go down the track. So built by Robert Hayes, also tuned by Robert Hayes. Really built it to go run the Big Jake races in Louisiana, Swan Fest, and some other small tire events, it says here. And looks like it's got a big tire on it to me. So, well, they'll roll out here in just a couple of minutes. We'll get a good look at this car and see how it goes down the track. In the meantime, we are going to go over to a driver profile with one Miss Kallee Mills.
It's Kallee Mills, and we are currently at the IHRA race in Virginia. I've been racing since I was 8 years old. I started off in junior dragsters and then eventually worked my way up to pro modified now. The car I drive now is a 1968 Camaro, and we call her Scarlet. She is powered by a Newton 4.9 engine and a screw blower, as you can see behind me. We have a Turbo 400 transmission and a quick performance rear gear. We work on race cars. It's pretty much all I do on my free time. We eat, sleep, race. That's all we do, really. We pretty much race almost every weekend.
And we broke out of that as we are going to go racing here and bring you our first pair of Pro Mods. We thought that they were going to make another lap with the tractor, so we wanted to bring you that feature, but they put the lights on and they are finished up. So we will start first round of qualifying for Outlaw Pro Mod. Pretty long burnout right there. David Brinkley. And as we talked about this car, just simply beautiful. So a little bit more about it. The Patriot raises awareness and funds for veterans with 100% of the merchandise sales, profits, and donations going directly to the veterans. And the team also provides an expenses paid front row racetrack experience for those who have served. Great stuff out of David Brinkley's team, and consequently the number along with it, 1776.
I saw that paint scheme sitting here, and I seen the pictures online, and I'm like, that isn't the same car. It's blue, but it's split down the middle. It looks like it's painted like the flag, so the other side has the blue flag on it, on the other side. So
absolutely
very cool.
Stunning, yes. And he will go down on a solo here.
Here we go. First look at David Brinkley.
For sure, with a big tire on. Oh, man, it started straight. It looked like it was going to grab a hold of it and go and be a great run, but it just started to spin the tire and turned it sideways.
Yeah, I think got out there about 60 feet, started chattering pretty hard, and knocked the tire loose and made a right turn, and David getting out of the throttle. But see it here, good shot here. Watch the rear tires. Boy, just chattered the tires and moved that car to the right. And that's enough of that.
Started off nice, and then, yeah, it just right there. I mean, it's happened so quickly. Good job driving, catching that, though. And says, yep, I'll get out of it. We'll come back here and give it another shot.
And then you got the next pair, and it's Peter Norton. Whoa, wait a minute. This is Outlaw Pro Modified, not Pro Modified. Peter's running both of them this weekend. Got a brand new car. I'm not sure if this is the new car or the other one that they're running this weekend is the new car, but brand new car in one of the categories, the Old Faithful in the other.
Wow. Forgot's pretty sideways there.
Forgot's one to forget about the burnout. That was out of control.
Yeah, that was. I mean, typically the hope is to put some fresh rubber down across the starting line. That didn't work out.
Get some out out of the groove.
Looked more like and I'm going to say a sprint car, but it's going to be an Australian sprint car because
Yeah,
they run
going
the
the wrong
opposite
way.
direction. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Norton winning the race in Galat this year in Pro Modified, and this weekend going to do double duty, Pro Modified and Outlaw Pro Modified.
We've seen a couple people do that. Certainly, as of late, was Weatherford, who had a really good run in both categories at Virginia.
Boy, Forgot's, yeah, we're sitting directly behind him. He is lined up way to the outside on the start line of the groove. I don't know if he saw something from Brinkley in the front of him they didn't like, but they got that car lined up pretty far to the outside on the groove. You can see it there on the screen. It even looks outside. From that angle, you can even tell he's on the outside of the groove. I don't know about these guys, but like a lot of times when we run like a funny car up that far outside, I will aim it towards the middle of the racetrack out there, pick a spot and want it to be back in the groove by this area. So be interesting to see if they do the same.
Big explosion way over by the wall. Both of them a very exciting run here. Wharton barely keeping that off of the wall. And then, of course, we saw the big blowback as well on the other side for Forgot's. Big flame out of the front of that one.
That was an action-packed run.
All right, let's get Outlaw Pro Mod started here.
Yeah, I was watching Forgot, saw the big flash of fire, didn't see Peter over by the wall. So, yeah, let's see the replay here. Boom. Big nitrous fire. Peter Norton over by the wall. Yeah, no big deal. Just pull it back over.
Yeah, this will be a better view of how far Wharton got over there. Rattled the tire. Yeah. Front end was up in the air.
Wow, look at that, man. Woo! That's being brave. That's a long ways over there to keep your foot in the throttle. You get away with that once in a while, but I wouldn't do it too many times. That thing was loose down on the top end. Big nitrous backfire for Forgot's. Peter Norton using all of his lane to get to the top end.
Yeah, man. Whew. All of it.
You can see the front end up in the air, and the thing chattered just a little bit, but the front end in the air started pulling it left. And boy, when it finally did sit the front end down, I think we were talking earlier about having the wheels turn when it sat it down.
Yeah.
That might have been one of those instances right there, because it made a hard move back to the right.
And a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, in that instance, not a bad thing at all. Yeah.
In this particular case, worked out pretty good. Hopefully Forgot's no significant damage there with that nitrous pop. Don't typically see too many nitrous cars come out and try to qualify for this field, but might be okay here this weekend.
Got two of them in a row. Reistus or Doug Reister coming in. Nitro's car in the right-hand lane. John Sullivan on the left.
The landlord out of Macon, Tennessee. Father and son both helping out here, along with Glenn Miller and Gino Bolden, all part of the team. They pushed that white car back. And Reister on the other side. Reister personal best for him, 364.204. That was done at our second event here 1 year ago. Yeah, purge of the nitrous there for Reister.
Having some issue. There we go. Got it started. Had to get starter back on it, get it running again. It died. That's why they were pushing Sullivan's car back. It lost power. They pushed it back. Hooked starter on it. Good to go again. You see Brandon Perez down there helping out. Brandon had a really bad accident in our last race in Virginia. And good to see Brandon out there on the start line. I'm sure he's working hard to get that car fixed and get back out here himself.
Yeah, and it was a really odd accident as well. I mean, all of us sat here and watched it multiple times and just did not see what caused that car to dart off so hard to the right. Oh, he's going to grab that tape measure, double our wrench, and tighten up the wheelie bars, it looks like. Reister will get to the other end. He will get a good run on the board, go to the #1 spot with a 365. And unfortunately for Sullivan, it's not going to happen.
No, Sullivan's car lost power again, so they've got a couple issues and have to go back and figure out what's going on with that thing. Reister, he was dancing around a little bit. Making a move to the right. Did a nice job of bringing it back pretty quick.
365, pretty solid there for the Nitrous car. Looked like it was a little fat at the other end, taking care of it.
Good enough to put him #1 so far.
Paul Gibbs starts the burnout. And Gibbs campaigning 2 cars here. They've got 2 cars here this weekend as well. Robert Davis will line up in the near lane out of Pensacola, Florida. Former SmackDown winner. Part of the Drag Illustrated Winter Series competitors. Of course, Pro Mod stayed pretty busy throughout the winter.
Paul Gibbs stopped in and saw us a little earlier this morning and said he's from that Georgia area, and I thought, well, would have never guessed. Got that great Southern accent.
Yeah, down there around Commerce. As he was grew up, said he grew up about 30 minutes away from Commerce.
All excited about that race returning down there. Jumped right in there and put both bulbs on. I don't think he meant to do that, but patiently waiting. Robert Davis to make his way up there, but here we go.
And Gibbs struggling there as well. Had to get out of the throttle.
Man, a lot of fuel coming out of that
car.
car.
I noticed that too. And I mean, I almost second-guessed myself when I say he got out of the throttle. It was definitely making a move towards the wall. Feel like he got out of the throttle, but yeah, man, they dumped a bunch of fuel out of that thing when he let off the throttle.
Yeah, it was falling out of the headers there. That's a tremendous amount of fuel in the pipes. Something breaking on that car.
531 for Robert Davis.
Yeah, I don't think that he didn't shut that off. I think it shut itself off.
That's what, yeah, I was kind of wondering. Whenever I said he got out of the throttle, I kind of second guessed myself. Yeah.
But it's not a screw type supercharger, so you know the belt didn't fall off of it. Just centrifugal supercharger, so.
Some sort of mechanical underneath there.
Yeah. Man, it was continuing to pump the fuel to it for sure. Just no spark to make it go.
We're going to double check the track here and make sure there's no fluid, and of course, roll him up out of there. You can see where the cool air sails right through the center of the grill, if you will. That is a massive charger down there.
Paul's saying, hurry up, get me off the track so I can get back up staging lanes.
I got work.
I get my other car.
We got work to do on this one.
Next pair up is Chevy Reeves, left lane.
Yeah, and a note on the back of it, looks like they lost someone close to the team there. Rest in peace, Kyle Loftus.
Kyle was the 1320 video.
Oh, the owner
week,
of 1320 video. Okay.
Saw a lot of tributes to Kyle on the internet this week, and I never met Kyle, but obviously he was a very great guy. I mean, I didn't see one bad comment. I've seen a ton of people that how he's touched their lives, so it's a great loss. Feel sorry for that family, and it's very cool that they would do a little tribute to Kyle there.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I apologize. I was not aware of that.
You've been busy this week. I'll give you that.
I was pretty busy last week, so 7 day desert race, 7 consecutive days. So on the air for pretty much 56 hours, past 7 days. And when I got done, I didn't spend much time on the internet surfing.
Yeah.
So I just got something to eat and went to sleep and started again the next day. So sorry to hear about that.
Cam Hensley in the right-hand lane going up against Chevy Reeves. Cam winning our first race of the season.
Yeah, he and Weatherford squared off, and there's a look at that 70 Chevelle. It is stunning. It is a beautiful car, and back half is still steel.
They came out the first race of the year trying to figure that car out, freshly repaired, and just trying to get the combination right. They were getting a little better every run, and went to Richmond a few weeks ago. And continues to get better and better, so look forward to that team jumping way up here shortly.
If memory serves, I believe that is one of the few cars here with 2 power adders on it. I think they had both nitrous and the centrifugal charger. Cam Hensley out of Vernon, California, makes a pretty long truck to get over here, but he's got a good hot rod.
Canada for Chevy Reeves, Edmonton. In California. 2 long distance tow guys here this weekend. I'm going to guess these cars have stayed on the East Coast. That's a long ways to go back and forth.
Yeah, Chevy with a huge follower, an influencer, if you will, and a big following on social media.
Got the headlights on, ready to roll.
Handful here, but he's going to drive at 372.01. So a nice hit there. We'll put him up in the number 3 spot for Cam Hensley.
I'm going to guess I heard one of them pedaling. I'm going to guess it was Chevy out there pedaling. 409, 176. Got it to the finish line, but you could definitely hear one of them out there pedaling it. And from the ETs, I'm going to guess it was Chevy. Get a replay here and see if we can see it right here. Car making a move to the wall. Quick slap of the throttle, and on he goes.
And here comes Weatherford. Weatherford going to the final round at Galot against Cam Hensley. And then Weatherford going to the final round in Virginia, at Virginia, I should say, and Pro Mod. Was going back and forth between his two cars. Was having a busy but very good weekend.
Final pair of Outlaw Pro Modified. Bubba Stanton up against Randy Weatherford.
I just saw Sully sitting back there. I'm like, does Sully go to Outlaw Pro Mod now? And I didn't know about that. You never know with these guys. Bubba Stanton, and Bubba Stanton has been good. He is a current ET record holder. Randy Weatherford, as we documented, very, very strong in both categories. Should be a good 1-2 punch right here.
$365 for number one right now. That's plenty obtainable for both of these cars. These guys, they can get all of it. I think we could see a high 50, maybe low 60 for sure, high 50 possible.
Oh man, and they're both hanging on to it despite that. And yeah, 355.
Wow, 355.
Nice hit. Wow, Bubba Stanton getting after it here, saying, yeah, there's still some 50s out here. Let me show you one. And he gets one done. Big ride there for Weatherford, 380 as well.
Yeah, both of these cars moving to the right. Randy's car is slow in a 60-foot, but it's just moving over to the right. You see him get out of the throttle right there. But woo, Bubba Stanton.
Stanton went a 350. He just went a little farther.
Yeah, for sure. That thing making a hard move to the right there and staying with the throttle. Not only going to number one, but going to the number one in a really big way, 355.
Yeah, he ran the slalom course doing it as well. It was crazy. And great to have Sully back with us. Greg Sullivan doing a lot of work. Doing a lot of work on that beautiful Merc, and we did not see him at Virginia. I know he wanted to be there, just couldn't get everything done in time.
Yeah, I went after we got back after Virginia. I happened to be walk over to PBRC race cars. They're in behind my shop there, and walked in. And what do I know? There sits an old Mercury sitting in there. They were doing some work for Sully, trying to update this chassis, and just wasn't happy with the way the car had been performing and the way it's been driving, and felt that it needed some chassis work, and the guys at PBRC helped him out. I know he did some testing afterwards, and is pretty happy so far with the results they're getting out of this thing. And I talked to those guys. They said, you know how wide this car is? It's 10 inches wider than anything we've ever worked on. So
it's a beast. It's a barn door. But with that said, it worked really well for him at this racetrack in 2025 as he came out here and won his first national event. It was our second appearance here. Darana National Trail, and he had a great event for sure out of the Indianapolis area, as you might imagine, with Tommy saying he swung by there to see him. Larry Jeffers race car. We are now in Pro Mod. Pulls a lever, and that car went pretty straight.
yeah,
I mean, he has struggled with that car throughout 2025, and whatever they did to it, it looks like it worked pretty good in that one. 367, 205.
I'd say Sully's pretty happy. He went 003 and a 367, and all right, yeah, I like the changes. We went to did the right way and right direction, and look at this thing, just nice and smooth. Carries the front end. We saw that car last year get out there about 100 feet. And was picking the front end up two or 3 feet in the air.
And that's what I'm looking at here. Yeah. The right tire is almost on the ground the entire time, and it looked like it picked it up after it really came in again around 100 foot or so. But yeah, nice looking pass.
Yeah, a little vapor out of the overflow of the puke tank there, so hopefully didn't nick it too hard, it looked like. But nice solid pass right out of the box, 367.
Bubba Green, and looks like they've chosen to go with the high exit headers here.
Yeah, what week is it? So Looks like Paul Gibbs wasn't able to make it from the top end back up here to get in his other car.
More like, what round is it? I mean, they change these things in the middle of a weekend, so sometimes they exit up high. They do have an option to exit down low as well.
Scotty Cannon, you know, he's always done things a little different. We saw this car come out last year, and Scotty kept picking on it. It's made some big improvements, and he's got to head in the right direction. I'm sure it's taking a little longer than what they wanted, but they're headed in the right direction.
Scotty back there behind the car was just measuring the wheelie bars. So yeah, Paul Gibbs not making it back up here for that for his other car. Bit surprised there.
He did say once race day gets started that once the day gets started for racing,
it's going to be busy.
He's a little busy, so yeah, he's obviously busier than he expected to be. Well, let's see what Bubba can do. Sullivan out there and threw down a 67. Ooh, Bubba, hang on to it.
Way out past the finish line, I felt like, you know. 376. It was moving around.
Moving around a lot. Yeah, it was a nice, solid, straight run early in the run, and then all of a sudden it got to the top end and started moving to the right. And
I didn't feel like it was too bad to the finish line, but then I felt like it kept going.
Yeah. See, he picked the front end of it, sat it down, and made it move.
Look at how long he's in the throttle. I mean, it was way past the finish line.
Got a little fuel leak there on the barrel valve as he hit the throttle, but
he was going to drive into the chutes if he needed to.
Well, I think maybe I might have been one of those, like, if I lift now, it's going to tag the wall. If I stay in, I might be able to bring it back. So.
Chris Klein heats up the hides. Roof is painted white. Christine. Christine, the name of that car, the very first Pro Mod event, was at the very first Pro Mod event in Darlington, going back to 1990. Owns this version and the original. Great for him. And, of course, Disco Dean. And Dean has just been doing his darndest to get just 160 on the board. Can I get a 60?
Yeah.
And I think we all agree the car is very capable. He's just had everything thrown at him that they could throw at him.
When the net fell down there on Disco, going to put it back up. But I mean, I don't know. He's run a 70 with a 1, a 70 with a 0, a 70 with a 2, a 70 with a 3. Just can't buy that 69.9, and he'd love nothing more than to do that this weekend. Chris Klein, that car has been a handful for him. He's last 3 or 4 races, that thing's been all over the racetrack, and I watched the race here a couple weeks ago, and it looked like he was getting that thing lined out. So he can keep this thing going straight. He'll be all right too. Will we see a 60? That's the question.
Not going to happen this time. And how about that, man? Chris Klein's car looked pretty
Oh, man, hang on to it,
It looked pretty good, and it said, you know what, that was such a good run. Let me throw you a curveball right here.
Woo.
375 at 203 for Chris Klein.
That's about the same spot that we saw the alcohol cars having the issue down there on the top end with, too.
You know, it's not unlike what we saw Brandon Pez's car do as well. I mean, it was.
I think there's a bump down there in that area. I think
it
that's what
wasn't
upsets
as aggressive, but yeah, it was a moment.
Nice looking, solid, straight pass for Chris.
It did take the front end way up in the air in the back.
Looks like he hit that bump down there a little bit. Well, this would be a great angle to see here. We'll see if it gets down there. And it's out of the groove a little bit. Shoots hit. Might have just got on the brake a touch hard. That's all, maybe. Might have hit the bump with his on the brakes a little bit and got it loose.
Seen a number of those cars. They'll leave with the front end kind of in the air and then set it down, and then boom, man, it pops it back up.
I don't know if that's the gear shift change, but I'm pretty sure that they are throwing some timing into it as well right there and putting the power to it and pulling that front end back up in the air.
Kai Kelly coming up here. He'll be in the far lane. Jacob McNeil here in the near lane. Jacob doing double duty at our last event.
I believe he's doing double duty again this weekend, too. I'm not sure.
We'll see if he's in the Nitro car. It's actually adapted to the funny car very nicely.
We missed Kai Kelly at the last race. He was at the first event, but wasn't able to attend the race in Richmond. He had some tow vehicle issues, and evidently he's got that all lined out. Got the rods back in it, and on the road again. McNeil went in the race last weekend. I think down in Alabama maybe, or somewhere down. I think it was in Alabama. He won the race down there and set a new track record down there last week. So he's keeping busy racing that car about every weekend.
Yeah, you know, seat time is there's just no replacement for it. Confident in the car, constantly making the changes to adjust to the track. Just gives you a really good feel of what you need to do. I mean, you know that from being on the tour for years. It's just such an advantage when you're constantly in the car.
The more you race, the better you do.
And both cars side by side to the stripe. 360 and a 370, so a 360 for Kai Kelly. That'll send him to the top of the charts. Nicely done there for him. He's got to be happy with that at 203. McNeil with a 370.
Wow, that Kai Kelly, he used all that lane as well. Boy, the cars in the right-hand lane are just, I don't know what it's the racetrack or what it is, the wind blowing, but man, they are all going over to the right. Kai going way over there to the right, way out of the groove, but stayed with it, go 360 to the number one spot. A lot of guys moving around.
Greg Blevins and Jason Lee will come up here next. Blevins currently 7th in the points. Comes to us from Fenton, Missouri. Jason Lee out of Maumee, Ohio. His home state here. Qualified for all 4 races in 2025. Has a couple of round wins with him. Blevins on the other side, a limited drag radial champ from 1 year ago.
Blevins had a good race last race, I believe. He won some rounds, laid down some really nice runs. Jason Lee, we know what that car's capable of. That thing is big time power and puts up the big numbers from time to time. Here we go.
.362, another hit right there. 363, starting to fill in the gaps right now. Nicely done for Jason Lee. Good enough to go to the number 2 spot. Excellent job, and that 363 for Blevins will be good for the number 3 spot.
The replay here. These guys, I mean, that's right there. That's straight for the pro modified class so far. We've seen them all over the racetrack. Those guys keeping the cars relatively straight and throwing up some low 360s, a 62 and a 63, falling right in behind Kai Kelly at a 360.
Well, just kind of weird looking too, because it looked like Blevins was just driving away from him, but it's actually a little bit quicker for Jason Lee. With that said, Jason Lee's car did go dead straight. I know you were talking about that right lane, and I'm with you, man. Everybody's been going over to the right-hand side right at the finish line, but he went straight as a string. It was a good-looking run.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these cars carrying the front end, and that has a lot to do with why they're over there by the wall. It picks the front end up in the air, and it's going to the right, and it's pretty hard to bring it back when the wheels are off the ground.
Tony Wilson will line up here. He is third in the points alongside Randy Weatherford, who's fifth in the points. Two good performing cars here. By the way, worth a mention that Randy Weatherford is leading an Outlaw Pro Mod. And the points. Season very young yet, of course, but
hey, if you're leading, you're leading.
You're chasing points, man. Every one counts. That is for sure.
Yeah, Tony Wilson, winner at Richmond. I mean, just an outstanding job of driving that race. Just on the Christmas tree every round. I lost track of how many whole shot wins he had at that race. Just incredible job of driving that Ironman car, and really, really good job. Weatherford, always solid.
Weatherford out of the throttle on that one. It will stay with Tony Wilson, and Tony Wilson will put a 361 on the board. That'll go to the number 2 spot.
Yeah, Tony continuing that momentum. Goes right out there and lays down a 61. Car made a little move to the right on the top end, but nothing drastic like what we've seen on the other cars.
See if we can see what happened to Weatherford here.
Yeah, his car was moving to the right as well. So he just got out there quite a ways to the right, shut it off, looked like, and Tony able to hang with his. His car made a move over to the right. You see it get way over there, but did a nice job of holding it where it was at. Once he got over there, he didn't try to bring it back, just held it there.
Weatherford's car just immediately redirected and pointed itself to the right. Harold Denton party time for Jason Harris, and Jason Harris is our points leader. Jason Harris, also the ET record holder in this category, has been to 2 final rounds at both events here so far in 2026. With that said, did not win either one.
And the guy in the left lane did.
He's hungry. He's hungry. He's got a good car.
Peter Norton. Now, this is his normal car. Not normal car, but the one he drives regularly. And obviously the new car is the one he's driving in Outlaw Pro Mod. So been pretty successful with this car. Won the race at Galot. Two of these guys did race each other quite a bit off season in the winter series. And both of them had a lot of success down there in the winter, so they're continuing it throughout into the 26th season. Final pair.
Yep, final pair. Then we'll have Mountain Motor Pro Stock. They are pulling up here.
If you're going to go to number 1, you got to outrun Kai Kelly's 360.
Yep. You're at the. I mean, you can't sneak in there without getting a 50, but you pretty much need a 50.
Yeah. Well, we saw the last pair of Outlaw Pro Mods jump right up, go right past the 63 into number 55 to take number 1 spot. Can we see another 50 here in Pro Mod?
Leaving a bit early, but both cars as straight as we've seen so far this session. 360 with the 1. We said he would need a 50 to get the number 1, or he could sneak in there. He did so. So there was about 7th thou to work with, and he worked within those parameters. 360 with the 1. Nicely done for Jason Harris. Goes to the number 1 spot. 362 for Norton on the other side, and that 62 will be good for the 5th spot.
Both those cars showing you how to get it done. We've seen cars all over the racetrack. Look at Jason Harris's car. Straight as a string. Right to the top, 360 with a 1, number 1 qualifier. Boy, it helps if the thing goes straight, huh? It seems to run pretty good.
Yeah, and those last 4, I mean, obviously Weatherford having, with the exception of Weatherford, they went pretty straight. So, yeah, getting those things sorted out so they'll track correctly.
I mean, there's a little crosswind, but not. I don't think it's so strong that that's what's making everybody go to the right. I think it's just circumstances.
And we will go into Mountain Motor Pro Stock.
And we got a whole slew of Mountain Motor Pro Stocks this weekend. I think 23 of them are here this weekend. Fighting for 16 spots. First one out will be Miles Reese. This has been one of the most competitive classes we've seen all year, and just putting on a fantastic show. The quality cars, the competition, so close in competition, and the driving of these guys is just, it's been a really fun class to watch and really entertaining. And the hats off to all these guys for doing such a great job this year. The entire category, not just the one or two guys up front. It's the entire category.
Yeah, we've reset ET mile per hour records at both events. We had the quickest field in history at both the season opener and at Virginia. This class just continues to impress. There is no question about it. Extremely competitive. Doesn't matter who you are, man. They will put you in the box, and they would love to put you in the box right here in qualifying. And let's beat them right here. If we can put them in the box and keep them out of the field, we will.
When we talk about 2 qualifying runs, well, you got 23 cars trying to qualify for 16 spots. Those 2 qualifying runs are so important. You cannot make a mistake if you're going to race on Saturday in eliminations in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. One mistake, you're done. You're going home.
And we did have that bump in the O's. We had the quickest field in history at our last event.
Man, you could hear the tire shake. Here in the tower, you could hear the tire shake. It shook so hard.
Yeah, and it almost sounds like it might have broke something in the driveline.
Yeah, it knocked it out of gear, I think. I think it knocked it out of gear. You could hear him try to pedal it, but there was no driveline to pull that thing along. So I think it might have knocked it out of gear. We'll see if we can see the tire shake. Not really in that angle. Looks like he tried to pedal it, but I think right here. Yeah, I don't know what broke there. Something broke. You could hear the thing shudder. Even in the tire, you could hear it shudder. But you really couldn't see the tires that way, shaking that hard. So that might have been something breaking on the car.
Kurt Neighbor will be coming up here next with that beautiful red, white, and blue design. Neary alongside here in the near lane. Quick burn out there for Neary. We've had 2 final rounds here, and we've had the same 2 cars in both final rounds. Johnny Platino and Jordan Ensslin both doing an incredibly good job to make it to that final round on this viciously competitive category.
Yeah, and that tells you how good they're doing by how hard this class is and how competitive this is right now. I mean, it is really tough, and those 2 guys going both finals, that's dominating. Like we said, I mean, it's not only the cars that are performing so well and so close together. The drivers have to do their job as well, because your competitor, he's right there with you.
Bill Neary out of Barrington, Illinois, ran the Super Chevy Show for many, many years. Had a Pro Mod Nova called the Prosecutor, won a bunch of events over there. Kurt Neighbor, legendary, of course. Nostalgia Superstock winner, world champion, 95, 96, 2011. IHRA Nationals at Dragway, 42 back in 1971 through 75, yeah. Very impressive individual.
He had a good season last year. Kurt Neighbor had a great season and struggled a bit so far this year, and looking to turn it around this weekend.
Man, it just sounded like it tugged both cars down. There's so much grip there. 434 and 441 for those 2. That'll go to the top of the standings as of now.
Yeah, Bill
Did
Neary's
you hear
car.
that, man? It felt like it just tugged them down, man.
Yeah, Bill Neary's car, he dropped the clutch, that thing bogged the motor down, and you can see it bouncing the front end, just bogging the motor down. Both cars not quite up to performance level they needed on the starting line, and both of them kind of pedaling it, trying to get it down through there and put a number on the board at least. Get the information on down track.
There's a bunch of gear in it. Larry Pierce coming up here. We've got some new sponsorship on the car. The original Oh Crap wrap.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what, it's a great
came up
product.
here and showed it to us. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't let him leave with it either. I kept it.
Yes, you did.
It's a great product. Glad to see somebody coming on board there and helping out Larry Pierce. And they got a booth set up here at the racetrack. You can go over and get you some. And you put a Band-Aid on your finger and it never wants to stay on. Well, this is going to fix your problem. It's a wrap that goes around your finger. Got Band-Aid all in it. And really cool. He showed how it works. I'm like, okay, I'll take that. I cut my fingers about 3 times a week, so
yeah. And
I'm in.
Picture a roll of tape. It's kind of like a roll of tape. You just you break the end of it's all ready to go. You stick it on your finger wherever it is. You wrap it around a couple times, and you tear it off, and it's ready to go the next time.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's better than the paper towel and black electrical tape.
Yeah, and there's no more peeling the little pieces off the Band-Aids and all that stuff. So yeah, we all do the same thing. We grab a piece of towel and electrical tape and wrap it up. But this will serve as a proper Band-Aid here. Yeah, once again, called the original Oh Crap wrap. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, go to mwraps.com and check it out. It's pretty cool. You'll like it.
Yeah, if you go there, if you go there to mwraps.com and you put in MMPS for Mountain Motor Pro Stock, you get 10% off.
Brad Waddle, Larry Pierce. Can somebody get down there without shaking, without bogging? We're about to find out.
Oh. Larry Pierce with Race Engine Development power plant underneath that one, and he goes over towards the center line, has to get out of it, and Waddle doing a good job there, straight as a string, and shows us our first O of the weekend in the category. To the top he goes with a solid 4.089, which, by the way, 4.089 was the bump at our last event.
Larry not getting the car staged. He got timed out there on the Christmas tree and then picked the front end up. Didn't really matter because it went almost across the center line as well. But, yeah, Brad, 4.08 right out of the box. Nice solid hit.
And let me fix that. I did make a mistake. It's a 4.080 with a 9. So that's off to the fourth digit.
Yeah, we got the fourth digit this weekend. We can see what those numbers are. So that is quicker than the bump that we had at Richmond.
Dave Hughes and Dennis Furcus will be the next pair. Vincent Nobile making a return. We'll see him in just a moment. And as I recall, he was right to, speaking of a 4.089 bump, had a car very capable, but just did not get a good hit out of it and did not make the show. Yeah, that 4.089, he was 4.09 with a 7, but I remember that last hit, and as I recall, he had to get out of the throttle, just was not able to get it through at pace.
Well, I'm not saying that this first session isn't exciting for Mountain Motor Pro Stock, but I'm going to tell you right now, the second session in qualifying for Mountain Motor Pro Stock at the first 2 events this year has been outstanding. You get cars bumping into the field, cars getting knocked out, coming back and bumping themselves back in, and it's just been a really, really good show. So you better have a pretty solid run this first one because you don't want that pressure that second one.
Yeah, and you need those notes. You need that data, right? And you've got to come back here and you've got to get after it in that second one. Otherwise, you'll find this, and I mean, I guess every category it's super important, but these guys are so close,
and there's so many
of them, that you really need to be on point. You've got to come out of this first session with some good data.
There's no coming out here and saying, let's make it a nice, soft, easy run to get it to show. You got to come out swinging.
Dave Hughes is going to put one together here. He goes a 4:15. However, quicker for Dennis Furcus at a 4:10. And that 4:10 will go to the number 2 spot. 4:15 will go to the number 3 spot.
Yeah, nice solid run for both of them. Got them down the racetrack, got some info. I'm sure both of them would love to have went a little quicker, but a whole lot better than shaking and not making it down the racetrack. See the replay right here? Both cars dancing around a little bit.
And I'm sure it holds true for every category, don't get me wrong, but as we talk about grains of water, certainly it affects these cars in a pretty dramatic way, being NA cars.
Yeah, naturally aspirated cars are affected by the water grains much more than the blown cars. You can kind of compensate for it. Spin the supercharger a little faster if you need to. Well, they're just only going to be able to put as much air as they can into these things. There's no more forcing air into these.
Dylan Voss and Voss Racing Engines with the Jerry Haas chassis will line up in the near lane. The far lane will be Vincent Nobile. His father, John Nobile, standing back behind him. Of course, longtime competitor himself. Has 13 wins in a 500-inch Pro Stock car. Ranked 17th all time for Dad. My apologies for Vince. John Montecalvo back here behind him. Dylan Voss out of West Palm Beach, Florida, and
really stepped their program up the last race. That
yeah,
car
they
ran
have
really well.
They've been getting after it. I think the car's been good, and they got some power underneath the hood now.
A lot of these cars using the Voss wheelie bars on them. No better example of how good they are to put them on your car and go out there and run well with them.
Nobile from Comac, Long Island, out on the island. Nobile had to get out of his early. Voss will send it to the other end. 4:16 will put him into the show, and that'll be good enough for the number 4 spot.
Yeah, those were not perfect runs by any means. You could see those cars leaving the starting line. Voss's car rattling, moving to the left, and Benson's car, you could hear it shaking and having to shut off. Dylan doing a nice job pulling that thing back in the groove and salvaging the run. 4:16, get him on the board at least. Couldn't see Benson shaking from that angle, but boy, you could sure hear it up here in the tower. That thing was chattering the tire pretty hard.
And the 3-time national champ will line up here on the right-hand side, the far lane, if you will, and he's just not kicked off the 2026 season in the fashion that he would want to do so. We know the car is very capable. It just hasn't gone their way. Lenny Lodig will line up in the near lane. Factory X world champ. Four factory stock national event wins as well for Lenny Lodig. IHRA Pro Stock national event debut. That's I think that was in the factory Pro Stock car possibly. So not here in Mountain Motor Pro Stock.
Yeah, John Monaco was just not quite got it all put together this year so far. Hasn't ran bad. Just can't get it all put together in one weekend. Tommy Lane, crew chief for Lenny. Tommy's got several national event wins crew chiefing. Flown a lot of international flights with Tommy.
Montecalvo with the top bulb on. Lump doing the crew chiefing. as always. John moving around there, goes over towards the center line, but stays with the effort, and he's going to go to the number 1 spot with a 4:07.
Yeah, reaction time doesn't mean anything in qualifying. John just took his time, made sure everything was right, left the starting line, and 4:07 to Lenny's 4:10. Both those cars making a solid run.
Yeah, Lenny, good job as well, right? And he's 4th right now. Looked like Monty might have spun the tire there just a little bit at the hit. Kind of redirected the back end a bit, but I think they'd rather do that than not have enough in it because it just tugs those cars down and they lose all ET.
Yeah, they need the wheel speed because we've seen several of them bog the engine or shake out here off the starting line, and it definitely need the wheel speed to keep engine RPMs up.
Drink water coming up here pretty quickly.
The right-hand lane, Alan Johnson back behind the wheel of a Pro Stock car, this time a Mountain Motor Pro Stock car.
Yeah, saw him come out here a little bit earlier in the season, and man, he just fell right into it. It makes perfect sense to this guy, no question about it.
Looked like he never got out, didn't he?
Right, yep.
Dwayne Rice in the left lane, and I was just looking out the window here, and I saw something I hadn't seen in a long time. I saw Pam Johnson talking to Tony Yates, Jim Yates' wife. So seeing those two ladies back out on the starting line, standing up there, and not something we see every day.
Yeah, and Jim Yates working along here with Alan Johnson on that car in the far lane. As always, Adrian Long, longtime car chief with this team as well, still heavily involved. So the two brilliant minds going at it to see what they can put together for Alan Johnson. Dwayne Rice, of course, always tough, lined up in the near lane.
Yeah, his crew chief, Terry Adams, like he's been around a while too. It's like an old reunion for all these guys out here.
Dwayne Rice, 6 semifinal round appearances.
I actually saw Cami Caruso down there on the starting line with the team this weekend as well. Wishing her well on starting a new family. That's why she's not in the seat. If anybody's wondering why Alan's driving for her.
Johnson out of it early. Send it over to Dwayne Rice. Oh,
yeah.
4:04. Woo, baby. Yeah, there's some still out there. How about that? To the number 1 spot. A nice hit out of Dwayne Rice's team.
Boy, we talked about how close these cars are. And Dwayne, he just goes out there and proves us wrong. 300's better than number 1 right now. So putting it to the field. You know, we left Richmond. We said, well, the weather's going to be changing. We're not going to see these record numbers. We're not going to see these all-time quickest field. I'm not so sure right now.
They're here to prove us wrong. Bring up the next pair. Some guy named John DeFlorian. Boy, is he off to a great start. Such a talented driver. 2 events, 2 wins. Where do we sign up? And lining up alongside him, how about another champ, and Alan Drinkwater. Drinkwater, certainly very capable there. That car with low ET at Galot. Number 1 qualifier at Galot. Top speed at Galot. Latino, the current ET world record holder. Elijah Morton holding mile per hour record.
Here we go.
And right there at it, a 4:06 for Drinkwater. That'll be good enough to go to the number 2 spot. And a 4:07 with a 2 for DeFlorian. And I think that's good enough for number 3, but that's what we were talking about. That's the data that they need to come out here and do what they need to do in that second session.
Boy, look at Drinkwater's car carrying the front end nice and straight out through there, just softly setting it down and taking it to the finish line. I mean, these guys, I was thinking that we'd be lucky to see like a 420 bump, 418 when we started off this session. I'm not too sure. We're not going to see something around the 410, 411, 412 bump.
Jerry Tucker coming up here next, and Jason Grima. Grima, the Australian, of course. That incredible car that Randy Lynn Butner put into the 3s in this category.
Several of these guys were here testing earlier this week. I know Tucker was one of them, and trying to get a handle on this track before we come out here. It shows you what we talked about with 2 sessions, how important it is. A lot of these guys doing some testing before the event. I know Wednesday they ran quite a bit of cars out here on Wednesday.
Grima using a 3V performance power plant in combination with the Bickel chassis. Jerry Tucker with an F5 Frank Gugliotta. And of course, Frank, a longtime competitor in this category as well. Crew chief on the car. Bickel chassis for him as well.
Pro stock Mike there at the door. No Mike for several years. Tucker winning the first event here last year in Columbus. I'm very familiar with this racetrack.
Larry Morgan out there watching on as well.
Yeah, you notice Larry always shows up when these guys are running.
Yeah.
Weird.
He can't stay away. Black track, and as they sail it down to the stripe, 4:05.9 for Tucker. Good hit for him, 4:08.3, and the O's are coming.
Yeah, boy, it sounded like those cars bogged down when they left. You hear them really drop down, but I was waiting to see what was happening. Both of them throwing an O up on the board, so.
Yeah, 4:05.9 will jump up to the number 2 spot, and the 4:08.3 for Grima will be number 7 as it stands right now.
Not a lot of issues on those 2 solid runs.
And I think what we're seeing here are the cars we were talking about, the grip level being consistent, and the fact that a number of these cars now competed with us last year. They competed with us the first couple of events. They know what to expect to roll out of the box. I mean, they can make those adjustments based on the air, but they know what to expect grip-wise out of this track.
Yeah, one of the advantages is they're paired up to come out based on points, and if you're done well in the first few races, you're further back in line. You're able to watch some of the guys up here earlier and go back and make a few last-minute changes if you can to get your car down the racetrack, and I think we're seeing all that. These guys that really have a good tune-up, they're at the back of the line, using every advantage they can to make a better run.
Chris Powers lined up in the near lane. Sonny Haas combination there. And, of course, it's so incredible a year ago. Just final round after final round after final round. Just kept getting it done. And he will line up alongside Elijah Morton. Oh, nice update there, Dave. So Chris Powers, congratulations. Became a grandpa since the last event. Daughter Alexa had a baby girl. Let's see if he's late now.
Ice cream machine will be flowing now.
Right?
Chris not having the season he'd like. You know he wants to do a lot better than this. He had a great season, like you said, last season, and just not quite that so far this year. Elijah, he's throwing out some big numbers already this season. We'll see what he's got for this weekend.
over there by the wall goes Elijah Morton. Had to click it a bit earlier than he wanted to. 4.086, a solid hit for Powers.
Yeah, Powers, nice solid run, right in the middle, right with everybody else. And Elijah's car, it was going to the right. He stayed with it. And once again, we're seeing these cars leave. You see them all washing out the rear end to the left, driving that front end to the right. When it's dancing the front end, it's hard to get it back over there. And a lot of the guys not being able to stay with it and have to get out of the throttle. And Elijah was one of them. I'm not tuning these things, but if I was, I would definitely tell the guys, hey, when you're staging, can you pull it just to the left a little bit? Just aim it left a little bit, because the odds are about 60% of them so far have went right when they leave the start line.
Matt Giangrande and Jeremy Huffman coming up here next. Giangrande, winner of the 23 and 24 Drag Illustrated Mountain Motor Pro Stock Invitational. Number 1 qualifier at Columbus is Jeremy Huffman. Comes to us out of Catawba, North Carolina. 4:04 with a 6. Personal best for him.
Matty G, one of those guys we saw in that battle. Going out there, people taking number 1, going back to number 1, and he was right in the mix.
Oh, yeah, number 1 qualifier at Virginia. Yeah, he's got a hot rod.
Yeah, he was number 1 after the first session. They knocked him back, and he came right back, took it back again. Huffman's car is always solid, always runs really well, and like you said, able to sneak in there and take a number 1 qualifier. Both these cars are capable of going number 1 this session.
And both to the stripe under power. Good hit for both. How about a 4.07 and a 4.09? And yeah, that bump spot is working its way down pretty quickly as they continue to throw the O's up here.
Yeah, we're only 4 cars away from having a 410 bump already. Both these cars making a solid hit, not up towards the front where they were expecting to go, but nonetheless, 4 O's got them in the show solid with great information for Q2. Final pair.
And here comes our points leader, John Placino, winner at both of our first events. He'll line up in the far lane. Kazi-Haas combination there. Second-gen Pro Stock drivers, father John Placino, very animated, a ton of energy. And Jordan Enslin, who has lined up beside him at both final rounds so far this year out of Lakeland, Florida. The Allen competition power plant underneath the hood of that one, and a Haas chassis for him as well.
Jordan, a great sportsman guy, you know, sportsmanship. He last race they had a timing malfunction in the semifinals, and he went ahead and made the run, and timing system wasn't working correctly. He's against John DeFlore, and they asked to rerun it again, and Jordan said, okay, I'll rerun it again, and was able to still come out on top again and go to the final round against Pacino. So a tip of the hat to him, doing a nice job and doing the right thing and rerunning that race and still getting the win.
Former Nitrous Pro Steak champ and also NMCA Driver of the Year 2018. Quite an accomplishment.
Made a great impact in this class. He's come on last year and kind of made a statement. Looking for that first win.
Enslin had to pull it back just a little bit as it wanted to head left, and he's going to throw a 4.06 on the board. 4.05 for Pacino will go to the number 2 spot. That was a quick look at his father, John.
No question why these two have been in the final round every race.
Very happy, yeah. Yep.
You watch the replay of these two, you can see why these two cars have been in both final rounds this year. Jordan doing a nice job pulling it back ever so slightly, and Pacino, nothing wrong with that pass. 405 right to the number 2 spot. Jordan, you see that thing leave, made it move to the left, and did a really nice, smooth job of pulling that thing back, not upsetting it, not yanking it back. Just no big deal. I'll get it back over there.
Yeah, and a great job there. So the bump spot ending up at a 416 with a 4. Dave Hughes, a 415 with a 6. Then it drops to Lenny Lodig's 410 with a 7, as you talked about. So we are already at what would have been very close to a career best pro stock field coming into 2026. So these guys are trying to get it done again.
The bar just keeps getting raised every event.
It is incredible. And the Nitro Harleys have fired up. They're ready to go. They are not playing around out here today.
Keeping this show moving along, trying to beat some weather. This is one category you're not going to want the thing to go to the right or the left. You want to just get it down through there. It'll be interesting to see if the wind, it's not a real big breeze, but it's been a slight breeze, steady all day, so we'll see if it affects these guys as well.
It says here, it says at the top of our timing that is Gary Tonglett, which, of course, longtime Pro Stock bike competitor. And we're all looking at each other. It's like, is that really Gary Tonglett out here on a Nitro Harley?
We'll send Dave on to that.
We'll have to do a little homework on that. Maybe we see if I don't think Kristen's up there just yet for this session, but we'll send somebody over there.
And just like I was talking, to the right, had to get out of the throttle. I mean, I don't know if this racetrack's leaning to the right today or what, but man, everybody's going right. If I was watching any of this, I'd be lining up aimed at the tree if I was in the right-hand lane. Yeah, the way these things are going right, but they're going right early. The wind wouldn't push you that quick.
Yeah.
It's on the top end, absolutely. That breeze.
One, yeah, that thing planted the wheelie bars, and he just went right from the hit.
Sounds like the throttle was hung up a little bit there on that one after the burnout. Able to get it back.
Anderson and Peterson here.
Jordan Peterson, the right-hand lane. Paul Anderson on the left. Solid field of Harleys this weekend out here.
Both guys, handful of throttle, nicely done right there. Excellent effort. 438 and a 432 for Peterson will be the quicker of the two.
That's how you get it done. Front wheels in the air. I don't need to worry about steering. It's going straight. That's awesome. Leaning there, shifting. So weight side to side, trying to keep the. Woo, boy, that's got that front end down. I think about pitched him over the bars when he sat the front end down and slowed down so much. You can see here he's got the feet dragging the ground, but watch when he sits it down. And that angle from behind, you can see that thing sit that front end down pretty hard.
No answer.
Sean Toth in the right-hand lane. And not sure if there was an issue there or not. They seemed a little concerned about something, but it looks all good now.
Yeah, JT looking over. These guys have a lot of respect for each other and will start their burnouts from when the other one's ready so that they can kind of work together.
Buddy Johnson in the left lane.
JT with issues here, and Buddy trying to hang on to that one. Will get it to the stripe under power, and a pretty good field of these things here this weekend. So you want to stick with it if you can.
Yeah, I think they might have had 1.5 cylinders firing between both of them on that one. It was holes out galore.
Take a look at this again. A lot of body weight to the left-hand side, trying to keep it inside the boundaries.
And neither bike firing on both cylinders at all, either way, all the way.
Yeah, JT on the far side, you can see him losing a hole.
When you only have two, it's hard to keep.
Yeah.
It takes a lot when one goes out. Ray Robinson in the right-hand lane. Jay Turner in the left.
And Jay Turner has really not put one together yet this year either. I mean, the multi-time champ has been picking away at it, but really has not put in one of those stellar Jay Turner passes.
Yeah, he skipped the first race to help tune all the bikes that he has out here, and then came back the second race, but still just not the old Jay Turner.
Working on one right there. Didn't get all of it, though.
That's a little closer.
440, 177 miles an hour.
No shoot, Jay. Let's get her woed down.
A lot of space up there with the eighth mile attempt, of course.
That might have been a frustration. It didn't run what I wanted it to. I don't need that shoot. Man, it shot a ton of smoke out when he hit the throttle, didn't he?
Well, picked that front end up, and I thought he was on a really good charge right there, but...
Yeah, then it sat it down, then it picked it back up again, then sat it down. And...
I mean, it just looked better than the number that popped up, to be honest. I would have expected something in the 20s anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's top speed so far, but ET wasn't there. Chris Smith in the right lane. Mike Beelan in the left.
Yeah, Beelan going to the final round at our last event, man. He had a good event for him to go some rounds. It was nice, and of course Chris, a former champ. And Beelan with Big Booty Judy's going to go to the stripe, man.
429.
How about that? Straight as a string. A beautiful hit for Beelan. Congrats, man. 453 on the other side for Chris Smith, but Beelan by far the best pass that we've seen so far out of the category.
Yeah, and that's his career best, I believe, at 429. That's a nice, solid-looking hit right out of the box. Look at that thing, straight as an arrow. Had the front end up in the air. Mike doing a great job of keeping it straight. Bouncing that thing. Look at, ooh.
Big Booty Judy ready to go. And that is a career best, by a bunch. Previously, a 455 set at Galat. So a great improvement there. Yeah. Nicely done for Beelan, owner of A1 Cycles.
Chris Smith, 453, shutting it off a little early at 142. But Chris will come back next round, see if we can get it all the way to the finish line. But Beelan, congrats, nice job.
Ryan Peary and Jason Leeper will line up here. Peary going to the first final. I mean, Peary really the guy to beat out here in every event, and he had done a great job. He qualified #1 at Virginia, and I believe it was round 1, pulled up here and
bike shut off.
Never took the green light.
Yeah, bike just shut off first round. #1 qualifier and out of here first round. Leeper had a great event.
Peary winning at Galat against Chris Smith, and Leeper, as we see here, he grabbed the win at Virginia against Mike Beelan.
In dramatic fashion, putting it in the sand trap and coming back for the final and winning the race.
Yes, he did.
Out of the throttle early on for Leeper.
Yeah, on the other side of 425.9. How about that? Peary doing what Peary does.
Right back to where he belongs, he says, 425. I'll take that #1 spot again. Consistently #1 all the time, yeah.
Yeah, and 183 miles an hour for Peary as well.
Ooh,
so, yeah, big speed.
And it wasn't easy. Look at him lean that thing. Went over to the right as well and able to just keep it inside on the concrete there.
Leeper with a rudder action going there with his feet to keep that one off the wall. Peary right back and racing for him. See if we can touch base with him and figure out what happened to him in round 1 at Virginia. But whatever it was, it looks like they've got it sorted.
Yeah, just adds insult to injury there. You know you have the bike and have that mechanical issue first round and out, and then come right back here and put it right back at #1.
So we will take a quick break here as the Nitro Harleys are finished up. Round #1 of qualifying will continue in just a moment.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Track prep going on here as we have made our way to Darana National Trail Raceway. This is stop number 3 on the 2026 tour for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Hebron, Ohio. We are just outside, just a little bit east, about 20 minutes east of Columbus, to put it all in perspective. It is breezy. You can see those flags up there as they are blowing off to the east.
Yeah, it's a pretty good little breeze.
Yeah, might be exciting on the top of the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, that Ferris wheel was moving a little bit ago. I thought, whoa, that's a little faster than normal. They must put a supercharger on that thing this over a couple weeks off.
They re-geared that thing.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
They're slowing down a little bit now. That's pretty funny because it was just ripping. Maybe they're slowing it down now just to let some people off, put some people on. But.
Yeah, it was moving pretty good a little bit ago. 58 degrees out there at the moment. 41 water grains. 55% humidity, and the wind speed's 11 with gust of 20. So
humidity's gone down a little bit. There's a heavy layer of clouds over the top, so the sun not beating on the track.
Yeah, the track is in great condition for everybody. You know, no sun on it, nice and cool. And
I think last time we saw it was 73 degrees or so somewhere in that general area.
It's 58, but it feels like 49 because of that breeze. The breeze is pretty solid, 11, 12 miles per hour and gusting up to 20.
Yeah, Foley came in here and shook our hands this morning, and his hands were ice cold.
Yeah, it was.
Like, dude, get out of here with all that. Yeah, I woke up, was it yesterday at home? It was 37 degrees. It's like, man, let go. It's May.
Yeah, it's that time of the year when it needs to warm up a little bit. I know because we planted flowers and vegetables and all that at home and having to cover them up a couple times last week. I'm getting tired of that already. Let's get that temperature up there. We don't need any of that frost killing that stuff.
We put some water in our pool, so we'd like to go swimming in it at some point.
In Indiana, you can by like July.
Tell them we got 20 minutes. We're going to take. We're going to keep the video live here. We're going to lay out, take a little bit of a break. They're going to do some serious track prep here. So we believe somewhere in the 10 to 15 minute range before we run our next pair. So if you want to get up, stretch your legs, go grab something to eat, drink, maybe jump in the pool, jump back out of the pool, whatever the case may be. We'll be here whenever you get back. And we'll put some cars on the track here in a little bit.
Nitro Series coming at you, and it is race time. So we thank you from the IHRA, from Doug Foley and Daryl Cuddle and all of the IHRA crew. We thank you for coming out here to Hebron, Ohio. I'm going to hand the microphone over. We got two things to take care of before we go racing, the most important two things we do here at IHRA. Mr. Mike Emhoff, can you come down here and join me? Everybody, please go ahead and get on your feet. We're going to have our invocation, and then we have a very special national anthem for you today. So Mike Emhoff, lead us in some prayer today here at the invocation at IHRA.
Thank you. Let's just pause for a moment of prayer. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you that the rain has stayed away. Father, I thank you for the safety crew. I thank you for the work that they do. I thank you for the racers. We pray for a safe day. Father, we thank you for the men and women in the armed services that allow us to enjoy the sport that we have. And Father, we thank you that we live in the greatest nation in the world, and we are all thankful for that. Father, may you be blessed by our words and our actions today. In the name of the mighty Savior, Jesus Christ. And everybody said, amen. God bless you all.
Amen. Hey, folks, if you're not on your feet yet, please get there. Find Old Glory over the head. And Ethan, rip the knob off and give us the most amazing national anthem for the most amazing nation here in the world, the United States national anthem, brought to you by Ethan from the pit crew. Fire them up. We got Jack Wyatt, the left, the right side, and loaded up on the left lane. We got going back to the tower for Mr. Alan Reinhardt. Going to fire us up for some Nitro funny car action.
And once again, we welcome you back. We'll save that a little bit, Dave. I'll read that in a minute. We're going to kick things off here, man. It's time for some Nitro cars, baby. Round one of qualifying with the Outlaw Nitro Series. And funny cars coming up. Cars are cackling here already. Jack Wyatt is on the far side, has not fired up yet.
I think
Looks
this
like
might be a single. This might be a single, yeah. John Capps behind the wheel here. We saw John at our previous event and got behind the wheel of Miscellaneous' Dragster as Jasmine was under the weather and did a fabulous job, albeit not really fitting in the car too well, but did a great job. Yeah, I was there to drive this car. They had issues that, Bob hasn't had this funny car out for a long time and trying to bring it back out here. Bob Gilbertson in the trick tank. And He brought it out, had a bunch of issues. They worked through them and never did get the car on the track. So John filled in for Jasmine. And since then, they've tried to make a few more hits with this car. And I think they're just going to give John a single in this since everything is fresh and new. And brought some faces along this weekend to help him out. See Jesse that's on the tour with Kallee Mills a lot of times. And just trying to get him headed in the right direction, get this car down the racetrack.
Yeah, good-looking hot rod. Of course, yes, this is the younger brother of Ron Capps. Closed the 2025 Heritage season out with a sweep at Famoso Dragway, both the March meet and the hot rod reunion. Also became the first nostalgia funny car driver to hit the 540. So he's a player, man. I mean, the guy can wheel a car. There's no question about it. Very comfortable behind the wheel. Beautiful Trick Tank sponsored machine. Went 310 at Virginia in the Dragster. Boy, a nice hit. Yeah. Nice hit, man. Yeah. That's how you kick it off. 330, but I mean, it ran great from stem to stern.
Yeah, that was a nice, solid hit for those guys. You know, not too sure that in the first pass on that thing. So, nice job of those guys getting that thing figured out, getting it down the racetrack, and they see it leave the start line, and I thought, okay, that looks good, but then it just kept on trucking, and so I'm not too sure. You can see the burst panel's a little loose. They're going to tighten that up so don't get caught in the ejector and hang the throttle open.
That'd be bad.
John's a little late getting the chutes out here. I noticed he was way down there before he got the chutes out. So
he's comfortable. I got plenty
it might
of
have
room.
shocked him that it made it. You know, like, hey, it made it. Oh, yeah, I got to throw the chutes. So now we'll fire up Jack Wyatt.
Wyatt out of Seymour, Iowa, of course.
Got a message from Jack while we were in Richmond and said he wished he was there and he'd see us here, and I'll be darned, here he is. Talked about teams bringing some people on this weekend to help them out. I see Matt Bynum down there helping out Jack Wyatt this weekend, so a lot of guys out here. When you give a guy an off weekend and not doing anything, what are we going to do? Go to the racetrack.
100%. Hey, we got a weekend off, man. Let's go racing.
Yeah.
It is a lifestyle, as they say.
We saw Jack at almost every race last season, and we missed him a little bit for this year. You hear the throttle hung up there, Matt reaching around, hitting the blades, recognizing that it was idling way too high, and that can be an issue. It's probably dragging the clutch a little bit, idling too fast, backing up. I hope that didn't affect it too much. And
two-time runner-up here in Nitro Funny Car, five-time national champion Sportsman of the Year. He's been at this game for a long, long time. Long-time crew member with Doug Herbert. Back in '92, Herbert was slaying everybody out here.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. When I talked about the clutch dragging from an idling too high, that was cause and effect right there.
So it just built too much temp?
Yeah, it just building too much temperature in the clutch, and as soon as he hits the throttle, that clutch is hot because
So it takes away all that air gap, right?
Yeah,
and it just goes one-to-one. And
yeah, and it had the idle too high from the time he lifted from the burnout all the way till he got back from the starting line. They'd have been the best interest, have somebody out there to hit it when he stopped the burnout. Might have got it knocked back down and been no problem.
It almost seems to me like he was expecting it as well because, I mean, he was immediately out of the throttle.
Yeah, it was idling awfully high for a long period of time. So
crazy how far it continued to spin the tires, but, I mean, he just blipped the throttle, and I think he knew it was going to hit. Dan Hicks looks like he is ready to roll up here next. Yeah. Dan Hicks, winner last time we were here.
I was looking at the run sheet, and Jack Wyatt was actually supposed to race Dave Gallegos, but Gallegos not making the call for this first session. And Jody Austin was supposed to be up here against Dan Hicks, and I don't see Jody Austin as well. So.
Yeah, and a couple of these teams also run in fuel alters as well.
We saw Dan Hicks, he had trouble at the end of the last year with the car not performing like it did earlier in the season. They made a bunch of changes. That continued at the start of this year, but at Richmond, they found their issue after the racing glut. Came to Richmond, and what a different race car. And then they had to calm it down because it kept blowing the tires off. Way more power than what they normally had, and were able to get it back down first round, made a nice run, come up on the short end of it, so he's been looking forward to getting here. They finally got their race car back and wants to get out here and race it some more.
John, walk me behind that game plan on that pass right there.
Well, the crew chief told me as I'm getting ready to fire the car up, I asked him what we're doing, and he said, take me about 400 foot or so. And the owner, Bob, leaned in and goes, you know what you're doing. If it doesn't do anything stupid, take it to the finish line, which is half track or 660 feet. So I'm like, okay. And the crew chief said 400 feet. I'm like, I'm listening to the owner. So I went out there, and I feel really good for these guys. I mean, the guys have had some bad luck, and we had some bad luck on the way here. So it's nice to be able to get the car down the track for them. It was a handful a little bit, but it was fun.
It looked fun. Congratulations on a great run right there to start the day.
Thank you very much.
He talked about bad luck on the way here. Well, they threw the rods out of the semi, so as long as they can keep them in the race car, it's going to be a great weekend.
So in that case, I'm not going to...
It tried.
Yeah, I think that is a product of maybe they backed it down a little too much, because it kept blowing the tires off the hit. They were like, let's go up there a little soft. I think it was too soft. They went out there and shook like crazy. So, got to find the happy medium. Yeah, that looked rough. He's going to feel that one. You can see the car jumping off the ground. It was shaking so hard.
Watch this again.
See the chatter marks on the racetrack. Dan going, okay, that's enough of this.
Seemed like it tried to go there at first. I mean, it didn't rattle him right at the hit.
Yeah, it's just,
it went a little bit.
Yeah, no wheel speed. It just was stuck to the track and not up on the tire. And when it sticks the tire that much on these cars, it's probably going to run over the tire and right in the shake.
Joey Haas coming up next, and John Smith. John, of course, son of longtime racer Paul Smith, brother of Mike Smith, married to Rhonda Hartman Smith, daughter of Megan Smith.
Joey Haas in the other lane.
Yeah, 2024 Nitro Chaos champ. Second gen driver as well out of Virginia. I'm sorry, out of Tennessee. Pleasant View, Tennessee.
There's again, we're hearing the throttle hangover. Yeah, get out there and hit that blades, man. We're going to see the same thing that happened to Jack White if we ain't careful. There they go. That was a long time.
That was a long time. And it sounded like that one really, it didn't just sound like a high idle. Like that one sounded like it had some throttle.
Yeah, that wasn't barely hung up. That was really hung up.
He had to be hard on the brake there to hold that one.
You could hear him whacking in. There's a toe hoop on the throttle pedal to give the driver an opportunity to try to pull back on the pedal, but that one was hung pretty good. It wasn't coming back. You could hear him smacking the throttle and trying to pull on it.
And what causes that? Now that we've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, the blades are a little off, maybe in the injector. It's dragging a little bit. When they go to close, they don't quite fit perfectly, and they're hanging up a little bit. You'll get an injector that, man, you can adjust on it all day, and it just wants to do that every time. That's kind of why it became a habit to have a guy out there as soon as you stop the burnout to come up there and touch the blade just to make sure they're back. find out that had much of an effect on their clutch as well.
Well, they go side by side to the stripe. Nicely done. 344 to a 348. Joey Haas with the quicker of the two right there. And a speed of 240 and a little bit more for over there for Haas. I'm sorry, for Smith at 247.
Yeah, that was a nice job of those guys. That's just what the doctor ordered. Need that throttle hang up, put a little heat in the clutch, because the 60-foot was a little bit quicker than John Smith. So nice solid run by Joey Haas. Going to the number 2 position so far, but nothing wrong with that at all. Look at that. Got a hole out for John.
Dan Hicks, you guys just shook that pass. You said you felt a little underpowered. What kind of changes are you going to make before that next qualifying session?
Well, we've been finding just little gremlins here and there at home. We found some stuff wrong in the clutch at home, so we fixed that, and it kind of made us go out and just make another pull to see if that was the cure before we go, stepping on it more. And we don't want to go out there and shake and smoke the tires like that, but it shook pretty hard. That's probably the first time it's actually shook on us like that. But with the big bump and the dual mags, we're still finding our way, and not from lack of effort, but now we'll go back and read the data, and looks like she was probably weak shaking. The track's usually good, so we need to get some more wheel speed. We need to get after it. So we'll give her the beans here on the next one, because I'm sure the track's going to get even tighter. So we'll give her a go. We'll be all right.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you later on.
Good call there, Tommy. It's almost like you've been here doing this before.
Yeah, I think he's right on track. That's what it looked like from here. Is that just tire was stuck, and
notice the clown right there.
Yeah, that's Dave Galgos' team, the Nitro Clown, and I see Dave standing there, so he's definitely not going to make this session. Brand new look for Terry Haddock.
Jacob McNeil confirming he will run in 2 different categories here.
I saw this week where Terry Haddock had, after that fire at Virginia, found a body from the Richards down in Florida, drove all the way to Florida, picked up the body, came back to Texas, got it all mounted on his chassis, and did all the tin work, and worked a lot of hours to get here this weekend. And I got to say, Terry's a pretty good looking body. Priority systems on the side of that car, and just a whole new look. Maybe it changes his luck. A whole new different look to change his luck.
Went to the finals at Gallant, the season opener, lined up alongside Dale Creasy.
Well, he actually didn't line up beside him.
Well, yeah, right.
Got to the final, wasn't able to make the call.
That is true. That is very true.
They got Creasy not Creasy, but Haddock way to the outside there of the groove. He's over to the right, quite a ways over.
Jacob McNeil, who's had some success inside of this car.
Yeah.
He's pretty comfortable in there. He's a quick hands, quick thinker.
Quick talker.
Has he's been respectable. Just jumping in this thing last year.
Get her in there.
Oh!
Oh, man.
Not good. Not good. He's steering that thing. That is great news. I mean, I seriously figured he was knocked out. He side-slapped that wall about as hard as I've seen somebody do it. And those side slaps are vicious on the drivers.
A lot of fluid coming out of that car. And I'm not sure if that was what caused that thing to take a right-hand turn or if that was afterwards, but definitely smoked the tires. And
see him climb out of that thing is great news.
Took a right-hand turn. Both those guys having issues. Jacob's car blowing him off at the hit. Terry's making just a hair further, and looks like it's drying up pretty fast, so obviously that must be fuel coming out of it.
We'll show you a replay of what happened here as well. And the safety advancements that's come inside of the cages there with the padding up there around the driver's head.
Yeah, you can see the fluid on the ground. That was a fuel leak or something. It looks like a fuel leak. It's putting fuel underneath that tire and made that car take a right-hand turn. And, man, you hate to see that brand new body for Terry and good-looking car. And, oh, man, that chassis took a hit. That was a pretty hard hit. He'll have to go back and check that thing out to see if that any damage to the chassis, but there's a pretty good chance there is. Yeah, you can
about
see
as sideways as one gets right there. And
yeah, man, that's a
brought
solid
it
hit.
back. That was a big hit, you know, and I think the safety advancements really go back to when we lost Medellin with the violent tire shake, and then they started coming up with the progressive padding that's inside of those roll cages. So when their heads slam against the roll cage in there, it does have some padding that starts off soft, and depending on the pressure, starts to compress, and it gets stiffer and stiffer to protect them, and certainly it all worked there.
Yeah, Ron Capps and I called my friend Brian Butler years ago and said, hey, can't we do better for some padding in these things? And Brian built the seats for NASCAR teams. I knew he knew what he was doing, and Brian and I worked together and built a set of those head pads, and they've just gotten better and better over the years. And we did a lot of testing throughout the year. They wouldn't let us run them right away, but we did a bunch of testing and proved that this was a better deal. And now it's mandatory, and everybody has them in there, and guys like Terry Haddock right now are thankful they do. That thing hit a ton. I'd be very surprised if that chassis is not damaged.
Let's go to the top end. I believe Kristen has Joey Haas. Kristen?
What happened?
I'm up here with Joey Haas and his daughter, Enderly. Now, when you're named after a fuel system, you know racing is in your blood. She's a little shy here, but Joey, last time I saw you in Virginia, your car was on fire. Unfortunate situation. Did you feel like you had to give it all that pass and just figure out if y'all had everything right?
Well, we just tried to step up with these guys. I mean, we have made huge steps forward, and we're just figuring it out. I mean, we had 3 runs on the car, and it wasn't really anything major. It split the oil pan on pan pressure and spit all the oil out of it, and it was a small little molten fire going on, burnt some wires, but could have been way worse. Rod stayed in it. We were happy. So we're working on some new superchargers we got from Darren Mayer and making progress.
Hey, Enderly, is your dad going to win this weekend?
Yeah.
I think that was a yeah. Just a little shy yeah. We'll see you later on. Thank you so much. That's Joey Haas.
Say hi. Nope, she ain't going to do it. Thank you.
I think it's nap time.
Oh, I heard it. Kristen said it's nap time.
Enderly, I like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Cute little girl. See if Dad can get things sorted and make a full pull. And we've not heard from Sarah. Let's go to Sarah.
Well, guys, after just catching up with Jody Austin as well, that's the Bushwhacker car. He said he timed out in the staging lanes for not getting buckled in at the right time and appropriately. So by the time he got up on the water box, they had to turn things around. So we're going to also head out to the pits and check in on Terry and hopefully get some more information for you guys on that as well.
All right. Thank you. Sarah Daly has joined our team here, and we appreciate that. She always does a great job. Looks a little chilly out there. She has the jacket on as well. We talked about that. Temps in the 50s here.
Yeah, and that's one reason why Jody Austin got timed out in the stage lanes, because they're trying to hustle. They're trying to get this program in. We know there's a chance of rain later today. It's cool out here. They don't want the track to get too cold where we can't run tonight, the second session. And, you just got to get it together and get in. So that's good for them. Let's keep this show rolling.
All right, let's go to the top end. Jacob McNeil did not have the pass he was hoping for either. Let's hear it from him.
Jacob McNeil, that was an eventful one. Not so much for you, but I'm glad to see Terry Haddock is okay. Just walk me through that pass.
When we're going to stage and all that stuff, I always try to stay shallow as I can to get one for qualifying, all that stuff. And then it left, it just annihilated the tires coming up on stuff. So I let off and go. And being a racer in my mind, I went back to lay back into man's Q1, let it go, and I kind of just look up, and I see Terry's everywhere. I'm glad he's fine, all that kind of stuff, man. He came over, I saw him touch the wall and come over to my lane. I just started dodging cones and stuff. It was like Mario Kart out there throwing shit at me, but it was good. Glad you said Terry's good. He's all good. Everything like that, fine. I mean, I'm sorry to hear about his car. I mean, the dude usually has 2 or 3 cars or got a body on that. Hopefully get it fixed and need some help. You can holler at us on that stuff. But it's a good day out to be racing. I'm glad the weather hold off for us on this, and thank you, IHRA, for all y'all doing for us.
How do you keep your calm in a situation like that when you see a car coming right at you?
Remember that last time we talked that little squirrel chasing nut off? That's me. So I was just kind of free. I look at him, I'm me being retarded, not even looking where I'm going. I'm watching him. I was moving over. I was about to go in his lanes. I'm watching him go everywhere. So I don't know about staying calm. It's more like the excitement and the thrill of everything kind of going on and stuff. But man, watching his stuff, then seeing the cone come at me and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, I'm having to dodge it, then look up, make sure he's okay, don't come back over again. But it's just a thrill driving a funny car. Everybody says it's a man's car and all that kind of stuff. I'm glad I'm a little bit green to it, but I think I'm getting a handle of it pretty good. It's having a fun time.
Well, that's what it's all about. That's Jacob McNeil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
Well, they need to hide the energy drinks over there.
I think I mentioned earlier you can talk fast too. Yeah, maybe.
That was a new talk fast, and
yeah,
I mean, typically he does that after he's made a great run, but that was after he had some time to decompress a bit. So
definition of being on the chip.
he is on the trip, on the chip. I think I got about every third word. So we will we'll finish some track cleanup here and make sure everything is okay, including Terry, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top-fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to Darana National Trail Raceway. You are watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, stop number 3 on the 2026 Tour. We are in the middle of Funny Car, the first qualifying session for Funny Car. Terry Haddock went out here, hit the tires pretty hard, and tried to gather this thing back up. It smacked the wall extremely hard. He did climb out of the car, which was great news, of course. Seems to be A-OK. The car, however, I agree with Tommy. I'll bet you that one's bent in the middle.
Yeah, that's yet to be seen because that thing hit pretty hard, and I'd be surprised if that one makes it back out here this weekend. But you never know. Terry's a pretty hard worker. He's had a rough season. He's had, I think it's the third incident he's had so far this year. You watch it here again. This thing goes out. There's something coming out of the car. You can see the fluid on the track. Gets underneath the right tire, turns it hard right. Terry tries to correct into the wall hard, and that's a big lick right there.
Yeah, and you can see right when he smacked the wall, his foot went down on the throttle, and that's very common, of course.
Drove him back across the racetrack into the other lane. Thankfully, Terry was able to gather it back up before it went over and hit the other side. But, solid hard hit for Terry.
Yeah, like I said, I figured it would have knocked him out, but he stayed cognizant the entire time, as you talked about. Right here we knew he started steering the car and actually did a great job of keeping control of that thing.
I'm sure about that time he's like, you got to be kidding me. But, it was something coming out of the car because we're doing cleanup on the racetrack.
You hate to see that, but when you see that, it reminds you of the violent nature of these cars and how quickly, I just don't know that he could have done anything any quicker to stop that from happening. It was instantaneous.
Yeah, and especially when it's coming out the right side, it's hitting one tire, and it's going to drive that car instantly that direction. And even trying to correct it, once it does come around, that rear tires are just sliding around. It's pretty hard to do. Our final pair coming up yet. Dale Creasy won both races so far, off to an outstanding start of the season, and Dale Worsham, and saw out the window here a little bit ago. It's great to see Chuck Worsham here this weekend. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Saw Chuck walking around on the starting line, and good to see him out. I know Chuck's been fighting some health issues, and really good to see him able to attend this weekend.
Like they're still addressing some situations here in this right lane to make sure everything is taken care of. Yeah, how about Dale Creasy? And Creasy, of course, went out there and he won that first race, but he had throttle linkage issues. It was a good thing that Terry Haddock wasn't there, and some people thought he just didn't, gas it up and hit it because he had no competition, but that was not the intent. He actually had a mechanical, so he was there for the taking. And then, of course, he had to line up against one Mr. Dale Worsham at Virginia. And I promise you, whether they want to admit it or not, everybody thought Dale Worsham would walk away with it. Well, I got news for you. Hold on just a minute, because Dale Creasy showed up and just flat outperformed that other team, man. He did a great job driving, and the car was fast, and he put together back-to-back wins to kick off this season, consequently, our points leader.
Yeah, not only are they running very well, but they've really got their consistency program together. In the past, we've seen Dale's car make a good run now and then and then blow the tires off at the step a lot. So this year, they've come out and went down the racetrack almost every attempt. So just a really solid, nice, consistent performance.
And how about this? Back-to-back wins. That's a bonus $100,000, baby.
Well,
$50,000 a race. That's a real number.
That kind of money makes your car a little more consistent all the time.
Yeah. All right, while they're cleaning up this track here, we're going to go to a racer profile that they put together for us. Let's sit back, relax, and we'll learn a little bit more about another racer.
I'm Dale Creasy Jr. I drive the Tech Pack Funny Car. It's my 29th year driving Nitro Funny Cars. I've been involved in racing my entire life with my dad and my brother, and we're still here. It's a family thing. My dad raced, and then we followed in his footsteps. I raced the 68 Camaro for about 10 years at a local racetrack, and then I started driving the Nitro Funny Car. So my brother is my crew chief, my nephew is my car chief, and all the guys that I've had have been with us over 10 years, so it's like one big family. I get everything ready before it gets to the racetrack, and then they do all the work once we get here, so I couldn't do it without them. I work for Tech Pack, the company, work at some of their buildings. I do odd jobs for them, but most of it's race car. I spend at least half of each day working on the race car. It's just a lot of stuff to get ready. We won last weekend, the last race, and when IHRA was running Nitro Funny Cars years ago, we won 2 World Championships in a row, and then I got hurt. So that ended that, and then Nitro, they just brought them back a year ago. So our goal is to just keep moving forward and hopefully do good. IHRA has just been a blessing for us. It's helped us because we're more competitive here than we were at NHRA. Our car's fast enough to run over there, but not as fast as some of the big cars. I mean, guys that didn't have a chance to race in our class or any other classes now have another place to go where they can be competitive, and it's opened a lot of doors for a lot of people. Definitely with IHRA around, and Daryl and Doug Foley and Larry Morgan and all the guys that help keep this thing going, we're going to continue on as long as we can, and hopefully IHRA is successful, which I think they will be, and we're going to be behind them the entire way. We have a lot of support from a lot of different people. Keeps me going, because when people are behind you, you keep pushing on, and it's not a financial thing, it's more of a people standing behind you, because there's times you get discouraged, and it's a lot of work, and things in drag racing, you'll probably lose 90% of the time at any given race, but that one time you can win, that's when it makes it worth it. It's a demanding sport, financially and physically. I welcome the challenge.
All right, nicely done. And we learned a little bit more about Dale. Yeah, he had those great couple of years going there, 2006, 2007, back-to-back championships, and he talked about getting injured then, but it is worth a mention that he was also leading in the points when he got injured there in 2008. So he was looking at a third consecutive championship that year as well. And of course, that injury was significant. So he was not able to continue on. Great to have him back out here, though. Great to see him back inside of the car. Great to see him having some success. And they're finding some momentum here, and they found some consistency, and that always seems to be – it's one thing to find a quick pass here and there, but to start stringing them together, that's a different story.
Yeah, and you can build on that. It gives you the information and able to make changes and see the results from those changes and pick away at it, adjust your tune-up every time, and when you get that information, you go, okay, well, that worked. Let's try this, and let's go this. And you can really see it. And, I don't know what the cause of that is, but, a lot of times clutch disc, you get a batch of clutch disc you just can't quite figure out, and next thing you know, you get this batch, and it seems like you do about anything with the tune-up, and it'll go down the racetrack. So maybe they got a different batch of clutch disc, and it came to their liking.
They're really working this starting line area. Johnny West just came up here, and he did confirm that that was not fuel, that was oil, so that's why the intent cleanup here.
Yeah, he said he wasn't sure where it came from. He said they did have a small issue on the warm-up, and they thought they had that cured, but evidently there was a little more than what they thought. There's Terry on the golf cart now. If I know Terry, he's been checked out, and he's like, hey, get me on the golf cart. I want to get back to the trailer to see what I got to do to get the thing fixed.
Wasn't handing the time slip, handed it to her.
I guarantee he's going to be sore getting out of bed tomorrow. That was a pretty hard hit.
Yeah, I'm sure some Tylenol will be in order here as soon as possible. He knows what's coming.
Trying to make sure they get all that oil out of that rubber and before they put some fresh spray on it, but I think they're getting close. Man, that thing's fast, I'm telling you.
But then it slows down a little bit.
I don't know who's running the Ferris wheel this weekend, but they got a high gear on that thing this weekend.
Every now and again, it just starts ripping.
Oh, that's good. Another reason why I shouldn't be in that thing. It'll slow way down, and then whoop, away it goes. Oh, look, we show it on TV, and it's real slow now. Come on, crank her up.
Wait a second. Here we go.
They're starting. There it goes. Here's starting to roll.
That's it. There it slows down. have our Triple Crown is not too far away. That first event coming up here towards the end of the month on Memorial Day weekend.
At the Maple Grove Raceway out in Pennsylvania. Everybody looking forward to that. There's your schedule. Got all of our Outlaw Nitro events that have the points for a championship, and then also the Triple Crown. First one being in Maple Grove, May 22nd through the 24th. And Pro Mod Mania, Milan, Darana Dragway, June 5th through the 7th. That was a great event last year. Really great turnout of Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and really good show.
Weatherford showed up ready to take some money.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, got on a big roll there. That was a lot of fun. Pretty much a big door car event, and they showed up in droves, as you might imagine. It was a great event. 8 events there for the Outlaw Nitro event series.
And you mentioned money.
Yeah.
Well, the money comes in the Triple Crown.
Yeah,
that's the key. The big money, $150,000 to win top fuel and funny car.
And if you can win all three,
$1 million bonus.
Boom.
Yeah, and that goes for I think 5 classes.
Wow.
I was looking at the flyer on it, and that's not just fuel cars. That's also Mountain Motor Pro Stock. I think Pro Mod, Pro Stock. I mean, it's
legit.
It's legit. I mean, if you're into economics at all, I think I'll be there.
Yeah. Yeah, already some big names making an announcement as well to jump in there. I know we were talking about John Capps, but some guy named Ron Capps has full intentions of going there and taking the money.
Yeah, bringing both his cars, Matty Gordon as well, and Trip Tatum coming to Top Fuel. I saw Sean Reed, the Salinas, Mike Salinas will be making his comeback. He hasn't driven since he had heart issues. Jasmine took over for him, and there's your flyer. Pit parties, qualifying, racing, concerts, bull riding. I mean, what else do you need? $1 million on the line.
3 races, 5 classes, $1 million.
Oh, and by the way, this weekend's 8th mile. Maple Grove, Triple Crown, Top Fuel and Funny Car, 1,000-foot. Pro Stock, Pro Mod, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Outlaw Pro Mod, Nitro Harleys, Top Fuel, Fuel Alders, all 8th mile. And quarter mile, we got that too, alcohol, dragsters, and funny car. Got a little bit for everything, for everybody. It's going to be a great event. The race fans in that part of the country are very diehard, loyal race fans.
So much history at that racetrack,
yeah.
Of course.
One of my favorite. I got 3 trophies from there.
Land of the Ned. It'll be a good time. It will be a good time.
It's a good sign they've parked the scrubbers, doing a little scraping to just make sure that they get any of that rubber that has any of that oil left in it off. And I'm sure we'll do a couple drags and spray and back in business. Be interesting to see if we can get the girls back down there to Terry's pit to see if there's another car coming out of the trailer or if they're going to throw in the towel for the weekend. But oh.
You serious? What the hell's up with that? Wow, so yeah, we already sent. I'm sure Sarah's made her way over there and refuses to talk to us. So not sure what's up with that.
I guess frustration level might be a little high. But that's still, you understand, but yet, no.
Well, I mean, it's easy. You could also send a representative out and give us an update, and if he needs a little bit of time after that moment and wants to sit in there and decompress, I mean, I get that, but maybe send somebody out, a rep or something, and at least update everybody. And that's how they scrape the rubber off, the excess rubber off. And stay with us. We will be back in just a moment. We're going to run another quick promo while they finish up the scrape here at the starting line.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And we thank you for watching us here on Speed Sport 2. We will switch over to Speed Sport 1 and just a little bit later on today. I believe it's at 3:30 if I'm not mistaken. You are watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series here in Hebron, Ohio. Doing some track prep here. Terry Haddock had a big moment out here, and they want to make sure this right lane is good to go. So cleaned it all up, and then they scraped it, and as Tommy indicated before, probably going to do some dragging, so they're dragging it now, and we should be getting pretty close.
Yeah, doing a quick drag. I think they'll probably do a quick spray, and one more drag over that, we should be back in business. I'm waiting for those yellow lights on those tractors to come on and let us know we're ready to roll.
One pair of funny car left, and then we will go into top fuel.
I think there's 8 top fuel cars here this weekend. Unless some of them showed up and I didn't see them come in.
Who let Steve out of the trailer?
I'm just giving a quick look at the radar and look like we're good right now. All the rain is north of us. It's a good thing we're not in Dragway 42 at the moment.
They could stay up there.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
I think we've got top fuel following funny car, and then after that, the fuel altereds. Got a good field of them. I think 10 or 11 of them this weekend.
And we started this racer profile a little bit before, and when Pro Mod was getting ready to come out here, and we were not able to finish it up. So a perfect time now to get it started one more time. Let's introduce you to Kallee Mills and her racer profile.
It's Kallee Mills, and we are currently at the IHRA race in Virginia. I've been racing since I was 8 years old. I started off in junior dragsters and then eventually worked my way up to pro modified now. The car I drive now is a 1968 Camaro, and we call her Scarlet. She is powered by a Newton 4.9 engine and a screw blower, as you can see behind me. We have a Turbo 400 transmission and a quick performance rear gear. We work on race cars. It's pretty much all I do on my free time. We eat, sleep, race. That's all we do, really. We pretty much race almost every weekend. My dad is the one that got me started in racing. I grew up around the racetrack. I can't think of a time when racing wasn't in my life. I'm an only child, so he always tells everybody that I'm the son he never had. We've had my dad, Lee White, Taylor, and then my car owner, Paul and Jeannie Hayden, and my mom. We really have built a great team. We've been together for about a year now, full time. So I have a lot of faith in my crew, and they do a great job, and I appreciate all they do for me. it's like a family affair, I would say. We don't just hang out at the racetrack. We enjoy going on vacations together. We're all friends and family. Winning a championship would be pretty cool, I think. So I would say winning a championship and then winning more championships. You can never have enough wins. And I always say if we can be a consistent team and race good, that turns on win lights, and win lights turn on wins, and wins add up to make championships. So that's essentially what I want to do, is win everything. So far, the 2026 season with IHRA has been a great time. You know, we've had record-setting runs with IHRA, so we're definitely looking forward to the 2026 season and hopefully competing for the championship. Here at Kallee Mills Motorsports, you know, it takes a lot of hard work to get to where we are. You know, since I've been 8 years old, I have a lot of people that have supported me along the way, like my parents, Tara and Dwayne Mills, you know, friends, family. I'm super thankful for everything that everybody's done for me. We're looking forward to racing here at IHRA for this year, and hopefully we'll, you know, come out on top with the championship at the end of the season.
And Sarah, you're down there with one of our competitors in Funny Car.
That is exactly right. I'm here with the crew chief. This is Steve Creasy, and of course, talking about tuning the vehicle and the car, rather, and what we go through with the time of day, because you have temperature changes, you have track changes, you have humidity changes, all kinds of things that play into how you guys tune up the car.
Right. This delay here is not going to have much of an effect because it really hasn't changed, you know, weather-wise. The track, I'm sure, will be good. These guys do a great job with that. If it was a night run, then it would have a big effect on the way the tune-up is set up. But as of right now, shouldn't be no difference.
So what exactly do you look at, though, when you go through that data and what you want to change when you modify the different passes?
We look at DA, we look at grains, you know, stuff like that, to where knowing what we'll do compression-wise and blower overdrive-wise. So that all has an effect on it. Like here, the air is really good, kind of cool, it's dry. So it's a little bit different than at the last race in Richmond, but not that far off.
What's the overall feel of the crew this weekend? How are you guys doing? Coming in well rested? What changes have you made?
They're all ready to go. The car's been running good, knock on wood. So, and the driver always does his job. I'll put my crew up against anybody. They're really good. Without them, Dale and I wouldn't be doing what we're doing. So, crew guys are ready. Everybody's ready to go.
All right, sounds good. Well, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken and Tommy, back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Some of the insights there as they wait and get ready to go.
Yeah, like he said,
part of the sport, right? Part of the game.
Yeah, like he said, the conditions haven't changed a whole lot. They come up here with a set tune-up, and I mean, looking out the window, it's still cloudy, still wind blowing, and still about the same temperature. Now we got the tractor race going on. I know we're close now. They've given the left lane a quick little tune-up as well. It's been sitting quite a while, so they'll put some drag on it. Some glue going to be going down, and we're good to go. I think we're getting pretty close. We're a few minutes away, but at least you want to get the track back to where it was. And I mean, not only for Creasy, but also there's a bunch of top fuel cars sitting in the lanes and everybody behind them.
All right, here we go. One more time. Sarah's down there, and Sarah has a very special person here. It's great to have Chuck Worsham back.
You're exactly right, Ken. We're joined now by, like you said, Chuck Worsham, and you're here out watching your son. We've talked so many stories about the family affairs and what it's like just to have the generations of racers out here. What's it like for you?
Well, it's real good. We drove 2,500 miles in a motorhome to come here to watch, so it'll be worth it.
And just how is racing in your blood? What got you initially started in all of this?
I got started street racing when I was 16 in high school. Then it progressed to Orange County Raceway. And then I started racing alcohol funny car with Richard Day, James Day's dad. And we're progressed from there to a nitro car.
Is there anything that you would maybe want to get behind the wheel of that you didn't get a chance to?
I never drove. I wasn't a driver. I was a crew chief and owner.
Well, yeah,
so I never had that thrill. I always thought if I could go down faster than the little kids on the motorcycle downhill, I started driving. I never got that much nerve.
Yeah, I bet just more like being around if there was something that maybe you were interested in that you just never really had a chance to. Because some guys are always, there's an opportunity that presents itself, but it's just maybe not their cup of tea.
Well, I've had a chance to drive 100 cars, but I just don't want to.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're out here. We'll show you in the pits around. We'll be seeing you all weekend. So, once again, thank you for your time and good luck to your son out there.
Okay, it's nice to talk to you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Great to have Chuck back out here. Yeah, man, that's a pretty big hike to get him over here from the West Coast, but certainly excited to come out here and watch his son one more time.
Yeah, Chuck had the Tinker Toy alcohol funny car back in the day, and then Art Hendy drove that car, and they went to Fuel Funny Car and raced a few races and for a year or so, and then Dell said, I think I want to drive it. So Dell started his career driving a Fuel Funny Car, nothing else. Just Fuel Funny Car. Went from a BMX bicycle to a Fuel Funny Car. Made the nice transition.
And you guys spent a lot of time together. You and your dad, he and Chuck, traveling the circuit.
I guarantee you, my dad and Chuck had a few Coors Lights along the way.
Yeah, going back before Coors Light was allowed over here past Colorado.
Yeah.
Remember, that used to be something you couldn't get a Coors Light over here on the East Coast. Good to have Chuck back out here with us. Scrappy competitor.
I see lights flashing on the tractor, so you know what that means.
It's a good sign.
That's a lot better than them lights flashing on the Ferris wheel.
We can see them coming back up at us, so that's our indicator that they're making their final pass. They'll pull over out of the way. We'll be able to get the car started. They're putting water down the water box. That's the other sign that we're about to hear some noise. One pair of funny car left, and then we will go into the dragsters. Perfect. I would think crew chiefs love it when you have this 1,000-foot layer that protects the racetrack up there.
Yeah, it's a whole lot better in the day when you got big floaty clouds up in the sky and you see everybody on the start line kind of turning and looking up and trying to figure out if the clouds are going to be there when their car runs or not. So we've had a nice solid layer of clouds all day. I'm going to guess that the track temperature hasn't changed, but maybe 3 to 4 degrees all day long. Nice to have some consistent factors involved instead of some you're chasing all over the place.
All right, and here we go. Pushing the cars up there to the water box, putting the starters on them as well. Ready to spin these things over. Two of the best here with the IHRA getting ready to square off in this first round of qualifying. Dale Creasy Jr. and Del Worsham. Worsham with great numbers from a year ago as he made it to all 5 final rounds. He won 3 of those final rounds. He also had 3 number 1 qualifiers to go along with it, 3 low ETs of the event, 3 top speeds of the event. So yeah, he was on a tear a year ago. He owned both the ET and the mile per hour record at the time. Still does here. 8th mile, Robert Bodie took the ET away from him. He wants it back. They reset both ends at Galant, the season over.
Let's see if Dale Creasy can keep this streak going. I mean, this car has been flawless all season long, making some really solid runs and consistent. And Dale Worsham, I guarantee he doesn't like Creasy going out. Like, wait a minute. So Dale looking to step up a little bit as well. I know I talked to Dale. He said he built this car especially for this series this year. These guys were getting close. Last year he ran 2 or 3 different cars throughout the year. And this year he put one car dedicated to running the IHRA and said he's going to have to step his game up a little bit. And, well, so did everybody else. Creasy definitely stepped theirs up.
Body up as they go through the process. Final preparations here to put the body back down and let the driver take the pre-stage and stage beam. Toyota body looking nice and sleek there for Dell Worsham. Greasy in the far lane with the Tech Pack sponsorship. Obviously the company that he talked about he works for. Top bulbs on. Here we go. Both from point A to point B. Nice hit here. This is what we were looking for sure. 329 with a 1. That'll be good enough to go to the number 1 spot for Dell Worsham. It leaves John Capps number 2. Congrats to John Capps for a great first session here to jump inside of that car that he's not been in. And like you said, might have been the first pass on the car and put the 330 on the board, sits number 2.
Yeah, you see both cars leave the start line. Dale Creasy right there shook, smoked the tires, and then pedaled. Did a nice job of pedaling and recovering. He's had a hole out on the left side after he pedaled it, but that might have helped to get it hooked back up and get it to the finish line. And Dale Worsham, no issues in that lane. 329 to the top, but Creasy, nice job of getting it to the finish line and getting a number on the board to get himself in the field and be able to come back second run.
Yeah, that was a quick recovery. I mean, hazed the back tires, got out of the throttle, back in it, hooked up. And
you can see the chatter marks on the racetrack right there where they're walking. His brother's going out there looking at it going, whoa, bet that hurt.
And that'll wrap up Funny Car first session. We will go right into Top Fuel. Some of the rules here in the Top Fuel category. Amazing vehicles. Producing upwards of 10,000 horsepower as they get ready to fire up the long wheelbase cars.
Cameron Ferre in the left lane. Bernie Plord in the right. I shipped Jerry Freeman, the owner of Cameron Ferre's cars, some spark plugs last week, so I knew they were coming here. Jimbo Ermolovich helping Bernie Plord out this weekend.
Yeah, we know Ferre's car can run, man. I mean, that car definitely has some performance inside of it. Best with us, 329 in the 8th mile out of Huntington Beach, California. And Bernie Plord will line up alongside him to see what he can put together here.
Bernie spent a lot of years in different cars, alcohol dragsters, and he said, you know, it's time to step up. I've always wanted to run one of these, so now's the time.
Yeah, came out, debuted this last year, and no doubt struggled here as he was sneaking up on it. 72 years young, chasing his dreams to this day. Hung out with Jerry Ruth back in the day. First pass on a drag strip, 1968. Been chasing it ever since.
Cameron Ferre's team's been running a lot more here lately, so getting a little more data. They've been quite a few races already this season on that car.
First pair in Top Fuel. Yeah, Ferre's car to the other end. 340, 180 miles per hour. Clearly out of the throttle a bit early. Decent 60-foot time at .850.
Yeah, the car looked good early. I don't know if that was a planned shut off early or if something went wrong on the other end, but as soon as Bernie Plord hits the throttle, the thing shuts off. It's still running. You can hear it idling, but for some reason, I think the throttle linkage come unhooked. Maybe a broken linkage or the safety system come undone right there, but see Bernie hit the throttle and then instantly close the blaze. Cameron's car, nice solid run and just shut it off. So might have been a planned shut off.
Let's go to the top end with Kristen Banks.
Dale Worsham, what an impressive pass. 329 with a 1, taking you right to the top.
Yeah, it was a pretty good run. We I was thinking about when I was here last summer, I lost that final round to Dan Hicks and it spun the tire. So this track has some characteristics and some things you have to watch out for. And to beat Dale Creasy at the finish line, I think it's the first time this year we've even done that. So he's been running awful good. And to get to the finish line, our first run, the first run kind of sets the whole pace for the weekend here at IHRA. With only 2 qualifying runs, your first run is so important because your second run can be late at night, and it's kind of a crapshoot. So kind of did what we had to do there. We got it down the track. I look for a pretty good size improvement this next run, but we'll take it. Nice run.
Hey, you started the weekend with great confidence, that's for sure.
Thank you.
He's not short on confidence. And rightfully so. He's earned every single bit of it. Very, very good at what he does. That is a talented team, very successful team. Championship winning driver. Multiple championships, actually. And Lex June was supposed to be part of this next pair. And, Dave, you said they were struggling. They had something wrong with the car and just not able, it looks like not able to get that sorted, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that Lex is not up here ready for this run. The good news is there's 8 cars. So if he can get up here for the second one, you should be able to get in the field for tomorrow. So hopefully he gets it all squared away and can be able to make that second session. Looks like Cameron's car's locked up down on top end. They're taking a little time to try to get that car off the racetrack. Don't know if it's locked up because of something going wrong or because he did shut off quite early, just past about 400 feet. He was out of the throttle.
Lofton waiting patiently. Do we know if he's running both categories?
Let me tell you. Doesn't appear to be. Chuck, a lot of 2 races this year's running the fuel altered and top fuel, but this weekend looks like just top fuel. Hasn't had the best of luck in the fuel altered.
He's had a couple of moments.
The
oil bath was the most memorable, I think.
And then he tried to send an injector to the moon one other time. I think he might have been successful at it. But the top fuel car actually has been running really well this year. Made some nice improvements over what he ran last season and looked pretty good. Got Johnny West helping him out this weekend as well. Ooh, the throttle hung up on him.
Yep, he's gone.
That's not good. And that's not coming back from that burnout.
Oh, man, it has to be
How many times have we seen that
it's
today?
At least the third time. I mean, 2 times funny car and now here. I'd be so frustrated if that happened. All the work, everything you do to come out here and throttle hangs up on you and ruins your attempt.
Yeah, and there's
like
no popping it in neutral either. There's just no popping it in neutral. This is centrifugal clutch, so if your RPMs are higher, the clutch is trying to engage.
Cal Sattenstein coming up here next. Of course, had a breakout moment last year at Dunn at Galot, season-ending event where he was able to grab a win.
His ran well this year, just came out on the losing end of a really good drag race a couple times.
He lined up against Lex June at that particular event when he got that win. Lex was in his second final round. Matter of fact, was the only person to go to more than one final round last year in the top fuel category. Was Lex.
I don't know what's going on with top fuel right now, but a lot of people not making it up here for this session, and it didn't like they didn't have time. We had a big, long delay, and they're still not up here. Supposed to race Lee Callaway pair up beside Kyle, and I don't see Lee Callaway anywhere.
And our Kristen Banks is up top with Cameron Foray, who just put together a pretty decent run. We're curious if it was a planned shutoff.
Cameron Foray, 340 with a 3. Were you happy with that pass?
Yeah, for the struggles that we've had, like in the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 races, that was nice. It's we're slowly progressing. Obviously, I was off it a little bit early just because we're trying to make sure everything's good before we go for the Gusto. So we'll see what happens on the next one and go from there. Thanks to Jerry and his family for letting me do this. I am super grateful. And Wolf Pumps, Jennifer Owens Realty, let's go.
Well, we look forward to seeing you later on.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was pretty sure it looked like a planned shut off. Well, there's Lee Callaway. He finally made it. In the nick of time.
Both PBR-backed cars owned by Scott Palmer, making it some rounds at our last event, so that team was very busy. Scott Palmer going on to have a really good day as he grabbed the win at Virginia. And once again, it seems like our Sarah Daly has been working in the staging lanes diligently. Let's get it back over to her.
That's right, gentlemen. Well, we're joined here by field author Dan Pettinato, the driver, getting ready here. Of course, the staging lane's the time to kind of think and just reflect what you and the crew have been doing. So what do you guys have going on so far?
Well, we had a little bit of a struggle before the fire up, warm up in the pits. We had to change heads like real quick, so we were rushed up here, but we're ready to go. We're ready to lay one down for the fans and see how this thing goes down Broadway or not.
You say real quick, and I know anything with a race car can be done real quick, but to the normal average person, when you say something like that, what realistically, how much time does that take, and what else do you guys do each and every pass to make sure that you guys are just ready to go on top of some of the big problems?
Good question. Engine comes completely apart, and we turn it around in usually an hour. Sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more, but average about an hour. So we change the heads, take the rods and pistons out of it, put it all back together in about an hour, and we're ready to go.
What do you mentally focus on when you first get into the car? Like, what's your first thoughts when you come up to the tree? Because a lot of people are always like, is there a song in your head? Is there something you say? What do you personally do?
So when I'm staging, pretty much total concentration by then, and take a big breath, turn on that second bulb, top bulb rather, take my foot off the clutch and bump it in, and ready to rock and roll. We're racing at that point.
All right, well, we'll see you around the pits here this weekend. Good luck and all the best out there.
Thanks a lot, Sarah.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, we'll see Dan here in the field altered category in just a couple of moments, as it looks like they're still trying to get Lee Callaway to back up there. Almost looks like he stopped a little bit, and they wanted him to go back a little further.
Yeah, I think he lost track of where the starting line was. He stopped about the spot where the rear tires were at the beam, but not the front ones.
One more pair after this. We'll feature our finalists from the previous event. Meantime, let's find out. Both of these cars very capable. Number 1 spot, a soft 340. And they go to the other end. Nice job. Yeah. To the top they go. How about that? Callaway with a 305.5 and a 314 for Sattenstein. A great side-by-side right there. It looked like Lee decided to just hesitate a little bit at the starting line, let Kyle go ahead and do his thing, and was rewarded with a really nice pass here.
Yeah, 305, 282. That's a nice solid pass for Lee Callaway right out of the box. And Kyle, 314, it looked good, but with Lee just sitting there letting Kyle leave on the start line, it was kind of deceiving when you get down to the other end. I thought Kyle had the better run, but Lee in the right lane, 305.
Nicely done. 305.5.
You got Palmer pulling in here next. That was his car, and I wonder if he heard that and went, huh, really? Okay.
Yeah, we'll let Kristen listen into that one if she gets him upstairs, because that's a career best for him.
Kind of a good look at the slow-mo shot right there, that rear tire just quivering and wobbling a little bit, but not in the shake. It's amazing what those tires will do and keep on trucking down the racetrack.
And that'll bring up our final pair. The two that we saw in the finals at Virginia, Scott Palmer and Gary Pritchett. Pritchett to back-to-back final rounds, going to the final round of the season opener in Galat, where he was able to grab the win. Palmer grabbed the win at Virginia.
Pritchett's car come around the corner. I thought, who's that? New sponsor on the side of that, Cable Enterprises. good-looking race car. I thought, who's in that car? I had to look at the sheet.
Number 1 and number 2 in the points as well. Gary Pritchett, as you would imagine, is our points leader here, going to those back-to-back finals.
305 is a pretty stout run by Lee Calloway. Let's see. These guys have got something to shoot for now.
That's a very legit run. Oh, and we're going to get it over to Sarah. Sarah's with Mad Maxine, I believe, or a story with Mad Maxine that she did earlier.
I think there's many more words than styling. This lady is absolutely hot when she's out there backing up her man on the track. Different outfit for every single time he's out there, and the staging lanes changes. She's out there with him, and she has a great Instagram account. You need to check that out, too. But we're here again back at the races, and I'm always looking forward to your outfits. So how do you decide color, wear, coordination, all of that? Explain to everybody how you put all this together.
So originally, Mad Maxine started out, I was a backup girl for my father-in-law's funny car, and it was blue, so I had my blue boots, signature blue boots. My husband didn't get the memo that he probably should match his backup girl and his father-in-law, so he went with red.
It's a guy thing.
It is, and so he went with red and black for Nitro Bandito. So everything I do for him, I coordinate red, black, and then as far as outfits go, I offset my sparkle. I got to have a little sparkle somewhere. It's cold today, so got my jacket on, got my long pants on.
And you like passing the information along. Like I said, I follow you on your account, and you're teaching other girls who are interested in doing this or how to get maybe into the sport. You're passing that along, and you have so much joy in that. And that's really neat to see that you're encouraging other women to kind of get involved in the sport.
Absolutely. I don't like being the only person. There's not very many women that want to do this, especially after they follow my Facebook page and they're like, wow, I see the beating you get online. I don't know that I would do that. But no, it's a wonderful thing to do. It's great to be involved. I would love to get more women involved. I mean, especially if you're already here, if your husband's racing, it gives you something to do.
Right, exactly. And I know you guys have a special family member in your hearts with you guys this weekend. And she's been doing some backup stuff, too, as well, and kind of been walking through some things. So, again, if you need to look at her account, go ahead and give them your information so they can follow you.
Mad Maxine on Instagram and Facebook. I have a TikTok, too, but I don't ever post on it.
So don't go there. But we'll definitely catch up with her throughout the weekend. Guys, back to you.
Gary Pritchett lined up in the far lane. Scott Palmer here in the near lane. Bulbs on. Here we go. Palmer hits the tires in a big move right there at the finish line for Gary Pritchett. Drives through it, but man, where we're sitting, we can follow the black tracks, and that thing was definitely moving around to the finish line.
Yeah, it was loose early. Looked like about 300 feet out. It started coming loose a little bit, but it kept going, and then Gary stayed with it, and man, when it got down towards the 8th mile mark, I think it was really loose and had his hands full. It'd be interesting to watch this replay. Scott Palmer's car just blew him off right at the hit, and then right there, you see that thing just blew the tires off, but Gary's car, about right here, you see it snapped the front end up. It looks great from there. I mean, I think you look at that angle, you're like, oh yeah, what was the big deal? But from behind, this angle might show a little better. Starts black tracking right there, loose, sliding around, and yeah, no big deal. I made it. That's all it takes.
Yeah, great run here out of him. So let's get it upstairs. Christian Banks one more time has Lee Calloway this time, who just ran a career best.
Lee Calloway, ET of 305 with a 5. That's a career best for you. What are you feeling right now?
Oh, man, it was a great run. I wasn't sure it ran that well, but, there was a little drama up on the starting line. Kyle, he was, we were trying to go in, and one of the starting line officials had to get some people out of the way, so it wasn't nothing he did or I did, but it got both of us probably confused. But really great run. I'm looking forward to making some better runs and hope the weather holds up this weekend.
How do you continue this throughout the weekend?
Well, we'll just always try to improve on that, but that's pretty good. I mean, like you say, it's a career best. I know the car will run a little quicker than that, but we're just trying to go consistent each time we've been out. The cars ran a little bit better each time, and that, we're just trying to get it running and go around at a time and keep moving up in the points.
Well, congratulations, Lee Calloway. We look forward to seeing you later on.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing y'all.
And I'm surprised, as good as his car ran, that Palmer hit the tires right at the step.
Yeah, it was. That was kind of shocking to see Scott's car do that. I haven't seen that very much out of Scott's car. And with the data from Lee's car, you would have thought he would got somewhere close. But go back and take a look. Maybe something went wrong. And
I'm guessing two completely different, well, not completely different, but two different setups that he put in the car.
Yeah, or blowing them off that quick. There's a lot of times something mechanically going wrong, not allowing the clutch department to work correctly. It'll make the move from top fuel to fuel altered. Dave Gallegos, we saw he was listed in the funny car category and the fuel altered, and electing not to run the funny car the first session, going to run the fuel altered.
Of course, the Nitro burning supercharged fuel altereds are always a fan favorite. They are pretty crazy, short wheelbase cars with pretty much no body on them to speak of. They get out of hand. They get a little rowdy. Ryan Hill doing a good job, as you would expect here so far this year, as he's gone to back-to-back finals, holds both ends of the record as well. We'll see him in just a little bit.
A little rematch, Paul Miller and Ryan Hill in the first pair, or the last pair of this first session. Oh, man, once again, we got a throttle hung up on the burnout.
And we believe that Gary Pritchett is up at the top end with Kristen Banks here, as well as, unfortunately, Dave Gallegos not able to make the run here. Let's go to Kristen.
Gary Pritchett, ET of 310 with a 6. Man, you found a lot of success. 2 back-to-back finals. How do you continue it here this weekend?
Yeah, exactly right there. Nice, clean runs, A to B. I've been saying that every time. We're happy. It's clean. Made a big move on me out there, got my attention, but that's what these things will do. They'll catch you when you're least expecting it. You always got to be on your game. We got Coble Enterprises on the car this weekend. We miss you, Sherry. Wish you were here. Lincoln Electric came on board. Goodson and Technicoke. And we're just happy to be out here.
Well, good luck this weekend. We look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you very much.
So he went from A to B. I think there was an A to B and a BA.
Yeah.
You know, so
there was a little sidestep there along the way.
A little chicane at the end. It was definitely a move for sure. Yeah, good for those guys.
Yeah, that's what he said. Get your attention a little bit. Yeah, get your attention a little bit when I made that move out there. Like, oh, hey, hang on.
Mad Maxine will be coming up here in just a moment. I want to know who's online beating her up. She just said she gets beat up online. That's not right. Not everybody love Mad Maxine.
Just out here having a good time, putting on a show. That's what everybody wants to see.
She is part of the show, you
Yeah.
know, great attitude. Goes out here with her kids, and they launch T-shirts up into the grandstands. She's definitely an asset to everything that goes on out here. She makes things better, for sure. Her and her husband do a wonderful job.
Well, let's hopefully somebody here can do a burnout and not have the throttle hang up on them. And
man, 4th time.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever seen this happen 4 times in a session.
Times. Yeah. John Umbloff in the left-hand lane. Got a good little story. Alex Conway works for Matt Hagan. Texted me yesterday and said, hey, by the way, little note, John Umbloff's car is your old car. The last car that I drove for DSR, that is it. John bought that car. Alex helped him put it together and been pretty successful with it. I saw a little research and he won some big races. So I know that car in that left lane go right down this track.
You were probably pretty successful in it.
Yeah, I won a few races in that chassis as well.
Yeah, as of late, he won the 2025 Nitro Chaos at Edgewater in the A field. Anthony Whitfield will line up alongside.
I'm going to guess that rear wing came from DSR as well. Got Mopar on the back of it. I'm going to guess that came off one of the DSR top fuel dragsters. Definitely some good parts in that left lane. Trick Tools on the front wing.
Yeah, good for them, man.
Van Sant's family is very good friends of mine from Iowa. Growing up in Iowa, they're great Iowa people. Great company there, Trick Tools.
Two cool-looking fuel alters. Whitfield with the top bulb on. Here we go. Lost a cylinder at the hit, but he goes from point A to point B, does so in 3.80 seconds. So Umlauf doing a good job.
Yeah, got it down there and ran 500s quicker in the other lane with a hole out from the get-go. And both cars making it to the stripe. I'm not sure it was 100% under power, but both of them getting there, a 380 and a 385. You can see as soon as he hit the throttle, Umlauf got a hole out on the right-hand side, pulled him over to the right, and they will drive it back over a little bit. Right there, a lot of wet pipes out of it. I don't know if it kicked the belt off of it or what, but you can see the thing. Let's see if we can see anything right here. Well, it's got holes on the left side, so yeah. A little work to do to get that thing ready to come back up here for the next session, but
yeah, Whitfield a clean burn too. Oh, that's a good super slow-mo look. Man, look at those rear tires wrinkling up, and you see.
Want to see what it looks like? It's got a whole lot, bunch of fuel coming out of the pipe.
Fuel coming out of the pipe over there.
Hey, what's that up there in the sky? Sunshine.
It's a 385 to a 380, or a 380 to a 385 there. So it's a nice side-by-side there.
Sun's out.
Yeah, sun is out. That's a beautiful thing.
First time today. Let's go out there and get all that data, and then the next session will be totally different.
Oh, Tim Barone turned us sideways in the burnout.
Well, nobody else has got a throttle hung up. There we go. Got it put back. Hey, all right. Man, I've never seen so many throttles hang up on a burnout.
Out of West Salem, Ohio is Tim Barone, so I'm guessing no relation to the famous Barone family that was from the island. Levi Keenan here out of Paris, Illinois will line up in the far lane. Levi doing the tuning as well. Also has Eric Strandberg on the crew, two-time Nitro Chaos winner.
I love the different looks of all these fuel orders. You got some with great big top fuel rear wings on them. You got some with little bitty wings on them. Everybody's, this is still a class of like you get to do what you want. Nothing in this category is spec.
Yeah, and it looks like the car there in the far lane, as you look at it there on program, has a longer wheelbase as well. Keenan first on the throttle and goes a 412. Some issues there for Barone.
Nothing stellar from these two. Just off the start line and shutting off early in the left lane, and the right lane having some issues as well. Holes out on the right side and the left lane.
One more look here. And let's go to the top.
John Umlauf, we were just up here talking. I asked if you're happy with that. You said, kind of shook your head, shook the tires. What expectations do you have for that next session?
We ought to be able to go out and run 350s easy enough. I mean, the track's there. We just didn't account for, smoking tires.
Now we see the sun starting to come out. Do you think that'll help the track out later this afternoon?
I don't know about the track, but it's going to help me out a bunch. I'm not a cloud guy, so yeah. Brian, my crew chief, they'll get it figured out.
Hey, John, I'm not either. I like the sun coming out. It feels a lot better.
Sun, you betcha.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See still a pretty decent breeze out there shooting across as well. As we bring up our next pair here of fuel altereds.
Yeah, that hasn't changed all day. Changed direction a little bit. Not much, but just a touch.
And back to Kristen.
I'm up here with Anthony Whitfield. Anthony, walk me through that pass, and were you happy with it?
Yes, it went 385. It's about what we were looking for, trying to get a good baseline tune-up. The small block Chevy is a little different for the class, but we're out here representing and trying to make a good showing with the little small block.
What went behind this decision to run the small block?
I'm a diehard small block. We bracket race. Then I bought a alcohol blown motor and then transitioned to nitro, and it's been that way ever since.
Love to hear it. Well, we look forward to seeing you later on. Thank you so much, Anthony.
Thank you.
Love it.
As we said, nothing spec about this class.
Right. Shows up with a mouse motor. Brian Cunningham, and he's out of North Carolina there, Peachland, North Carolina. Has been pretty quick. He has been a 4:01 for a personal best. Troy Ray will line up alongside him in the far lane. Troy has competed in the IHRA National Series in a Nitro funny car. Qualified back in 1992 at Cayuga. Okay, we're fuel altered racing.
Yeah.
Laundry out early, grabbed a cone, right hand on a bucking Bronco, man. That thing on and off.
I said the wind was blowing a little to the right, but I didn't know it was going to do that. But yeah, that was. You see the right hand lane. He leaves the start line instantly to the right, out of the throttle, tries to pedal it, not going to work. Left lane.
Tries it a couple more times.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Goes going right. I mean, like, we're by the center line. The chutes are falling out. We're taking cones down. Oh, man.
Look at 3 or 4 times he hit the throttle, front end up in the air. Just angry. They'll go down here and check out the track, make sure everything's okay, of course, and need to get another cone out here and get that glued back into place. So Rat Poison sits back here and waits patiently.
We talked about different wheelbases a little bit ago. This is Dan Pettinato's cars. It's short. You can tell by looking at it, it's short. Pettinato supposed to race
Austin.
Cody Austin.
Yeah.
And we didn't see Jody Austin, and we're not seeing Cody Austin.
Cody Austin going to the final round and actually winning there, and Galat, season opener, comes in here second in the points, just 3 points back.
A quick drag of the track, making sure there's nothing out there from them cones bouncing around. Or blocks, I guess. I still like calling them cones. Not a cone, they're a block. Cone sounds better.
Yeah. And Kristen up top has Troy Ray ready to go. Kristen?
Troy Ray, you just mentioned to me it's a new car. You're still trying to figure it out. Man, how long does it take to get one of these things under control?
Usually it takes a good 10 runs or so, and this is the third run on the car, actually the first full pass on the car. So we've got our work to do. The wheelie wheel is bent now that I look at it, so I've got to figure that out because it's hitting it hard. So it's hard to steer when you don't have the front wheels on the ground.
Right, I would say that. Now, what's your team going to do as soon as they get back to the pits?
We'll drain the oil, check the plugs, just see if we have to pull the motor apart. I don't think we do. It's pretty clean. So just normal service and be ready for second round of qualifying.
All right, well, we'll see you then. That's Troy Ray.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot there. As we continue on here in this first session. Some craziness going on in fuel altereds. That's exactly what we would expect out of this category.
Yeah, so far they're right on cue.
Mad Maxine out there checking out the starting line. She does have some bling on down there with the stilettos, it looks like. Very capable of jogging in those things as well. I don't even know if you call it a jog. I think it's a full-on run. It's quite the talent. Not to mention how sticky it is out there. She makes it look easy, but it would indicate that Ryan is going to be in the right-hand lane when he comes up here. And, of course, for the second qualifying session, they will swap over.
The FOD mat's about to make its way off down there and give him the signal to fire it up.
Nitro Bandito put on quite a show there as we saw that thing yank the front end up at the season opener and wandered over and smacked the wall in a nanosecond. They had a lot of work to do to get back for the final round. They've since had that thing to the chassis shop to get it sorted out and still kind of fighting with it a little bit to get it happy. In the meantime, we're going to watch Dan Pettinato here, who was to line up next to Cody Austin, as Tommy indicated, but Cody Austin not here.
Boy, there's something wrong. That thing did a nice straight burnout. So far, we've seen all these fuel altereds all sideways in the burnout.
He's backing up there as the Oliver and Miller car will roll up into the water box along with the Nitro Bandito. The Rat Poison, of course, the name making reference to the big block Chevy known as the Rat motor. Hence the small block Chevy as the Mouse, the Mighty Mouse. Let's see if Dan Pettinato can get to the other end and do so under power. Looking for a good full pull. Here we go. Wow, looks pretty good, man. A move right there in the middle, but able to drive that one back. Does a nice job here at a 377 and goes to the #1 spot.
That's a career best number for Dan. 378 before, and now 377. Nice solid out of the box run for that team. Great job.
Yeah, real nice job.
And like we said, that was straight as an arrow, but you can see the tracks all over the racetrack.
Well, it's straight for a fuel altered.
Absolutely was. That was perfect. Did a great job of driving it straight down there.
If you ask him if it went straight, I bet he'd say yes.
Yeah, it was nice. Nothing. No flaws at all.
No big deal. Oh, that thing kind of did it haze the tires? And
it bounced a little bit.
It did a little something in the middle there. Watch it again. Well, you tried to drive through a little bit of tire shake, huh?
Yeah, a little something there. A lot of clutch dust out of the back. Dancing that left front wheel. Nice job by Dan to get us to the finish line and put him number 1 right now. 377.205.
Okay, and Sarah Daly once again has been working in the staging lanes and digging up some information with us as well. She's got an update on Lex June. Sarah?
That's exactly right, Ken. We did just get back from the pits. He was in the middle of thrashing, so we talked to his crew chief, which is also his wife. They do have some electrical gremlins in the ignition. So as far as Q2 goes, at this point, they do think they're going to be able to make it. We are going to keep checking back with them, though, however, because they hope to find this problem. And if they don't, then, like we said, they're going to look into some bigger issues. So once again, electrical gremlins in the ignition.
Awesome. Thanks for the update.
Yeah, it was good to know that, what was going on back there. It did not like them not to make the pass. Final pair of fuel alders.
Yeah, that's going to bring the alcohol funny cars back around here as they get ready for their second session.
I didn't think that jacket was part of the outfit. Jacket's off. Paul Miller and Ryan Hill.
Good-looking car, yeah, as we talked about, man. It was a big moment at the season opener. That thing yanked up the front end right at the finish line and darted off to the left, smoked the wall, had to come back and get it taken care of, took it to the chassis shop. They were able to survive and come back the next round, but it was bent. Got it to the chassis shop, got it sorted out, but fought with it a little bit at Virginia. He's going to fight with it here, too. And Miller will drive to the stripe. I was starting to think that Miller's throttle was stuck there for just a second. He drove it through for a minute. 464, and he's going to go to the number 2 spot. Oh, is that right? No, I'm sorry, 316.
Number 5.
Where did I see the 316? That's a 330, 168. So, yeah, 464.
That's 330 time. 464. Good for number 5. Off the throttle, 168 miles an hour. Both of them having issues. These are the cars that were in the final last race.
Yeah. Yeah, they both have a win here on the season. I take that back. Paul Miller has a win on the season.
Yeah.
Won at Virginia. Ryan Hill making it to both final rounds, but is yet to win one.
Ryan having issues right off the starting line. Paul's car pretty lazy when it leaves. Just very lazy, very soft.
That's super slow-mo. Let's go to Kristen.
Dan Petinato, after that first session, you're the quickest in that fuel-altered class. Will you just walk me through that pass?
Yeah, it left pretty good. A little bit lazy, believe it or not, and that track is super tight, so it shook me. It rattled me pretty good, but I was able to drive through it. It went fairly straight, and I got down here, and I thought I could stop without the chutes, and no, so I finally did throw the parachutes. But, yeah, ran pretty good. Thanks. I think we got 8 dry pipes.
Well, what's the game plan for that second session?
We'll go back and hop it up a little bit for the second session and go a little quicker, try to get it at low 70. Be great. Be stoked for that. So, but, man, I'm just here, you know, I'm just glad to be part of this, and it's 58-year legacy of this Rat Poison team. And, I'm second generation. My son Robbie's third generation. We've been doing this since 1969. So thanks for having us. I really appreciate it.
That's definitely special.
Daryl Cuddle, what he's done, and IHRA, what he's done, all the people that pulled us together is a dream come true for us fuel-altered people.
Well, we look forward to watching you later today. Thank you.
So much.
Good for them.
Yeah, with the end of the fuel orders, that's a wrap of the first session. We're into the second session of qualifying with the Trick Titanium Top Alcohol Funny Car class coming up for their second shot at this racetrack. Ryan Stack, who didn't make the call the first time.
Yeah, we saw him go up the return road. I don't know if he got here late and tried to get a run in. They sent him up the return road. Whatever the case, as you talked about, pretty fortunate here. It looks like he will get in one way or the other as long as he turns the bulb on here, but it looks like he's ready to go this time. Bogolo lined up in the near lane. That is Stack in the far lane.
Bogolo having issues on that first shot. 4.13 was his best. Sitting number 7.
Bogolo went to 3 final rounds last year. Unfortunately, did not win any of them, but pretty solid effort to go to 3 finals. And he's going to go to the stripe under power. Nice hit for him. 378 with a 4.
That'll move him up number 4 spot right at the moment. Ryan Stack, on that Aaron right there, you watching the replay, that car almost rolled the beams. And if he'd have rolled the beams and not taken the tree, he wouldn't have qualified for this field. All he had to do was take the tree, and it almost rolled through the beams and didn't get to take the tree. So that really lucky to be able to get that car in the field. I mean, it shook out there. Ryan shut it off, said, okay, it's been a bad day. Let's come back tomorrow. At least we're going to race. Because I hate to tell him, if it had crossed the center line, he doesn't get a run either. So take the tree. All right, we're good.
Bogolo in the near lane. Nice, straight, true pass. To the top we go.
Guys, I'm up here with Paul Miller and Ryan Hill. You guys have fun. I saw something on Facebook this week that said whoever won that first session, the loser has to buy 5 T-shirts and get 5 fans in for free. So, Ryan, are you buying the shirts?
I'm buying the shirts, but we're going to have a rerun because both of us there we were bad. That wasn't the show we promised, but
double or nothing.
We'll run it double or nothing.
All right,
we'll
get more fans in.
We'll
you know what? And we decided right now from Oliver and Miller, we're going to match whatever Hills do to get more fans in. Come enjoy this. Come see the IHRA. Come see it live, and come see the show.
Wait, so that means right now 10 fans or 20 fans?
20 fans.
20 fans.
20 fans, 20 T-shirts.
Yep, we're in. We're going to make it happen for everybody here. This is the best show on earth right now, and you got to come experience it.
Tomorrow morning, we'll meet fans at the gates and make it happen.
We'll meet them at the gate bright and early with my coffee in my hand. I'll be ready to go.
Well, y'all just heard it, and Mad Maxine will be there. Free T-shirts, free entry, 20 fans. We'll see y'all there.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Great stuff. The Fuel Altered gang having a good time for sure, and out here promoting the IHRA. We appreciate everything that they do. So looking forward to that. They'll get some lucky fans in here to have a good time as Joshua Haskett and John Headley back up to the starting line.
Headley had a little bit of issue on the burnout. Wasn't a lot of RPM, and it stuck the tire pretty hard there, but I think he'll be all right. Get it back up to the start line.
Headley currently sitting 7th. Haskett sitting 5th. Number 1 is Chip Beverett.
They're shutting off Haskett. There must be something leaking out of his car. It gave him a sign to shut it off. Too bad for him. He went at 379 that first run. I know he was looking forward to trying to improve on that, but have to wait till tomorrow.
Headley going to the 1,000 foot.
Man, and no chutes. That's not good. This is not going to be good. Come on,
way down the track. Finally, the chutes come out way late. He's going in hot.
Oh, and they got her stopped before it.
Did he get lucky right there?
Woo.
I mean, and the throttle a long ways.
Oh, yeah, he was.
And then way late on the chute. So a good save here to keep that one out of the beach.
That's about as close as you can get without actually going in it. Yeah, I'm not sure if the throttle was hung or he just lost track of where he was at, but he was on the throttle way past the 8th mile mark, almost to the quarter.
And it looked like one of the main chutes is still packed in there. I'm going to see when the chute comes out.
You can watch the blades. They're not even all the way open. Well, they're closed, but it was right about the end of the spray down there, which is clear down track, past the 1,000 foot area.
Both packs back there, and yeah, the left pack came out. I think the right pack never blossomed.
That might have been a panic slap. Reach up and panic, slapping the parachute levers, hoping something comes out, but yeah, he had like 6 or 8 feet left.
I don't know if he has that much left, but he kept it out of the sand, so that'll save the crew a lot of work. At the end of the day, we're just glad he got it stopped. He's okay.
Watching that video, you're looking at the throttle blades. It didn't even look like they were wide open all the way. They were maybe 3/4 of the way open going down the racetrack. And putting somebody else in there. He's like, yeah, no, I'm out. I'm good. He's probably breathing a little heavy about right now. So, yeah, it's like, here's somebody else jumping there. We'll pull it out of here.
Yeah, that's when you'd love to have a heart monitor on somebody and see what that thing spikes up to.
Yeah.
And shame for that car, whatever happened there. Not able to, for Haskett, not able to make the run. Good news is already in the show. Phil Ez and Bruce Mullins waiting patiently back here. Phil Ez currently sitting number 2. Number 1, number 2 in the points. And as they push this car back, fortunately not in the sand, we're going to take a quick break here and help them out, get them turned around, and then we'll fire up our next pair. Stay with us.
Speed Sport 1 is red hot this weekend as the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is back with round 3 at Darana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio. It's the IHRA Spring Nationals. Live coverage on Thursday will be on Speed Sport 2 starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. On Friday afternoon, Speed Sport 1 will pick up the action of Pro Mod and Top Fuel qualifying at 3:30 Eastern. And on Saturday, Pro Mod and Top Fuel finals will begin at 1:30 Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro Top Fuel Dragsters, and Nitro Funny Cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
And we welcome you back here. This is the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're at Darana National Trail Raceway, just outside of Columbus. Welcome to the Spring Nationals. First qualifying session in the books. We are starting qualifying session number 2 here in Top Alcohol Funny Car. John Headley sail it to the other end and lay up just short of Sand Trap.
Just short.
I'm never that lucky when I play golf. Crew member just dove underneath the back of Bruce Mullins' car up here at the starting line. Not sure what they're working on back there.
I'm wondering if they didn't turn the air bottle on and they could hear an air leak back there.
And John Headley, who just went for that ride to the top end of the racetrack, and sounds like he is up there with Kristen Banks. Should be an interesting interview. Kristen?
Yeah.
On TV now.
John, that was a wild ride. Walk me through what happened. It sounded like you're almost on the gas all the way up here at the top end. You blew straight by. You finally got the parachutes out, but you didn't go to the beach quite yet.
No, it's just the automatic shutoffs didn't work, and then felt like the motor was running on something. I don't know what, but it just kept running.
So you weren't on the gas. You weren't trying to get to the beach.
I wasn't trying to get to the beach, no. No, it's just, I probably should hit the kill faster, but I was just trying to pull the brakes and not get to the beach.
Now, after something like that happens, how do you go back to the pits, kind of calm yourself down, make sure everything's all right on the car, and get ready for Q2?
I'm here to have fun. So we just go out and look at it over. Yeah.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing you. We're glad you're all right.
It's all work. Thanks.
And next pair coming up here, Phil Ez and Bruce Mullins. Bruce Mullins, a new body on the car, bought from Follow a Dream Racing Team. Car was running 3 events by Todd Venny.
Got a roots blower on that car.
Yeah, and as documented, has been to the final round. Went to the final round and won it in Kalott, and was super happy to do so. Kind of going against the grain, if you will. All the people that said it couldn't be done with the roots.
I think the hook was set that day. Oh, yeah, I think I'm going to run them all this year now.
Phil, as we talked about, has just been incredible out here all the way through 2025. Making it to every final round, won 4 of the 5, and then went to the first 2 final rounds here. So 7 final rounds, consecutive final rounds working. And both getting after it. I thought I heard somebody pedal it. 379 for Bruce Mullins will be the quicker of the 2 here in that pair, and a 388 over there on the other side for Phil. So I'm guessing it was Phil.
Yeah, looks like Phil's car was moving around a little bit. See on the replay if we can see what was going on. Good early. Was out there, rattles the tire. Looks like he might have pedaled it right there. Still dancing around. Yeah, you can see it right there. He had a quick slap of the throttle. Got back after it, but 388, that's not what Phil was looking for. 379, I'm sure that Bruce wasn't looking for that either.
And out here in the pits, we're joined now by Garen. You guys are sitting pretty nicely in that number 2 spot, but always looking for improvement. So what are you guys working on right now, and how were those first couple of passes for you?
We're working on doing the same thing, keeping the car clean, picking away at it. We'll try and speed it up a little bit this evening and try and improve on our qualifying position.
Overall, weather-wise, it's kind of been a little bit different this morning. It was pretty chilly. We got down to 42, track temp heated up a little bit. Clouds starting to break away. There's always that chance of rain, but that isn't right at this point what it's looking like. So how closely do you guys monitor all that? Because humidity, I've talked to a couple of drivers, that's always an impact part of racing. But, then the sunshine comes out and you're looking at a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, it's still pretty cool out. The track's still cool. Actually, we'd like a little bit of heat in it to help out. These are pretty prime time conditions for us to run pretty fast, and it's not really hot and greasy, as I would say. It's more cool and calm, I guess. So we'll take advantage of it and see what we can do.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time, and we'll see you around the pits this weekend.
Thank you very much. Got a shout out to Dom and Sarah Lagana. They just had a baby.
I saw that.
Yeah, I can't wait to meet Bryce and Lagana.
Yeah, good for them. Congrats to Dom and his new family. So the family just keeps growing, right? All right, guys, back to you.
Congrats to the Laganas on the new addition. Pretty exciting stuff.
Nobody knew another racer was born.
Chip Beverett lined up in the near lane, and the far lane will be one Mr. Mick Steele out of Kodak, Tennessee. Beverett out of Miami. Beverett number 1 at the end of the first session, and Mick number 3.
We watched Mick run a little soft early. I bet he tuned it up a little bit, trying to get away with a little more on the early part of the racetrack and see if he can improve.
He did try to get after it earlier. 366 with a 4. Not going to better his mark here, but the consistency right there. Had he not, that would have been good enough for a number 2 in the category. So looks like Chip Beverett's ready to go.
Yeah, we saw Chip at Richmond go out and make some really solid, consistent runs in qualifying, and he's doing it again this weekend. Another solid 366 to back up a 64 from the first session. Chip's ready for race day. Boy, Mick's car picking their front end way up in the air when it left and just stepped over the edge a little bit. Like I said, he was a little soft early in the run that first session, trying to get after it a little bit this second session. Look at that thing climb the front end up in the air, rattling the tires, smoking them. Just too much for this track today. Man.
Phil is too soft on the first one, too aggressive on that second one. How do you find the happy medium?
We'll just have to go back and look at the data. Les will take care of it and make some adjustments, I'm sure. But it felt like it was on a really good run. It picked the front end up, man. As soon as I got up there real high, it just shook, and I pedaled it some, and I just shut it off. It's done, you know.
Hey, now it's early in the day. You're not used to it. You're already done for the day. What is Phil going to do?
We got to do some maintenance. We'll get the car ready for tomorrow, so we're going to do all that. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do.
All right, I thought you were about to go celebrate.
Yeah, we're going to celebrate later, maybe.
That's Phil Ez.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll enjoy that. Plenty of time to take care of the car here, grab some dinner, get a good night's sleep, come back here and be ready for race day.
When's the last time we saw Phil Ez not starting on race day 1 or 2? It's 3.
Yeah. I don't think he's too concerned right now.
Seemed really shook up about it.
Yeah. He's focused. You know how that deal goes. The Fink-owned car pulls up to the near lane or left lane, and in the far lane will be Brandon Greco as we switch over to Top Alcohol Dragster.
Both of these cars aren't in this program right at the moment. Jackie Frick, recent winner, won this race here a year ago and not in the field. Got to get it down the racetrack and get qualified. Greco, same way. Both these cars struggled that first session. 11 cars here. This is number 10 and 11.
Yeah, as I remember, I want to say Jackie turned that thing completely sideways.
Yes, she did. It's a good thing the lanes are as wide as they are because the dragsters are long. She was taking up all of it sideways. Memory serves me right. She wasn't qualified in Virginia and got it put in the program and went on to win the race.
She only needs one hit. And there it is. She's safely in the show right now. How about that? Nicely done. A 352 with an 8 to a 354 with a 4. Nicely done for Jackie. She jumped up to the number 2 spot. Brandon Greco to the number 4 spot. That puts Hinderberger out and Sackman out.
Yeah, under pressure, nice move by that team. No big deal. We'll just get it right down through there and go up to number 2 spot. But you got to be nervous coming into that second session with outside the field, trying to get in, and then be able to go to number 2 position. And shows you how confident that team is in their tune-up in that car. So great job by both those teams.
Beverett, 2 back-to-back quickest qualifiers. How does that up your confidence going into this weekend?
Oh, man, it not only ups your confidence, it just helps solidify all we do to be here. We work so hard. We spend a lot of money, but this is great. My crew chief, Aaron Roshan, my team, they're doing everything right. You know, the drivers like to say all we got to do is drive, but that run was nice, straight, easy, so it was good.
What's it going to take to see Chip in the finals again this weekend?
Honestly, with the car they're giving me, if I just do my job, we got a great shot of winning. Yeah.
Hey, that's easy. Just go do your job,
Chip.
Do your
job. Yeah, now you sound like my crew.
Thank you so much. That's Chip Beverett. We're going to go talk to Sarah Daly and see what she has.
Sounds good. I'll see you guys.
All right, joined now by crew chief Chuck Don, and he is here for Cody Austin. But you guys have had a couple of gremlins. We're just sitting here chatting about it. Started kind of back in Virginia. Now you're working through some problems, and you think really the start was maybe some cylinders.
Yeah, I know. In Virginia, you know, going into that final, we blew a burst panel and lost 2 holes. We thought, you know, didn't know till we took home, tore it down, didn't find a thing, and got here, got it all put back together, went to fire, no fire. You know, and here we are going to Q1. Everybody got to go. It wasn't going, so started troubleshooting. Checking on resistance here. Everything's checking. Finally got down and got to looking. I thought, well, maybe something wrong with the mag. So I pulled cap and rotor off, went to turn it over to put it on top dead center. Rotor ain't turning. So that's telling me I either lost the oil pump drive shaft or I lost the belt and the drive mag. So I found my gremlin.
Right. Well, that's a good thing you narrowed it down, but technology is constantly changing in the racing world, and you're getting all this data thrown at you. How do you and the guys in the crew have a healthy discussion? And I say healthy respectively because I'm sure when things are under pressure and you're thrashing, it's not always a healthy conversation.
They are. It can get tense. Everybody knows in this deal, especially when things ain't going good, and, you know, we're number 2 in points. We don't want to lose that. Right. So things was thrashing, and sometimes it's better just, I sent the guys go get cheeseburgers. Leave me alone a minute.
All right, sounds good. Food's always the answer, right?
There you go.
Guys, back to you.
Sackman and Harris lined up here. Neither one are in the show. And lined up on the right-hand side, Harris with a nice hit here. He puts a 362 on the board. That'll be good enough to get him up into the show.
Number 7, or see,
in the number 8
number
spot.
8 spot. Oh, man. Get her in. Good news. You're in, but you're not in very good. Matt Sackman able to go down through there, improve on his first run, put himself number 3 after this run right here. So both these guys are in for now. Let's just make sure that Ryan can stay because Jamie Noonan's on the outside, so is Tom Fox. So those guys have to try to get in. Man, this is tough.
Jackie, a nice second qualifying run. You've been finding a lot of success in this car. What is it?
The guys, the preparation, the fact that last week we stayed out in 43-degree weather because the fire station at home is using our race shop. So we changed engines last week in like 43-degree weather. My guys are so diehard. Whatever you ask them to do, they're there. They show up. Good, bad, or indifferent, and I have the best team in drag racing. Everybody says that, but we race as a family. You know, great crew, Evan, Al at home, Amy, we have Chad this weekend, Jeremy that gets the truck there, and John, of course. They're all never say die. Everybody's all in. It's a great feeling. I smoked the tires Q1, and I was looking square at Jamie Noonan, and they come down here. Good job of driving. Most people would have been like, what were you doing? You know, they always have my back, so it's really nice.
Well, congratulations on a great first day. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Jackie.
Thank you. Hopefully a lot.
And here we go as we continue on this second session. Top Alcohol Dragster, and there is a bump here. Ryan Harris currently sits on it at 362.9. Just got in on that last pair, and now it's going to be Tom Fox and Eric Hinderberger. Now both of these are outside looking in, trying to get in. So that bump of 362 with a 9 is the performance mark that they need to better if they're going to get into this show.
Yeah, the Alcohol Dragster category putting on a good show here.
Yeah, they are.
Qualifying's tough.
Yeah, and it's worth a mention here that Tom Fox last time out, 365.3. So, I mean, not far away, right? Just a couple of hundreds.
Yeah.
And Eric Hinderberger as well, 366. So both of these cars just need to pick up a little bit. And we'll see if they can get in.
You look at the qualifying sheet, you got guys like Rich McPhillips Jr. Won a race already this year. He's number 7 at the moment.
Yeah. And depending on what these two here, he could be out.
He could be out.
Both get after it. Way over by the center line goes Hinderberger, but he stays in the throttle. Hinderberger goes a 385, a 356 for Fox. That will be good enough to get into the program. Hinderberger not able to do so. Did not better his 366.
Good news is, Tom, you're in the show. Bad news, you're on the bump.
You're on the bubble.
And Jamie Noonan is yet to run.
I was just going to say, 2 of the 3 have already run. But Jamie Noonan's a real problem there for Tom Fox. We know that car is very capable, has already been our #1 qualifier at both of our previous events here this year.
Ryan Harris, he got in the pair before, got bumped out that pair, and these guys are throwing down. It's serious. You gotta step it up. These guys are just barely getting in the field. That's the problem. You need to get way in the field.
Speaking of Jamie Noonan, coming up here next in the Noonan Products Top Alcohol Dragster category. He'll line up alongside of Rachel Curl. Just saw him take the blanket off the front of that dragster as well. Looks like they kept the blanket up there over the front of the dragster where the fuel cell is. You would think typically they would want to keep it cooler, but it is cool out. It is cool outside.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, they're keeping the blanket on. Keep a routine. Just keep it the same. That blanket's to keep the sun off the tank area, to keep the heat from rising, and try to keep that fuel cold.
Randy Meyer with the water hose in hand as he preps the water box for his daughter.
They give him all the important jobs.
He's just a workhorse, man. Whatever needs to be done, that's what's next on the list. Doesn't matter who it is.
Well, we know Rich McPhillips Jr. is going to race because he's number 7. It's a matter of whether it's going to be Tom Fox or Jamie Noonan.
A couple of nitro-injected cars here. So Dave just pointed to a rule that I was not aware of, but the fuel has to be no less than 50 degrees by rule.
Need it cool. They just don't want you to get too cool.
Then you can squeeze some more in.
Burns better when it's cooler.
McPhillips rolling up here in just a moment as well. But first, we will take a look at Jamie Noonan. Jamie Noonan not in the field as we speak right now. He's in the far lane. Went to the final in Galat, has been #1 qualifier to 2 previous events. We know the car is very capable. The fact that he is outside looking in is shocking. Both cars side by side to the stripe, 355 to 352 for Jamie Noonan, and Jamie Noonan is safely in now, the #2 spot, and the 355 on the other side there, that will be good for the #8 spot. I'm sorry, that was Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel good for, she'll hang on to that 54, so she'll hang on to her previous 54. She's good to go.
Yeah, Jamie Noonan and Jackie Frick, both of them were on the outside looking in. They both went 52s and went #2 spot, knocking Jackie back to the #3 spot. Both those guys, Jackie and Jamie, both doing a great job. Nice, great. Oh, look at the slow-mo shot of that thing shake the tires. Whew, what a great shot. Wheels back up, charging.
Matt Sackman, you're sitting in the staging lanes. You get bumped out, so you know that this run has to count. How do you mentally keep yourself level-headed?
I mean, the tune-up's already in the car. Everything's ready to go already. It's just, I don't know, just try not to do anything dumb, don't make any mistakes, and just try to get the car to the finish line, and hopefully that's good enough to get us in the 8-car show.
What's your game plan for round 1 tomorrow?
Well, I'm assuming we're going to stay in, but yeah, we'll see how the ladder shakes out and who we got, and then we'll just kind of go from there and see what the weather does.
Yeah, I think you're pretty safe right now. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. It turned out to be a really nice day. So we'll see what my teammate Rachel did over there, and hopefully we can get both these cars running good for tomorrow.
Well, we look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's in now. I think the field's set. Now it's just a matter of pairing them up.
Field is set. We'll see if Rich McPhillips can alter the order here, along with Joey Severance.
They've got a fuel leak on Rich McPhillips' car. They're trying to get it tightened up really quick. All good.
Severance currently sitting number 1. McPhillips with low ET at the season opener. Very capable car. Does a real short burnout here. And he'll back that one up, but very, very capable. Those guys have won so many races over the course of many, many years. So don't count McPhillips out here.
Yeah, if nothing changes right now, Joey Severance number 1, McPhillips number 8.
Yeah,
we're going to face off first round.
Yeah, exactly. Exciting pair here, but that could all get changed up right here.
I'll call Dragster field right now is 348 to a 355. Pretty tight field for these guys.
Yeah.
56 didn't make the show.
.46.5 to the top of the charts goes Severance. He was already there, but he made it even tougher for anybody else. So a 350 with a 9. So nicely done there by McPhillips as well. So he'll move up. So,
up to the number 2 spot.
Number 2 spot. So
he's
like, the only time I'm going to see him is in the final round. That's
right.
How that's going to work.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we're not racing each other first round. We're getting this over right now. You can really tell this right here off the start line. The injected car versus the alcohol car. Man, look at that thing having the front end. Rich McPhillips' car had the front end up almost at the finish line. Almost way down track, that thing picks the front end up. Watch it. Dancing, picks it. Woo! That'll get your attention.
That thing's bowing up in the middle, too, man. Pretty cool.
That's impressive. Great job. Didn't flinch, just stayed with it.
Jamie Noonan going into round 1 in that number 3 spot. How's your car running right now?
It's been running awesome all year this weekend. But this weekend, the first hit, we shook the tires, so we're a little cautious on that second qualifier. We just need to make sure we get in the field. So, I mean, we definitely could have ran a little quicker, but we just wanted to make sure we're in the field right now. So,
what can we expect from you in that first round tomorrow?
I'm sure the boys can get a 40 out of it, no problem, like 40-something. So I'm pretty confident. I just need to get my lights sorted on the start line and then try and just move forward.
All right, well, you did just that. We'll see you, Jamie.
Thanks, guys.
And, of course, we thank Jamie for sponsoring this category with the Noonan Products Top Alcohol Dragster category. Just a solid player, currently sitting number 3 after qualifying number 1 at the first two events. So it's a stacked field, as Tommy was saying right there, a 46 to a 54. And Jeff Chatterson has a chance to better that. Well, I guess it'll end up at a 54 no matter what, as Brandon Greco would be the next one in line. But Chatterson currently sitting on the bubble with a chance to change that.
Yeah, look at Severance, 46. But then you got a 50, a 52, a 52, a 53, a 54, a 54, a 54. That's a pretty tight field.
Yeah, real tight field. We know McPhillips has a little bit more in it, so there's a 40 inside of that car. Noon and Comfortable, there's a 40 in that car. Frick, I guarantee you, has a 40 in that car. It's going to be an exciting day of racing come tomorrow.
Yeah, Sackman and Krull, we both know both those cars, Randy Myers, can run the 40s.
Yep. Good, solid field of top alcohol dragster. Putting on a show.
We've seen a bunch of them struggle that first session. They went back to pits and looked at a bunch of data and went, okay, we'll fix this. They're putting on a great show this second session.
Chatterson with a message there. Hashtag send it for Bobby. Final adjustment there, and obviously the left hand up there just in driver's view to let them know, hang on. Taking care of something here. And then the finger to go ahead. It's all you. And the Nitro car goes a 355, well, not better on his previous 354 with a 7.
Another solid, consistent running. I mean, 0.08 of a second between number 1 and number 8. Great show by the alcohol guys. Just nice and straight. Got something to work with for tomorrow? Check in to Kristen at the top end and talk to our number 1 qualifier, Joey Severance.
Joey Severance, what a pass. Put you at the top, quickest qualifier. How does that sound to you?
Sounds great. Car's running really good. Picked up a little bit that run. We were trying to go a little bit quicker, but we're really happy with that. Got to say hi to everyone back at Woodburn Drag Strip. They're not racing this weekend, but I'll be home and we'll keep them going, give them a place to race.
Are you telling me you got a little more in it for next round?
Well, we always like to think so, yes.
Well, we look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, next round will be first round. He'll take on Chatterson, who's qualified in that number 8 spot, and it's not going to be a gimme.
You ask any drag race, you got more in it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a lot more in it. That was just scratching the surface. Everybody out here is pretty confident. And I'm pretty sure, yes, Joey Severance, that car runs really well. So, going to be a great show tomorrow for Alcohol Dragster.
I see the leathers and a helmet. I'm thinking Nitro Harleys. Not convinced of that. It might be sleds.
Could be sleds, yeah.
And at the top is one tough Rich McPhillips, who put one together, and sitting number 2.
Rich McPhillips, can we expect a show in that top alcohol dragster class? Because, man, it's competitive.
I don't want to be biased or anything, but we by far have the most competitive, best class in IHRA right now. I mean, the cars show up. They're all top-tier cars. Every round's important. I mean, it's impressive what I think we're doing, and it's impressive what IHRA is giving us a great track, even fighting weather and all the rest. It's a fun place to be. The track's good. The people are good. Everything's just jiving, and we're keep rolling. Hopefully the 350, we wanted to go a little faster, but we'll see what we got for tomorrow. And I want to say hi to Ashley and her mom, and they're having a baby shower this weekend. So I got a house the last race. Now I got a baby coming in July. So I got all kinds of news.
Do you know if it's a girl or boy?
Keeping it a secret. We're not finding out.
All right, that's the way to do it. Well, we look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you. Wish me luck.
Know what they say. 10 fingers and 10 toes. It's all good, man.
Another drag racer coming. He needs to win. Got a baby on the way. No pressure or nothing. That's good to see. Good family. Known him for a long time back in the alcohol day. Raced alcohol back in the day with these guys. So let's check in with Sarah. She's got Robert Davis.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're down here in the staging lanes with Robert Davis. A couple of maybe not your best passes out there, struggling just a bit, but you smiled and said, we got still got some time to figure it out.
Yeah, Q1, we just got a little aggressive on it, and we tested on Wednesday, had some good short times, and just got a little aggressive on the track earlier. We should be good on this one, so I'm pretty confident.
Any minor changes that you made out there to make the track a little more comfortable for you?
Nah, just a little tune-up change, so nothing major. Like I said, it was just self-inflicted. It wasn't nothing with the track, so it was. We should be okay though on this one.
pretty calm, cool, and collected. What kind of goes through your mind once you get in the car all strapped in and pull up to that tree?
Honestly, just that I don't screw it up. So everybody else does a good job. So as long as I don't do anything stupid, then we should be okay.
All right, that sounds good. Well, thanks for the insight. We'll see you around.
Thank you.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just call it the way it is. "39th running here of the Spring Nationals with the IHRA. Loaded up with history, as we talked about our very own Tommy Johnson Jr. getting his first win in top alcohol funny car back in '87, I believe it was. Going back to 2007 Spring Nats, Phil Ez, Jackie Frick, Jason Harris, all raced together in top Dragster. So pretty cool stat there, courtesy of my buddy Dave. Nice stuff.
Lights are flashing. It's a good sign.
Yes, it is.
It's warmed up a little out there, 65 degrees.
One of the tough players in the Pro Modified category.
And joined now by Randy Weatherford. I'm not trying to interrupt your snack time here and get a little sugar high before you get
I got to get a little sugar high, you know. This track is kind of narrow. Got me a little nervous, so I'm sucking on a sucker right now, trying to get my nerves down.
All right. Well, in all honesty, besides your nerves, what else have you guys changed to the car to modify, maybe boost it up just a bit out there?
That run that we made up there, it was pointed to the right a little bit in the right lane, and it went to the right. So this we just got to point straight. It'll make a good, clean run. Should put us up in the top of the field. That's all we're looking for, a good, clean run this time.
That's usually what counts when it gets to the end of it. Coming into this, when you get up to the tree, staging lights, and you get all focused, is there anything particular that you like to think about?
Just hope I got some nitrous on this thing, and it's turned on, because it's going to be a ride, boys.
All right, sounds good, guys. Back to you.
Rob Lowe Jr. and Sr. side by side, both sleds very capable and way headed towards the wall. There was Rob Lowe Sr.
I know this has been a theme today, guys, but you don't have to continue it. I mean, way over to the right up against. I've never seen one of these sleds get that far out of the groove.
495 at 108. That one's usually up in the 145 mile per hour range. Very, very capable. Rob Lowe Sr. actually holding the, I should say a little bit more than that, holds the mile per hour record at 164. So give you a good indicator of how fast these things are.
Whew.
Marshall and Neeson lined up beside each other. And how about Marshall sails it through at 151, 473 there. So a nice hit out of our sleds. No wing on the back.
Yeah.
A little downforce in the back. Yeah. I doubt if it sees much there with the rider in front of it, but it looks cool.
Yeah, it's all about the look sometimes. It looks good. Some of these sleds are really trick looking. There's some awesome paint jobs on them. I like this one over here, this iridescent one. The relevant sunglasses on that thing. Relevant sunglasses sponsor in this class.
Look at that thing, man. I've not seen that one before.
Yeah, man, look at that. It's beautiful.
Perfect look for something that's sponsored by Relevant Sunglasses, right?
Absolutely.
You need some sunglasses to look at that thing. That's pretty wild.
We got bedazzled ones. I mean, these things get it.
Yeah, Anthony Meny sitting back here to the left with a yellow sled, yellow and black sled, blue stripes on it. He has been the class of the field. It is violent. Looks like Relevant also helping out our competitor here as well as they put the starter in there and get it fired up. Lined up in the far lane. That is
Travis Neeson.
Yeah, it's Travis Neeson. We saw Jamie Neeson before. This is Travis and Jacklich alongside John Jacklich. Jacklich is going to be the quicker of the two as he goes 498.
That thing made a move on him on the top end, too. He gathered it back in, but right about the finish line, that thing went left.
Well, there's 3 sleds in the 4s here, up over 140 miles per hour. Neeson tucked in behind. Cruise up there to the top and get off of the track as they fire up our next pair that will feature. Going to feature Anthony Meny, who has been in both finals, along with Rob Lowe Sr., who's been in both finals. Anthony has won both of them. So our points leader lined up in the near lane. The Baines backed machine, yellow, black, and blue. And then that is the sled in the far lane that Tommy was talking about. Iridescent colors there. Wherever the sun is hitting it, seems to be a different color. Pretty wild looking.
Decent punches. Yeah, I don't know what color you'd call that. Silver, but kind of all different.
Depending on where you're looking.
Yeah.
Meny's going to do what Meny does and puts a 478 on the board, 158 miles per hour. And my guess is there's a little bit left inside of that one.
Yeah, he's just cruising this weekend.
But that's a really nice hit. He is our ET record holder to 435. Very consistent sled and a very capable rider.
Whew.
And speaking of
that was
Lowe,
that was way
that was
over
that was Rob Lowe
yeah.
right there in that first pair. Went way over to the right-hand side. Next couple of pairs there with the Neesons in the right lane, and then of course we sent down our final pair there as well, where we saw our points leader come out, and Anthony Meny. Speaking of Rob Lowe Sr., who got over there by the wall, let's go up to the top and talk to him.
Rob Lowe Sr., we were just talking about it. I think they just showed it again. You went pretty close to that wall. Walk me through that pass right there.
Well, it came out great. You know, I'm trying to qualify decent, so I want to hold as long as I could, but it went a little too far, so we brought it back. Had to let out of it, so we'll stick at it. Hopefully, eliminations will get to going straight again. So
now you're no stranger to the finals. What is it going to take to see Rob Lowe Sr. in the finals again here this weekend?
Well, it's just working hard at it, getting the sled going straight now. We've been struggling a little bit with the way it's running. I think I got that solved now, so we just need to work on suspension. So.
All right, well, we'll see you later on. That's Rob Lowe Sr.
Thank you.
Yeah, those things are a handful, much like the bikes. You know, they've got that big wide track in the back, but it picks those front wheels up to a large degree. They're very, very difficult to steer under power. I mean, pretty much like every car out here.
Yeah, hard to make a move when the front end isn't planted down hard. But you see him leaning on those things. And
yeah, way more grip on the back than there is in the front.
I think they're wishing him one direction or the other once in a while.
Probably a lot of that, as you say, for sure. We're going to drag the track here. They just did a quick spray, so probably once up and once back. While they do that, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back with more exciting action in the second round of qualifying.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And welcome back to Darana Raceway in Ohio. And we're getting ready for some more action here on the drag strip. But first, we have Bubba here to talk about what's going on this weekend and how you plan to just improve, I guess, with each pass as you get out there.
Got to do a little better. I mean, we ran good the first round. Car shook a little bit on me, got out of the groove, but it done good. It turned out to be a pretty nice day today. The weather looking terrible, but it's turned out to be pretty nice today.
Yeah, we've talked about the weather to a couple of other folks, and some say the same thing, some don't, but I know as it gets later in the day and nighttime comes out that humidity and things do play a difference. What do you usually keep an eye on when weather changes?
Pretty much the humidity, density, altitude. I think we're done for the day today, so, I mean, what we got now is what we're going to be racing at, and I feel like tomorrow is going to be about the same conditions as we're in today.
And what do you do at night when you guys get to wind down? Because you're going to have the rest of the day into the evening just to kind of chill out.
We always hope we just get to hang out and eat and drink sweet teas, but, you know, anything happens to the car, I mean, unfortunately, we'll fix it tonight and get it ready for first round tomorrow.
Food of choice. Any food of choice that you could have here when you're out here in the pits at night when you really don't have to thrash away?
My food of choice is steak. My wife gets on to me all the time. She said I could eat a steak every night, and that's true, I could.
All right, well, we'll see if she cooks one, or maybe she'll take you out for a nice dinner after you guys win something.
That sounds good. Thank y'all.
All right, thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. We'll see how things go for him in the second. You like steak?
Yeah, I like steak.
Yeah.
Yeah, he laid down a really nice pass, 355 that first session, and got about a tenth of a second on number 2. I'd say it ran pretty good. He seemed like it was like, it's okay. Always room for improvement.
Yeah, I thought that 55 was very solid for sure.
Yeah, it looked pretty good when everybody else was in the 60s. Sun going away now. The clouds rolling back in.
Yeah, but it's a pretty big swap, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, fortunately for these guys, this is exactly how it was when they were out here last time, so should be similar, I would think.
Track depth's up to 102. I'm sure that has a lot to do with that sun being out there for quite a while on it.
It's a good bit different than it was earlier. I think it was 73 degrees when we got going this morning.
Grip's about the same. Humidity's about the same. Just a little warmer than it was earlier today, but track temp quite a bit up from that sun out on it. You'll see it drop pretty fast, too. It doesn't take very long, and it'll lose some temperature pretty quick. You'll be watching them chase that track temp versus tire pressure. You see a lot of rear tire pressure air changes on those cars. Monitoring that track temp, you'll base the rear tire pressure off of track temp.
Yeah, I saw some of those numbers there. Humidity, man, I'm surprised. I just really feel like the humidity would be higher, but it's 45%. I mean, unbelievable. 65 is what the temp is outside, and it feels like it's in the 50s. So density altitude at 1864. Grains at 43, so there's some horsepower out there that's available. Cool conditions. We're going to go into Outlaw Pro Mod. Just for the record, you should know that there's zero
John Vergatz had issues that first session with the nitrous explosion, and it's good to see you get that car fixed and back up here for Q2. With a pretty big boom out of that thing that first session. Saw the flash of fire out of the hood scoop.
Paul Gibbs said he was running 2 cars when he saw 1 car in that first session, right? I mean, wonder what happened there with that second car.
Well, and he had issues with this car in the first session. So.
Yes, he did. He needs to get down the track here. And they were tinkering with an 8-car field here, but have decided it's going to be an all-skate. And a look at the points here for the Outlaw Pro Modified category with Randy Weatherford up top, followed up by Bubba Stanton, Cam Hensley, Jason Scruggs, Hank Stubbs. Frankie Taylor, unfortunately, not with us here this weekend. I believe his granddaughter, as it is graduating. I think his granddaughter is graduating, and he wanted to go to that. Chevy Reeves, as we talked about with that beautiful 1970 Chevelle. We'll see them in just a little bit. In the meantime, let's get going here with John Vergatz.
Like that look of that, with that flag up on top of the car. Good looking car.
Oh, great looking hot rod, no doubt. Hoping for a better effort here, as last time he was not able to get to the stripe under power. See if he can get a better run out of the Camaro. He will be on a single.
That's a lot better.
Oh, man,
bang.
it banged that right at the very end, too. But, man, did it yank the front end back up halfway through. Puts gets a number on the board. I mean, a decent number, 372, 193 miles an hour, and ate itself up there towards the end.
Yeah,
372 is going to put him right in the middle of the field, and he didn't get all of it.
Yeah, look, everything looked really good. I thought, well, that's way better. Everything looks really good. And right before the finish line, you see a little flash out of the pipes, and then kaboom.
I don't know how much quicker he would have gone. I mean, it happened right at the stripe. But
probably killed a lot of the mile per hour. ET doesn't usually affect too much, but the mile per hour is going to be falling way off. But yeah, he's got something going on there that they're going to have to go back and they got it further down the racetrack this time. Just need to get just a little further and past the finish line, and just a tough break for them. John Sullivan and Paul Gibbs, our next pair. John Sullivan also having issues that first session. Car would not stay running. Did the burnout, the thing died, and they got it pushed back, got it fired up, got it staged, and went to leave the starting line, it died again. So hopefully they've got those issues fixed as well. And I don't think they do. That has got to be some sort of an electrical issue or something where as soon as it hits the throttle and it just instantly shuts all the power off and shuts the thing off. Brandon Pez helping out that team. And okay. And the problem is there's no really testing for that. You know, you can fire it up in the pits. It seems to idle fine. Everything's fine. Then you come up here and hit the throttle on track and shuts off. So. Well, what's Paul backing out for now? I guess Paul Gibbs having some issues as well. These guys are having a rough go this session. Man, Paul's having a tough day. Made the first run with this car and had some issues on the run. We saw all the fuel coming out of the pipes and wasn't able to make it up here with the Pro Mod car, and then comes back up and this thing never did fire. Currently, those cars are number 10 and 11.
Yeah, man. What a struggle. And felt like he had a pretty decent high rod last time we were out of Virginia.
Well, we'll try a different pair. See if we can get two of them to start and go down the racetrack. Robert Davis and David Brinkley. We saw Brinkley the first time in Q1. That's the first time we've seen that team out here. That thing left the starting line and made a right-hand turn on him. Shut it off. Beautiful looking Corvette.
Yeah, that Corvette is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, they always get creative and come up with something new, and you wonder where all the designs possibly come from. But that thing is, yeah, I mean, one's just as beautiful as the next, and that one is gorgeous. Certainly, if you're a fan of patriotic stuff, and I'm certainly one of those. Great design.
Got more issues again in the right-hand lane. Trying to get the car running. There's something going on. You see him looking down in there, and not sure exactly what's happening here.
Looking back in there intently here.
I see some liquid on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not fuel coming out of it.
Robert Davis entry there.
Time is running out, so I think he's over. Yeah, they're pushing him off.
It's done. What a shame. Davis currently sitting number 8th. Fortunately for him, we are told it's going to be an all skate in this field.
Yep, all run. We'll base it off a 16-car ladder. Be 11 of them come up here for the first round.
Robert Hayes with the build on that beautiful Patriot Corvette. David Brinkley behind the wheel.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, he was sitting number 9. Will go a 370 here with a 0. So nice hit for him. Jumps up to the number 4 spot.
Nice solid run. You can hear the thing, RPM's not changing a lot going down the racetrack. I think he, after coming out here the last time and blowing the tires off and getting out of the groove, he just softened it up a little bit and get it down the track, get a number on the board. But nice, solid, straight run this time. Randy Westford and Chevy Reeves. Chevy, that good-looking Chevelle. Randy Westford's so strong in this category and Pro Mod. Both his cars run extremely well. Sarah's interview with him shortly ago that Randy always seems to be pretty laid back. Nothing gets him too excited. Every now and then you'll see him get a little wound up on the other end when he's being interviewed by Kristen, but man, most of the time he's just chill. Got to be pretty confident the way his cars run. He talked about how it was lined up crooked last time, went off to the right, so.
Yeah, if he gets one put together, we know he'll go to the top of the charts right here. On the other side, Reeves.
Still struggling to get that car off the starting line.
Yeah, man, they've just not found the happy spot with that Chevelle just yet. Keep digging at it. That's all you can do. The tenacity, pick away at it, baby steps, and suddenly you get yourself in the window. See down there on the front of that left front fender in the Hartz Charger, using the centrifugal charger. Centrifugal on the other side as well with Nitros. Chevelle made a big move towards the center line. He tried to hang on to it here. Weatherford will go to the other end, and he puts a 3:58 on the board. That's good enough to jump up to the number 2 spot behind Bubba Stanton.
Yeah, nice solid pass. Randy sticking that car in the 50s with Bubba Stanton. 1/10 of a mile an hour better than Bubba. So you know it's there. The car just lost a little bit early in the run. That's where Bubba got his because the speed's about the same for both cars. And solid run for Randy Weatherford.
Yeah, look at the 60-foot time for Reeves. Just in comparison, Weatherford put a .925 on the board. He was .942. So, I mean, Reeves got the front half of that thing, or at least the launch is pretty happy, but it went to the left immediately.
Yeah, they're getting there with that car. It's finding the happy spot. They just quite haven't found the happy spot with it yet. Here comes another car doing double duty this weekend. Another driver, Peter Norton, running his new car in the Outlaw Pro Modified category, running his Old Faithful and Pro Modified.
Yeah, Peter Norton sitting number 4 right now with a 366 alongside Cam Hensley's 370. It's got him in the number 6 slot. We talked about Cam Hensley, of course, coming out and making it to the final, grabbing a win at the season opener in Galat.
Peter Norton running this car this weekend, trying to iron out the new bugs in the new car.
Waiting for Hensley to pull up to the starting line here.
Yeah.
Here he comes. I love the colors on that thing, too. I love them all, man.
Yeah,
they all look good.
It's hard to pick a favorite. And you go, oh, I love that one. No, that's my favorite. No, I like this one
As
better.
soon as the next pair pulls up, I've forgotten about the previous pair, and I want those. Hensley leaving a little bit early. That won't matter here. And on the right side, Norton driving all over the place. Puts a 362 on the board. I'm sure would love to see a 50, but a nice hit there to get into the 60s. Nicely done for Norton. Will better his mark a little bit. Jumps up to the number 3 spot.
Yeah, see on the replay, Cam Hensley leads a little too soon, but that doesn't matter in qualifying. But the early numbers on Cam's car, he was a couple hundredths ahead all the way down until something going away and shutting the car off right there. And Peter Norton driving on down through there to 65. But
based on those early numbers, had a 60 working, maybe
60.
a high 50. Yeah.
Here comes the man, Bubba Stanton, your number 1 qualifier at the moment.
For everybody watching here on Speed Sport 2, we will be switching over to Speed Sport 1 in just about 2 minutes, right at the bottom of the hour.
Bubba Stanton's interview just a little bit ago. It was okay. There's plenty more in it. We'll fix it. We'll get it right. He's out here with a 355 with an 8 that first session. I'd say, yeah, that's pretty good.
Reister and Stanton line it up. Reister currently sitting number 4. That nitrous entry. Ooh, bright. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to National Trail Raceway, Darana National Trail Raceway. It is stop number 3 here on the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, and we are excited to go racing. In fact, qualifying already taking place in the middle of our second session. Hello, I'm Ken Stout. That is Tommy Johnson Jr. right alongside. This is the 39th running of the Spring Nationals here with the IHRA, an event that you're pretty fond of, my friend.
Won my first IHRA National event back in '87 at the Spring Nationals in Bristol, Tennessee then.
Yeah, very, very exciting. And, of course, the tradition lives on. This is a very rich tradition as well with the Spring Nationals. So we look forward to this one. The weather, we have some weather looming in the area, but it's been good so far. But we've had overcast. We've had some phenomenal numbers. Certainly, once again, out of Mountain Motor Pro Stock, we were thinking it'd be a little bit soft because there's some moisture in the air, but not the case, man. A bunch of 4.0s already.
As long as we keep that moisture up above and not on the ground, we've had great racing weather conditions. The numbers have been outstanding. I didn't think we would see some record numbers in a record field like we did in Mountain Motor Pro Stock the first 2 races. Here they are, almost a record bump already after that first session.
We're just ending up the second session of Outlaw Pro Mod, but we will continue on with this second session of qualifying here. So lots of great race cars to come and lots of great stories as well. And we have 2 great pit reporters to cover those. We have both Kristen Banks, of course, at the top end, and we're going to kick things off with our Sarah Daly.
All right, thanks, guys. As you said, racing is rolling here at Darana Raceway, and we're going to have complete coverage from the staging lanes all the way to the pits, up in the water box, and down at the top end. We also have some off-track news. Congratulations to Chris Bowers, who is officially a first for a grandfather. They did welcome their first grandchild a couple of weeks ago, so now he's touting that proud title. But weather-wise, you mentioned that as well. You can probably tell by my hair the humidity factor, but we are going to send it up to the top end because we have our local meteorologist, Kristen Banks, who is there to give us an update on the track tip and some other features. Kristen?
Thank you so much, Sarah. Yeah, I had the opportunity to talk to Outlaw Pro Mod driver Bubba Stan after his first run, where he told me the track temp was around 76 degrees. Now, obviously, anything below 80 is not optimal because it's hard to get that wheel speed up, he said, and your tires shake. But however, the track temp has definitely warmed up since then, around 102 degrees right now. So I think these guys are going to see an improvement in that second session. But guys, I got to tell you, it's windy up here. Like Sarah said, it's a little humid. And this Georgia girl is a little cool up here. Tommy, I heard you touch on it earlier, but how hard is it to chase that tire pressure when the wind's blowing and the track's going to cool down and the weather honestly just isn't consistent?
Yeah, I tell you what, the sun coming in and out, they would rather see the solid cloud cover like we have right now, because then they're not guessing. They know the track temperature is going to maintain about the same. But what happened was we started that first session, and about 3/4 or 7/8 of the way through that first session of qualifying, the sun pops out. And it gets out here, and the track temperature goes from 78 degrees up to 102, 105 degrees. So they're chasing it. So they're not going to mind at all that this is a solid cloud cover. It's either come on all sun or come on all clouds. Let's not be going back and forth.
We're going to go into our Brat small tire class. This is a no-time class. You might ask yourself, well, if it's a no-time class, how can they qualify? Well, they don't. They pull a pill and they line up, and not only that, but if I recall, they pull a pill every single round.
Every round, yeah. And then they post who's going to run who, and Corey Reed has dominated this class, as you can see, winning both events. Off to a great start, huge lead, 75-point lead over Bill Lutz. Lutz. Big boots.
Big boost Lutz.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, this is more of a time trial. There's no qualifying, just a time trial pass. Get a feel for the racetrack so they know where to set these cars up for race day.
Riddle and Kenyon coming up here first. Kenyon in the far lane. Riddle with that blower car here in the near lane. Yeah, you talked about Bill Lutz and Corey Reed going to the final at Galat. Then it was Corey Reed and a car that was tuned by Bill Lutz and Jimmy Dale that went to the final round at Virginia. Corey Reed winning both. And as we said before, a no-time class, so we will not see or be able to announce times. It's just the way they do it. Like something fell out of the back of the Camaro there.
Yeah, it did. Biggest issue with this class, Tons of horsepower, little bitty tire, and trying to get that power put to the ground. Keep these things hooked up. We've seen these cars blow the tires off at the finish line. You know, it's just a...
Yeah, it's management, right? I mean, it really is proper management. And like you just indicated, they have enough power to blow the tire off at any point in time during the course of the run.
They were able to see what fell off that car. They went out there, and the officials grabbing it, whatever it was.
I got to tell you, too, that run out of the Camaro looked legit.
Yeah, it was good.
I mean, that's a car that's capable of going to the final there, just to put it in perspective.
It's no time deal. It's like, well, that was a good-looking run. How'd you know it was a good run? Well, it looked good.
I mean, if you
can
look
tell
at
by
it,
eye,
yeah, that's a Kai Kelly car right there. And the car that he was competing in Pro Mod. That'll give you a good example. A car that he competed in Pro Mod with and put the small tire on it. Incredibly talented driver, of course. Just a beautiful Grand National.
Kai Kelly done a lot of no prep, Street Outlaws, no prep racing, and right up his alley. We saw him at the first event this year, and like I said, we had tow vehicle issues that second race, wasn't able to make it, but back in action now and looking to come out here and put his name in the winner's circle in this Pratt's class.
He's not the only one. Who was it that we heard knocked all the rods out of the transport
Bob
engines?
Bob Gilbertson's funny car team on the way here this weekend.
Had to tow it in.
Towed it in.
We're all good. We're at the racetrack anyways.
We keep the rods in the race car, we're all good because we threw them out of the truck.
We're going to make a little money and we can fix the truck. Kai Kelly lined up in the near lane. And that is Joe Rabiola in the far lane with the Mustang.
Turbo car versus blown car.
Kai Kelly working the throttle violently to keep that one under control.
We said these cars are able to come loose at any point on the racetrack. Got out there mid-track and started to spin the tires and had to pedal it a little bit, get it on down through there.
And I maybe confirm this for me, but it looked to me like the throw on the throttle here is a little bit longer so that they can pedal this. It's not as snappy as, wide open or shut off like you would see in a typical blower car.
Yeah, I think they've got quite a bit of travel, and he's look at him feathering the throttle. Really good job by Kai. Like I said, you can tell he's done this a few times.
And that's exactly what I was alluding to. You can tell him squeezing on the throttle, and that is all but impossible to do on, say, like a fuel car.
That was a great shot. Even the slow-mo caught the starting to feather the throttle.
There's big boost Bill Lutz. That car looks pretty good, man. I think he put some flat black paint on it.
Touched her up a little bit. Dale Holbrook in right-hand lane. Dale taking a factory X car, not competing with that anymore, and converting it over to the Bratz class. Oh, the door coming off Lutz's car. Woo! See if we can get Chris back on.
Chris Holbrook, a longtime competitor here with the IHRA back in the day. Yeah, that car looks good. Before we saw patches on it here and there. And
another tribute to Kyle Office.
Yeah.
This class here been right up his alley. Yeah, the Holbrooks, I saw they went to, I think, a turbo system on this car instead of the supercharged. I think they put turbos on this. I saw they were doing some testing with it. They're jumping in with both feet. Yep, spooling that baby up.
Well, there's a good benchmark of what they will be chasing right beside them. And up at the top end is one Miss Kristen Banks, and she has a talented Kai Kelly feathering the throttle in that blower car.
Kai Kelly, you and Jangalang out there. Nice little pass. You're feathering that throttle. Walk me through that pass.
So my first test pass, it kind of got over to the right and almost hit the cones in the left lane. So I made a little chassis adjustment and also put brand new tires on it, and turns out it was the tires because I went left that time. So I need to put it back like it was, and it'll go right down.
All right, well, we'll see you later on. We'll also see you in that Pro Mod class coming up.
Yeah, I'm in the lanes now.
You better hurry then.
Yeah, not only is he in the lanes, I believe, did Kai Kelly end up in the #1 spot in that first session?
He was right up towards the top.
I think maybe he did. We'll double check here in just a moment, but he had a pretty good hit. Maybe things changed towards the end. As we go back here, Corey Reed has been the man to beat here. Bad Brad Eglian will line up alongside him. You said a little bit of hood work done to that one?
Yeah, England's car, you can see he had a centrifugal supercharger come apart at Virginia. And man, when it exploded, pieces come flying out of the thing. It looks like they had a little carbon work to do there. Patch that thing back up. But whew, it was a big boom.
A quick check there just to follow up on that. Kai Kelly #2 at the end of that session. He was #1 there for a little bit. Yeah, there's a look at some of the work, and they do all the body work and paint on that car. Overpowered tires, however, Corey Reed doing what Corey Reed does, and man, that car is just always on point.
Just right on down the racetrack.
Makes
no
it look
big issues.
easy.
Little tire, big tire, doesn't matter.
But it is not.
I mean, this is the third race so far with this category, and all the guys are having issues getting a hold of the racetrack and all over the place. And I'm going to tell you right now that Corey Reed's car, I don't think I've ever seen it make a run that he's got out of shape on. They've all went down the racetrack. So those guys are doing a great job of putting that power to the ground and keeping it hooked up.
A true 10.5 wide tire, not a W. I love this shoebox coming up here. This 66 is gorgeous. Larry Larson, longtime competitor, has been out here doing it for, speaking of somebody that goes out and competes against those people on the streets. Hart's Charger underneath the hood of that one. The Street Outlaws.
Jimmy Dale a little late getting up here and trying to get that thing fired up, get it going. There he goes. Gonna have to do a little quick short burnout and get up there. Well, we looked at Lutz's car and said, boy, it looks good. Got some paint on it. Well, this is another one.
A little QA1 sponsorship on the door as well.
They took the paint from this one and put it on Lutz's.
That looks like a brand new front end, to be honest with you. I don't think it had that late model Camaro front end on it at the last event, did it?
I think it might have, yeah.
Did it? Okay.
Jimmy Dale came around his first event last time and got to the final round, and we'll try to go one better this time. Did a nice job of not holding up. Larson in the other lane did a nice short burnout, got racked up real fast, and going to stage right up.
QA1 with some great suspension parts. Oh, and he's working that.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, baby.
Woo! Larson, I think that thing was hooked up.
I was just going to say, just in case grip is your issue, it is not an issue with that car. Wow. What an exciting ride. And at first I was busy watching Jimmy Dale because he was feathering the throttle.
Yeah.
Then I looked over, I'm like, oh, Larson putting on a show over
Look
here.
at this thing. Picks it. Oh, wow. No bars needed. That thing started climbing.
Yeah. No bar, we got a rear bumper.
Yeah, you know, he was like, oh, this is good. This thing's really, this thing's two trucking. Yeah.
Oh, it's hooked up. Let me carry the front end.
Wow. Look at that thing carry the front end.
That is awesome,
slammed it down hard. I think all four came off the ground.
Hopefully it's okay.
Yeah. To the top end, Kristen.
Corey Reed, back-to-back championships in this Brats class. Now, where do you find consistency?
Just all the hard work we put in early in the year. It's it's comforting to know the race car goes down every time. So it just makes it a little easier on yourself. And, the guys work hard on it. So we got a fleet of cars that we take care of at the shop, and that one gets a lot of attention right now.
Well, we like to hear that. We look forward to seeing you later on.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Team Bujinga.
press category is putting on a pretty good show.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, if you like entertainment and excitement, that was pretty exciting.
If you're not a shoebox guy, here comes a 67. Guy or gal, I should say. I like the 66s and 67s, but not as much as I like the, I'm sorry, 67, 68s, not as much as I like the 66s, and 65, 66, pretty much shoebox there. And but my favorite's always been the 70. Owned a 70. I really like the 66s though, they look good. Especially when they're lowered like Larson's.
We had a couple of 66 Chevy 2s and had a 66 Chevelle, my first street car. Used too much gas, so sold it. Couldn't afford that big block and 4-speed when I was 16 years old. Okay, this thing's got to go.
A 66, 67 shoebox, I think. 68, 69. Variation of this. And then, of course, the 70 changed again. Had a 67 with good intentions of going racing, but I was a kid with no money. Car with no engine.
Man, that was a good example. You could hear how they're managing the power of these cars on that single right there. You could hear the car leave the start line, then the engine RPMs pick up after it got out there a ways. And you could see we were probably throwing the timing to it, and you could hear the power level come up on it. So really cool to see how they're managing that. That shows you right there how big a handful they are.
Yeah, spinning the tire a little bit, front end really light. Good looking fastback coming up here as well.
Got to have a steel roof and steel quarters, rear quarters on these cars. Part of the rule package. Got to be within a couple inches of stock wheelbase. There's no minimum weight. As many power adders, I believe, as you can add.
Yeah, I don't think power's the issue.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you put all them power adders on there, and here's your tire. Figure it out. Some of these guys got it figured out.
Fan the doors, get some of the smoke out of it. Good to go. This will be a single.
Jimmy Mayer.
Looks like some Pro Mod cars getting ready to roll up after that.
You can hear him feathering that thing all the way down the track.
Man,
yeah.
It's like, honestly, it's like a dirt car. Somebody running around a corner in a dirt car feathering that throttle back and forth. I mean, he could feel it spinning. Obviously losing E.T. When you see somebody like Corey Reed, it just seems like Corey can mat it and go down through there and let the mechanics take care of everything else.
These guys are really good at driving.
Look at that front end come up.
Yeah, they can drive in the snow really well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to feather that throttle, do whatever you got to do to get it down there. You see it move to the right a little bit, dancing that left front, doing a nice job of pulling it back, out of the throttle, pull it back. Man, every time he got in the throttle, picked the front end up here. That was awesome. No shortage of horsepower.
Yeah, fun to watch them do what they do. Way too much with way too little. Let's go racing. There's a look at Paul Gibbs. And, yeah, we saw Gibbs a little bit before with the Outlaw Pro Mod and was not able to make the hit. Struggled in the first session. Couldn't get it to go in the second session. and runs back over here and gets in the Pro Mod car, which we did not see in the first session.
We talked to him earlier in the day. He said he was going to have a busy day. I didn't know this is what he meant. He's been all over the place.
Here's a look at the points. Jason Harris up top, followed up by Peter Norton, as we documented before. Tony Wilson, John Dock, Randy Weatherford to round out the top 5. Kallee Mills, always a threat, along with Greg Blevins, one of the record holders in the category.
For a second there, I thought Paul was just going to stage it and take the tree, get him in the field. But
I mean, yeah.
Now it looks like he's maybe going to do a burnout, try to make a run. So
Good.
Not sure what's going on
Good.
here. Yeah, there's still some issues with this car. I think he's going to have to take the tree, put a number on the board so he can come back and try again tomorrow.
Cisco Dean coming up here in this next pair. He was not able to get down in the first session, which is pretty rare. They're going to go back and try another burnout.
Yeah, even the IHRA guys are like, good, you got through the water. Now come on, let's try this again.
He's backing way up here. I wonder if he's going to.
Jason Harris out there helping him. There we go.
That's Mo better.
Yeah, there we go.
Jason, a pretty big dude, man.
Yeah,
as far as drivers go. Paul Gibbs backing up the Mopar. We'll see if he can get good hit out of this one. Quick adjustment of the wheelie bars. That was a pretty big adjustment, actually. A multi-use tool. All right, good for him. 384.
Whoa, hang on there, Paul.
Make a move up there?
Yeah.
I was looking over here. It'll put him in.
Yeah.
Got a little number 11 spot at the bottom of the field there.
Yeah,
but
what's this thing after it goes across the finish line? I think the chutes come out and Paul get on the brake a little bit. And it gets real sideways down there past the finish line. Nice solid run. Everything looks fine here, and then chutes come out. He hits the brakes about the same time, and whoa, hang on.
Yeah, that 84 will give him some good data to build off of at least.
These cars get real light. Those chutes hit, and he's on the brakes a little too hard. And real hairy. Disco Dean looking for that 60. Anything in the 60s.
Yeah, he's looking for the finish line at this point under power. He struggled in that first session, was not able to. He had to get out of the throttle. Of course, Weatherford on the other side. Weatherford also struggled in this first session. It's better in the Outlaw Pro Mod, but he's down both of these guys. Matter of fact, number 14 and 15 out of 15.
Yeah, Weatherford said he wasn't lined up straight last run. Wanted to get this thing lined up a little bit better. Looks like they're still struggling with it here. They're not sure. I see a lot of people waving left, right, left, right. the Disco Dean, a good-looking Chevelle. Stinky Pinky number 6. Still not happy with Weatherford where he's lined up. Pushing back, try it again. Waving their arms, get him to go left.
I mean,
like, going to throw their arm out of joint. They're pushing so hard to go left. Still, I'm not sure they're 100% confident that that's where they wanted it to end.
Yeah, I saw another guy want him to go right.
Well, we're about to find out.
Dean not able to get to there again. Leaves early, knocks a tire off the car. That might be the first time in all of 25 and the beginning of this year that I've seen a Disco Dean car not go down the track 2 times
really
in a row.
Struggled, and all that lining up, and Weatherford's car went straight as an arrow.
362, nicely done for Weatherford. Jumps up into the number 4 spot.
Yeah, just Disco Dean's car going to the right. Had to get out of the throttle. And other lane, Randy Weatherford, no issues. All that work of lining it up must have paid off, because look at that thing. Barely quivers the tire, just dangling the front end and straight as an arrow. Love that slow-mo shot. You get to see a lot of things you don't normally see.
Yeah, you can see that tire quiver a little bit right before the gear shift.
Sometimes you see things that you don't want to see. Let's check in with Paul Gibbs, see what he's been up to today.
Paul Gibbs, you've been having some gremlins in that Outlaw Pro Mod car. Did you seem to figure it out quite yet?
Yeah, Kristen, we have injector drivers that keeps going out on it, and we've been chasing a couple of things. Steve Petty came over and gave us some advice on that, and we think we had it fixed, but we didn't crank it up and clear the engine out, so it locked the fuel lock on it, and so the starter wouldn't turn it over, so we had to push back.
Hey, but you just had an impressive run in that Pro Mod car.
Oh yeah, we had a great run just in. I actually got some new brakes going on, carbon fiber, and I heard when they get heated up that you better watch it, because when they get heated up, they'll lock it down on you. So I had it sideways out there at about 200, but I got out of the brakes soon enough, and everything's fine. Didn't touch nothing.
All right, well, thank you so much. You made it interesting. That's Paul Gibbs.
Yep. All right, thanks, Kristen. All right.
He's safely not from New York.
Yeah.
He's a good dude. He was up here in the booth this morning. Yeah, interesting about those carbon fiber brakes.
Chris Klein, see if he can get this thing is starting to go straight. He gets this thing go straight, then he can start working on tune-up. And
yeah, it carried the front end a bunch. That was the only thing last time, but it was going straight. 375, currently sitting number 10. I think I said a 15-car field. It was actually a 13-car field. Oh!
Ooh, didn't
not go straight that time, did it?
No, not at all. Went dead left.
Yeah, and on the other side, Bubba Green had to get out of his as well. You know what that means? Headers to the bottom.
Yeah, that's it. Tomorrow, we'll see where the header's going to be tomorrow. See the replay here. You can see Bubba's car. Just hard shake. Hard shake out of the throttle. Chris Klein, the other lane. Left solid, but going dead left right towards the center line. And Chris getting out of the throttle before that car come across. Neither driver liking what they had there. Whew. Slow-mo,
Yeah.
you can see the shaking of that. Man, look at that shake.
Yeah, both of those cars with some violent shake. And Jacob McNeil turning the Mopar sideways in his burnout. Not nice and clean and straight as they typically like them to go. Jason Lee will line up alongside.
Jason Lee at 362 that first session. So another car is plenty capable of stepping up there and going right to number 1.
Yeah, and that's what we typically see these competitors do here once they've had a look at it.
McNeil 370 on his first pass. Currently, Jason Harris, number 1 at a 360 with a 1. That's the number they're shooting at. They want to take over the number 1 spot.
McNeil sitting number 9. Should be plenty left inside of that one. Both cars with troubles. McNeil's car picked up the front end. It was going to the right, had to get out of the throttle immediately.
2 pairs in a row having some issues early in the run and have to get out of the throttle. So not sure the track is changing that much. Just not sure the tune-ups are all right for this. Yeah, McNeil's car going hard right. Jason Lee's going left.
And both drivers had to abort. Up to the top end of the track we go with Kristen.
Disco Dean, Chump Change showed out that first race, and we're still looking for her. Where's she at?
Dude, terrible. I don't even deserve this interview. We stuck the tire around 1, knocked 1 and 2 cylinder out, so the motor was down on power. So we stepped it up pretty hard and obviously went the other way. We just can't get on the right side of good right now, and it's nobody's fault. I mean, we're trying. Everybody on the team's trying. It is what it is. You're gonna have your ups, gonna have your downs. You know, I think there's 13 cars here, and we're number 13. Lucky number 13. That's what's supposed to happen. So we'll go back to the grind. Everybody's gonna work on it. We'll do what we got to do and see if we can make a showing in round 1. We're still trying to go 69 in this 69, and that weather is reasonable to be able to do that. I understand we got this 370 jinx on our back. I don't know why we can't break it, but we'll get the voodoo doll out and try to get rid of it today.
Yeah, this is the weekend to do it for sure.
I hope so. In my hometown crowd, you know, I want to do something besides knock tires off every 60 feet. Look terrible.
All right, well, we'll see you later, Disco.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, if he can get a 370 out of it, he might want to take that for starters. Let's start there, and then we'll go for a 60. He is struggling for sure as we have our next pair, Tony Wilson and Craig Sullivan. As we talked about before, Wilson doing pretty good here in the points this year, having a decent start.
Yeah, winning the last race. Looking good. Craig Sullivan.
Yeah.
Chassis changes on that car, and that first pass looked good for him as well. So.
Yeah, put a 67 on the board, a little bit deep in the field right now in the number 8 spot, but still the car looked good. Maybe they'll put some beans to it here.
Let's see if we can get 2 of them past 100 feet.
Boy, the mark looks good again. Woo. Nice and straight to the other end. Goes a 71, so did not better his performance. A 362, however, for Tony Wilson. And that'll bump him to the number 3 spot. Oh, he was 61 before, so he'll stay there. A 61 and a 62 for Wilson. Nicely done. Looks like that car's ready to race.
Yeah, he's got consistency down. Look at that thing, nice and smooth. Craig's car's starting to bounce a little bit right there. And I think he got out of the throttle a little early because the speed was off a little bit for Craig, but he's still got something to work with.
It looked like it started to pick the front end up pretty far down there again, too.
Yeah, the blades were open to the finish line, just didn't run any speed.
Here comes Kai Kelly. The car he debuted at the end of last year. Beautiful car. Larry Jeffers race car. Greg Blevins, our current mile-per-hour record holder in the category. Set top speed at our last event. Kai Kelly, number 2, inside of the field right now by 7 thousandths behind Jason Harris. Was number 1 there for a pretty good bit till Jason came up, of course. We'll see if he can stuff this thing in the 50s.
Kai still sitting number 2. I thought for sure we'd probably see some guys step up. Hope we get a couple in the 50s, but here we are down towards the end of the session and still sitting number 2.
Blevins with some work to do at a 363. He wants to get to the top of the field.
Number 1 at 360 is 63, get you 7.
700. Good side-by-side pass here, man. 61 to a 61. Woo! And how about
look at the lights?
Yeah, red by 2 thou, red by 1 thou. I mean, both of them locked up door handle to door handle all the way through.
Nice job by both teams. Consistent runs for Kallee, a 60-61. Blevins a 62 and a 61 and a 63. Nothing wrong with those guys. They got the conditions figured out. Just, I know they were looking for a little more, but they'll take that.
600 between number 1 and number 11. Incredibly close here. Let's go to the top.
Jacob McNeil, you told me you put new tires on that Pro Mod, and it kind of steered to the right. How do you prevent that from happening?
Oof, with them bead liners on there, besides them bead locks on each other, they weigh a lot more. You can get a lot of aggressive at the tire because that liner will take a lot more hit. We had a lot of rear steer in the car because versus my 220-pound ass versus on the other side, a lot of other drivers around here, a little bit of weight difference. So we had to take it out. The bead liners on, so we had the bigger tire on the right side, so it kind of drove it and all that way. So we got to take some rear steer out of it. It'll get down the track for first round.
All right, well, we'll see you first round. That's Jacob McNeil. Actually, we'll see you in the funny car first.
I'll be here in a little bit, so I'll see you in about 30 minutes. I'll see you a little bit.
Yeah, doing double duty there as he'll hop inside of the funny car and take another stab at that one. Well, at least they have a plan. I mean, he feels like he did. You know, it's good to have a driver that can come out of a car and analyze what the car is doing. Not all drivers are capable of doing that.
Yeah, you kind of need to know what's happening. I mean, there's guys that don't want to know anything about them. They just say, here, I'll just hit the gas and you guys fix it. But I always like being able to know exactly what was going on and kind of give them some feedback on what I saw, what I felt. Because, I mean, that computer will tell you a lot. And the crew chief can look at bearings and spark plugs and things and make tuning decisions. But that seat of the pants feel, there's a lot to be said for seat of the pants and knowing what that car wants.
Currently sitting number 1 and number 7, Jason Harris in the near lane with Harold Martin Tribute Party Time car. And, of course, on the other side is Peter Norton. Put a 362 on the board. He's sitting 7th. 60 is number 1. A 62 is 7th.
It was a great shot there. You can see both these cars. And in the difference, Jason Harris lined up right in the center lane. Peter Norton on the left-hand side of the groove. So it's all about where that good rubber is and where you think your car needs to be to utilize it. Whoa, Peter Norton's car didn't sound like it was shifting. I don't think the shifter was working.
Yeah, and Harris out of the throttle early.
You could hear the RPMs going up, and it was wanting to shift it and didn't sound like it was working. See some pipes out on the right side of Jason Harris's car. And then Peter Norton's car getting to the top end, was running well, but transmission not shifting and had to shut it off. We'll go to the top end with Kristen.
I'm here with Tony Wilton and his grandson in Memphis. Hey, I like your jumpsuit. Your little IHRA checkered flag jumpsuit is pretty impressive. I might have to go find me one in the merch tip. But Tony, you won last round. How do you carry that momentum into the round 1 tomorrow?
But like you said, the car, we've definitely found consistency with the car. Jason's doing a good job tuning. The car is going up down the racetrack. So we just carry that momentum from last race and see what we can do this weekend.
Hey, do you think your grandfather can win tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, these kids get shy around the camera. I don't know what it is. That's Tony Wilson sitting number 3 right now in that Pro Mod class, and we look forward to seeing you round 1.
All right, thank you.
Factory Pro Stock?
Yep.
Here comes Factory Pro Stock. We'll love these things. Whipple Charger underneath the hood of the Challenger. The Ram Chargers livery on the side of that one. Jason Deach will roll up here with the Mustang. So much success out of that Deach family. Been to 2 finals here. Matter of fact, 2 finals and the same 2 cars. Tony Scott and Jason Deach both going to the final round at our first 2 events. Tony Scott with the advantage in both of those. We'll take a look at Jason Deach here. Line up alongside A.J. Burge. Berg out of Massapequa, New York, off the island. And Edgerton, Ohio is where the Deach family comes from. Jason Taylor and Jaden Deach all compete. Mopar, Ford, Chevrolet. Factory hot rods. Good side-by-side battle right there. The quicker of the 2 will go to Deach, and the Ford Mustang with a 495 to a 530 for the Mopar.
It's the first shot at the track for these guys. They didn't run that first session, so this will be their first Q1 for these guys.
Speaking of Tony Scott, here he comes out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Skinner will line up with the Mustang alongside in the near lane. Bumping it in.
Well, you can see why Tony Scott's won those races. On the tree, away he goes.
Ready to go, man. 493. Well, that'll go to the number 1 spot, just over Jason. A couple hundreds. Skinner with that 509 ends up in the number 3 spot. Bump Berg down to number 4. Taylor Deach coming up here next. Taylor Deach with 3 final rounds a year ago. 1 win.
Todd early in the left-hand lane. A couple Mustangs going at it.
And Deach with a 495. Much like Jason Deach as well. Cars very, very close.
Jason Harris, quickest qualifier again in that Pro Mod class. How are you consistently finding yourself at the top?
I mean, you know, I got to give a lot of credit to my team, you know, Proline, Hart's Charger, all these guys, TKM stand behind me. I mean, Hoosier Race Tires, Mark Mickey Transmission, LAT Oil, all these combinations of all this stuff together, man, it just makes for a heck of a team. And we switched over to Kim Source Racing Fuel last race, put us in the winner circles. We're trying something a little different. I don't know what happened that time. Felt like I put a plug out. We're just trying some different things. But, you know, I think if Kai hadn't broke a snout, maybe he would have outdone me a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But party time, you know, number 1, I'm trying to hang in there.
All right, well, we'll see party time first round.
Yep, Southern Diamond Company. Go buy your Mother's Day gifts.
Oh, yeah. I would love diamonds. I'm not a mother yet, though.
What girl doesn't like diamonds? Come on. Hemi shootout cars.
Ray Barton car line up on the far side with Jim Daniels doing the driving. Just legendary Hemi cars.
We were talking about beautiful race cars earlier, and these are some of the most beautiful race cars there are. These cars are so good looking, and the nostalgic element of them, but also just the looks of them are awesome.
Pancake coming up there, a couple of darts. Man, these things are just wild. Love them to death. Always wanted a Hemi car.
I think Pancake thought it was Pro Tree. They were going to run full tree, and that first bulb come on, he was gone.
Great point. You're good, my friend. And if it was a 5/10 Pro tree, he would have been perfect.
Yeah, dead on.
And Steve Camella coming up here next with that beautiful CUDA.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
That's how you carry the front end on one of these things. 007 light. The 528 on the board, man.
Pretty to watch.
Incredibly important to the history of drag racing as well. I mean, it's great to have the Hemi cars out here.
When we talk about two-run qualifying pressure, well, we're about to see it. This is it. Mountain Motor Pro Stock, you got 23 of them attempting to qualify for 16 spots. This is it. Your last shot. If you don't make it in this time, you're not racing tomorrow. So plenty of pressure, and what's that equal to? Equals to a really great show and entertaining qualifying. Big
so
names.
Good, yeah.
Big
So
names,
good at what they
in.
do. Once again, showing you the points here after the first two events complete with Ticino up top, followed up by Edsland, Huffman, Giangrande, and Morton. Powers just outside of the top five. Had such an incredible year a year ago. Needs to dig in here in this third event. Qualified in the field. Right now, the bump at a 4:16 with a 4 for Dylan Boss. That, no doubt, we would expect to change here. 23 cars attempting to qualify for the 16-car field. And the first two will be Alan Johnson and Larry Pierce. As we talked about before, Pierce with the new sponsorship there. Congratulations to them, and we'll see how Johnson does here.
Yeah, Pierce, he got timed out Q1 and didn't get staged in time to take the tree. And Alan Johnson, he just got out there, shook and rattled and had to get out of the throttle. So I know they're wanting to get that car. Well, I mean, you would expect Alan Johnson. They ran so well at the last race. You expect that car to jump up in the field.
Yeah, and some of the best in the business turning the wrenches on that. So we'll see if they made the proper adjustments to get this thing to the other end. One crack at it here. Pressure is on. Yeah, and he hopped in that thing just right away and made it look like he'd been driving this car forever at Virginia. But they missed it this morning. Heard somebody get pulled down there. Alan Johnson, have them drive it. He's going to get it to the stripe. Puts a 411 on the board. That is inside of the field, but just in the number 15 spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure I feel real comfortable with that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys behind him that's going to bump into this field. And
there's a lot of 4.0 cars back there yet.
Like you said, it sounded like when they dropped the clutch that the motor bogged down a little bit. Didn't get up on the tire. You can see it moving around pretty good. Alan bringing it back and trying to get it back in the center of the groove and saving the run, but it's just 411. I'm not sure if 411 is going to cut it today.
Yeah, we know a 422 won't get it done, so Pierce not able to make the call. We'll see if Alan Johnson's time can hang on here. Alan Johnson and Dave Hughes now the bump at 4:15. Vincent Nobile was not able to get to the other end in that first hit either. Down at the bottom of the category, and Bill Neary out of Barrington, Illinois. will line up alongside. Bill Neary currently sitting 20th.
It isn't like you got to dodge one or two guys to stay in this field. You've got several cars behind you. Probably, well, I don't know, what, 8 of them left to go. 6 or 8 of them. They can knock you out of this field. So it's going to be a long wait for Alan Johnson and that team to see if that will stick. But just not sure that's going to be good enough. Vincent Nobile, pretty much all these cars left to go are capable of bumping in the field. So it's not like you think, oh, we just got to outrun a few of them. We got to outrun a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, if they both get in here, they got to, you know, they've got to be quicker than 11-9. Getting back to that first bump where we thought we were going to have a 4.0 bump, and I think we ended up at a 4.10 the season opener.
Yeah, 4.10 with a 0, I think.
And we ended up with a 4.08 with a 9 at Virginia. This category continues to impress.
Chris Powers right now is at a 4.08 with a 6, and that's 11th. So I'm not saying it's outside the quick. We could end up with the quickest bump ever again.
I'm not ruling anything out here with this. I mean, it's been a stable mark for the IHRA, the Mountain Motor Pro Stock category, since it's in all along. I mean, this is where this class has really thrived. And Nobile will go to the other end this time, puts a 4.14 on the board and goes to the bubble.
But does he? Neary went a 4.14 with a 6. And Nobile with a 4.14 with a 7.
And Neary, yeah, timing and scoring bumps him out. So Nobile misses it by 1 thou to Bill Neary.
He got there first, got qualified. Neary comes behind and bumps you back out.
Wow. Wow.
I'm sure that's not what neither one of those guys were looking for either. Those cars are capable of 4.0s and just not able to put it together.
Then you wonder when was the last time that Vincent Nobile didn't make 2 shows in a row, back to back.
That tells you how tough this class is right now.
They take absolutely no prisoners here.
Two more are going to try to get into this field. Dylan Voss, which we saw Dylan running the O's last race, so no, he's capable of bumping up into this field.
Yeah, as you talked about, they picked up their performance nice. Certainly a threat. The car very capable.
Miles Reese, he had all kinds of issues that first session, so he's looking to put together a little better run this time.
Yeah, and once again, Voss Racing Engines. So the Voss is building some real good power here in this category to hang with these guys. Haas chassis, you mentioned the Voss wheelie bars. A lot of the cars are utilizing out here as well. And Reese will line up alongside him. Miles Reese currently in the 23 spot of 23 cars. Voss sitting number 19, both outside looking in. Got to be better than a 4.14 with a 6. Both chasing it. Voss will go 4.12 with a 6. That's good enough to get in. Won't be enough for Reese. But 4.12 with a 6 will change it here just a little bit as Dylan Voss does get in.
On the bump.
And he goes to the
wow.
He goes to the bubble.
Well, Alan, I would have sworn you'd been out by now, but you're hanging in there, number 15 still.
Like, you guys go ahead and play with that 16th spot all you want.
But there's more to come.
Yeah, and some good ones, too. And there's a good one sitting right there in the near lane. Elijah Morton and Dave Hughes. Hughes has been 4:06, did so at our last event. That car very capable. Hughes currently sitting 19th. Elijah sitting 23rd.
I'm counting right. This is these two cars and Kurt Neighbor are the only three that can bump into the field at this moment.
And all three capable.
Absolutely. Elijah Morton, we know how well that car runs. He's capable of going up and going number one right now. From outside of the field to number one wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Wheelie bar adjustment in the far lane, or at least in a measurement. Yeah, they are making some small adjustments here very quickly, ready to go. And as you said, typically that is communicated to the other team.
Each lane's a little different. Got to adjust for your lane you're in and where you're at in that lane. Making sure these cars go straight. We're trying your best to make them go straight.
Mountain Motor Pro Stock doing what Mountain Motor Pro Stock does. 4:13 with a 9. And not good enough. 4:09 with a 6, though, is. And he'll get in. He will get into the field with that 4:09. Goes to the number 13 spot for Elijah Morton. 176 miles an hour. Took that bump, now a 4:11. It was a 4:12 with a 6. And now Alan Johnson sitting on the bump, and we believe Kurt Neighbor is the last car to run. I know Voss, Hughes, Neri, Nobile, Pierce, Reese, they've all run.
I would have thought Kurt would have been emperor by now, too. I'm not sure he's going to make the call for this session. I'm thinking this might have been who was supposed to be in this pair with Lenny. Lenny Lodick, 4:10 with a 7 on his first session run, and currently sitting 15th. We know Lenny, that car's been in the O's at pretty much every race he's ran in this car. He's run, I think this is his 4th race in Mountain Motor Pro Stock, and that car has been in the O's at every race.
Chuck Samuel up there looking to the back of that one. Of course, he's getting ready for his driver. Chris Powers will follow Lenny Lodig. Lodig out of Myersdale, Pennsylvania. Yep, you are correct. Neighbor did not make the call.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing anything
bad,
funny on his first run, so must have got back to the pits and found some damage.
Loaded going off to the right, slowly brings it back to the left, as a talented driver will do. 4:09 with a 5. Nicely done. Career best for him, 4:05. So getting that car back in the window, he'll be ready for race day.
Watching the crew walk away from the start line going, that really wasn't what we wanted, but we'll take a 4:09 with improvement, small improvement, 100 per second. But right from the get-go, that car leaving the starting line going right. And Lenny doing a nice job just easing it back over there, not making any abrupt movements, and able to salvage a 4:09 out of that run. So Alan Johnson, that 4:11 with a 9 was good enough. He's going to stay in the field.
Skinny's in. Burnouts complete here for our next two, Dennis Furcus and Chris Powers. And I believe Mr. Lenny Lodig is up there at the top. Kristen Banks is going to talk to him in just a couple of moments. It's Chris Powers backs up in the far lane. Talked about Powers being perfect a year ago, going to all 5 final rounds and snagged a win at 3 of them against some tough competition.
And this year, 2026, that competition got even tougher.
Yeah, it was tough last year. You know, 5 different #1 qualifiers, 5 different winners. It's wild. This class is so brutal.
Almost like word got out, like, hey, guys, this is really cool. You ought to come and hang out with us. And
Well,
man, they brought them all, didn't they?
You know these guys. I mean, they're a tight-knit group, and they're all communicating. It's like, man, the party's back on. Get your hot rod. Let's go play. We really want you out here so we can take a chance at sending you home.
Yeah. Oof. There we go. Circus, I think they shut the door and the thing lurched forward and they killed it. So got it fired back up. He's ready to go. Well, let's see what Grandpa can do here.
Oh, man, that car made a big move, and Powers driving the wheels off of it. You never see that car make a move like that, but he hung on to it, put a 413 on the board, and Fergus with a 408.
Yeah, watching from behind, I thought, oh, he's out of the throttle. He's lifting. No, he's not. He's staying with it. That 413 was pretty impressive for, look how far he's out of the groove. I mean, I'm not too sure he wasn't clear out onto the asphalt part of the track right there.
I really thought he would have lifted, but boy, he did not.
Woo.
Showing off some real driving talent right there.
Woo.
In the lives of Elijah Morton, it's not about, shoots are coming. You gotta keep your head on a swivel up here. But we saved Roger, our cameraman. He's very special to us. We don't want to lose him. But in the lives of, oh my gosh, I can't even talk now. Earlier you told me it's not about what you do in the past, it's what you did last. And that last run, we think, just got you in the show.
Yeah, the past last race, we were bumping on #1, kept getting bumped to #2, but that's the past. But what we did last, we just got in, and man, we get to stay and play. So that's what we got to do. I don't know where we're at, but I think we're at least in the field, so we can't play if we can't stay, right?
That is right. We will see you round 1.
Round 1 it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Elijah Morton, the poet, and I didn't know it.
I know, man. I'm not real sure what he said there, but he is in the field. I know that. That was pretty good. Next pair coming up here, Jeremy Huffman and Matty G. Matty G with the Enoch Love entry there. He'll line up on the far side of the track.
Hey, G, #1 qualifier the last race, and right now currently sitting #8. Huffman, #1 qualifier here a year ago at this track. 13th with a 409. First session. That last replay, that slow-mo shot, watching Powers' car shaking, was like, whoo. No wonder that thing only went a 13. He went half a mile and shaking the tires.
Yeah, no wonder it made a move to the left toward the center line. 3V performance underneath the hood for Jeremy Huffman. Haas car. Causey Rick Jones over there for Matty G. .408 to a 409. We are Mountain Motor Pro Stock Racing.
Yeah, neither driver improving on their first session, but awful consistent. Both of them 407 for Matty G last round, and a 409 and a 409 for Huffman. So, or 408 and a 409. So, yeah, neither one of them improved, but very consistent.
Cars rolling off the top up there, and we will start the burnouts for our next pair. In the meantime, we're going to go back upstairs to Kristen.
Chris Powers. Now, last year we saw you a lot at the top. You had a lot of success in this class, but it continues to get competitive every single weekend, and you made it in the show, but, I mean, like you said, you didn't do very well.
No, the car went out there and shook pretty hard to the center of the wheels up, so you can't really do much there. I had to pedal a little bit, but we got a good car, fast. Chuck knows how to tune it. If I just get my head in the game, I think we'll be good. We weren't the fastest car last year, and we won all them races, so we'll just do the same thing this year and just try to get prepared for round one.
How do you get your head in the game?
Just don't talk to most of these guys, and you're good to go.
Oh, uh-oh. That's Chris Powers.
He's not short on confidence. His head's in the game. He's ready to battle anytime he climbs in that car. And rightfully so, pulling this car back.
Yeah, I didn't like where it was at. Try it again. You see Lump down there telling him, I want this, I want that. That's where I want it.
Total Seal sponsorship here for DeFlorian. Grima on the other side. Currently, Grima qualified in the number 10 spot with a 4.083. DeFlorian put a 4.07 on the board. He's sitting number 6. Oh, man. Big move there for Grima.
I'm not too sure he didn't double step at, but 410 for John DeFlorian.
Yeah, had a 4.7 last time out, so not able to better that one.
Yeah, it almost looked like Jason double stepped it. He red lighted. I think he went to go, and then he decided. Yes, it did.
He
See
sure
the car
did.
hop right there?
He sure did.
Man,
Good eye.
and that screwed up everything. I don't like it when you. I'm obviously in one of these cars. You drop the clutch and then shut the clutch back and drop the clutch again. And it's like, no. Yeah, you can see that nose bounce. I thought I heard a whoop whoop. He'll be kicking himself for doing that. Better today than tomorrow.
Man. Car not happy.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all, did it?
Brad Waddle out of Solomon, Kansas, and he'll line up alongside. He'll line up alongside Jordan Ensslin. And again, Ensslin with the Allen competition power plant underneath the hood of that one. Felt left out because we weren't talking about him. It wasn't that we didn't want to talk about him. We just didn't know. That's all. We get stuck in this booth for 12 hours, man. It's difficult to get out there and get all the information from everybody. So I would kindly ask everybody, if you have something, send it to us, man. We want all the information. We want to know. There's just not enough time in the day to go visit 100 people. So great to see him out there. And obviously this car very, very good. He's been to both final rounds with that power plant underneath the hood from Allen Competition, and a Haas chassis with him as well. Ensslin out of Lakeland, Florida. Was also runner-up here at Columbus 1 year ago.
Yeah, the thing that's impressed me about Ensslin is they're so consistent. They run well everywhere they go. He does a great job of driving every race, and just a car that a year ago come on the scene here and has made a statement, and really one of the guys to really deal with. I mean, already final rounds, that win's coming. It's coming really quick.
Brad Waddle, by the way, won pro stock at the last IHRA Spring Nationals in 2014. Lined up in the near lane. Perko on the side of the hood scoop of that one. Another Jerry Haas car. .406. Nice hit.
Yeah. 406 with an 8. Ran a 406 with a 3.
Get the shoe polish out.
Yeah.
You run Top Sportsman with that thing.
Did I not mention he was really consistent? Man, like I said, they just go down the racetrack, put nice runs together, and that's why he's going to the final rounds. The car's hard to beat. Makes solid runs. He does a solid job of driving, and if you're going to get around him, you better bring your A game. Waddle having some issues. Car slowed to a 438.
Here comes Jerry Tucker, currently sitting number 3 with a 405 and a 9, and Monty with a 407 and a 5, a little bit deeper in the field in the number 7 spot. See if he can pick it up here, get back up towards the top. Tucker already at the top. See if he can better that mark, maybe go to the number 1 spot. Currently Dwayne Rice sitting up there with a 404 and a 6.
I think Dwayne Rice surprised me, surprised a lot of them that first session, run that 404, and early in the session too.
Want to congratulate John Monacalvo and his lovely wife Lois Ann on their anniversary as of today. Lump also helping out with this car as well. Bill Cavello out there. Doug Schreifer of Causey, with Causey power underneath the hood of that one. All part of that team. Trying to catch Jerry Tucker. Frank Gugliotta helping him out. Bickle chassis. Both cars get after it. Both cars side by side. And Monty will pick up a little bit with that 406 from his previous 407. Tucker loses a bit.
Yeah, I saw the number of 411 come up for Tucker. I'm like, huh, really? That 406 from Monty, a nice solid run. And you're looking at the incrementals there. And early in the run, Tucker's car was running well. Just out there around 300 feet. The 330 number fell off a little bit. Trying to see if we can see from the replay. It looked like it might have chattered a tire just a touch, but just fell off. You see right there, the thing shook a little bit, dropped the front end down, and that's where Monacalvo drove around him and got the better of the run. Oh,
look
there
at
you
that.
go. That slow-mo makes your naked eye look really well, doesn't it?
Yeah. That slow-mo does not lie. Awesome stuff. Got to thank our producer and our big daddy, Steve Grind, for bringing that thing out here and putting it in use. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Big Daddy G.
I think that might be called the slow-mo tire shake cam.
I'm sure they see it on all the data when they get back there and look at it.
Yeah,
there's no hiding that.
You ought to see the dry shaft graph on that one. Choppy, up and down, up and down.
Alan Drinkwater, about as good as they come, man. Winning the championship last year. Solid player, and he's going to line up alongside our number 1 qualifier and Dwayne Rice, the Excalibur sponsored machine in the far lane. Just a gorgeous car, both of them beautiful in their own right. Dwayne Rice been doing this for a long time as well. Very qualified out of Grove City, Ohio. Ran a personal best in that first session of a 404 with a 6 from his previous 405. And a 406 for Drinkwater. 406 with a 2. I think it's like 1 thou quicker. And that right lane, he loses some too, man. I mean, that's That's a pretty big loss, really, from
is.
number one, from that 04 to a 10.
Yeah, I keep seeing the numbers come up in the right lane. They're going, okay.
And that super slow-mo might tell the story there, too. I wonder if he rattled them. We'll keep an eye on the rear tires right here.
Yeah, it chattered already.
Jason Grandma, walk us through exactly what just happened that pass. It didn't look like your car liked it too much.
No, it didn't. Look, what happened is when the tree was activated, I brought the 2 bulbs on, put the clutch back in onto the wood, and the 2-step come in. And as that did, the centrifugal off the clutch pushed my foot back off, and then I tried to get back on again, but it was too late. All over. It was like a buck and bull.
Hey, but like they said, it's better you did it today than first round. And Ken, I got to say, he overheard you calling Steve, our producer, Big Daddy G, and he wants to be referred to as Big Daddy G from Down Under from now on.
That's it. You got it.
You got it. You got it, my friend.
Well, he is no Thunder from Down Under. I can tell you that. I know him.
Yeah, that's a different show. Thunder from
he
Down
probably
Under.
Thinks he is. I'm going to tell you right now.
You got to go to Las
Yeah.
Vegas for the Thunder from Down Under show. I've not been allowed in that, nor do I want to go to that one, but I have seen the billboards. But, yeah, he might need to put that on the driver's door.
Billboards, right.
Well, okay. It's late at night and needed the money. But Big Daddy G, he's got to put that on the door.
Yeah, I expect to see that on the window when he comes up here next lap.
Our Big Daddy G's going to put it on the TV truck door, and he's going to put it on the window of his, but he's got to add from Down Under. That's great.
Well, all eyes are on Johnny Placino here. A lot of eyes on Johnny Placino. What's going on?
Let's go back up to Kristen real quick.
Jordan, every week you've found more and more success in this class. How did we make it again to the finals?
From last time, good Lord above, really, to be honest. We had a lot of struggles. Dang, bolts on the flywheel backed out in that run against DeFlorian where we had to go reruns. We had to hurry up, get that turned around, and then turn around again and run Johnny. And, I mean, I'm just blessed to be here, honestly. My grandfather trusts me with a lot of this stuff. I mean, we got Dark Horse Coffee Company, PJP Construction, CJW, Talmadge Towing. Without them guys, we wouldn't be here. And my wife letting me do this. And bringing Junior, he's so much fun at the racetrack. I love that little dude. But other than that, I mean, God's good all the time, and all the time God's good. That's all I can say. I've been struggling this week a little bit, a little under the weather, and hopefully I pick it up. First round was pretty good, 0-10 on the bulb. We went a 6, then we backed it up with another 6, just lost a mile an hour, and I don't know why.
Well, we'll find out first round.
That's right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well, while that interview was going on, what we missed up here at the starting line was they tried to push start John Placino.
Yeah, I was wondering, they were in the car and trying to see if there was maybe an electrical switch problem with the starter, and then they tried to push start it, and that didn't work either. So
I'd be really, with the compression ratio in these cars, if this works.
They're going to try it again, I think.
My guess is they have done it before. I mean, it's probably been done before, but they're going to try it again, and it looks like the officials are going to give them one more shot at it here.
I saw Lump giving him instructions on when they push, and you do this with your foot, and you do this. And
oh, he's saying to take it up the turn road.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, right here, you see the replay. That was, it just didn't work. They were trying to get as much speed up as they could, but I'm not sure that, I think the problem might be a little deeper than that. That's unfortunate. This car has been, it's been so dominant. It's won the first 2 races of the year, so this might be the luck he needs to go for 3, because if you have that kind of luck today in qualifying, and might be your weekend. Wow. Let's check in with Kristen and see who she has up on the top end now.
Jerry Tucker, how are you feeling sitting at that number 3 spot in a very competitive class?
The number 3 spot's a good spot to race from. Obviously, we'd like to have been on the pole, but we'll take 3. The racetrack is perfect. The guys are doing an awesome job. I mean, it's the best racing place in the world, and I'd like to thank my guys. They're working real hard, and usually everything messes up, it's on me.
It's always the driver's fault, right?
So far.
Well, that's Jerry Tucker. We'll see you round 1.
Thank you.
Want to congratulate. Oh, silly wascal. John Placino, by the way, pushing off bad news, good news. Bad news didn't make the run. Good news still sitting number 2 at a 405. We know the car's good. We know he's capable. I'm sure they'll get that sorted out. And they have a great crew as well. And congratulate Dwayne Rice on his 3rd career number 1 qualifying effort. First one in Cordova going back to 2002. The second one just a year ago at West Salem. So we'll take a quick break. We have a lot of great racing action coming up. Stay with us here with the IHRA.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with a Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer, from IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
You back. Some nostalgia pro stock action. One pair here, and then and we welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. One pair of nostalgia pro stock cars. And then we are going right into the second session for Top Fuel Harley, Nitro Harley. And a nice side-by-side here, 472 to 485.
Little nostalgia feel, the old pro stock. And both those cars probably been down this racetrack before, but many, many years ago.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point. Probably many, many times,
Yeah,
actually.
it's true. Giving the show, everybody shows them what it used to look like. Kristen Banks up top with your #1 qualifier, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Dwayne Rice.
Dwayne Rice, first time your quickest qualifier this year. Going into today, did you know you're going to have to put up an 04 to be on the top?
I knew he was going to run fast, but maybe not an 04.
Well, you did just that. How'd you get it done?
Terry Adams.
Hey, it's all about the team behind you, but hey, the driver does the work too.
Not really. The light comes on, if you don't have your eyes closed, you pull the lever.
Hey, I can tell you right now, I can't jump in that car and run an 04.
Yeah, you could.
Hey, maybe
a monkey could do it.
Hey, maybe I can. That's Dwayne Rice, your quickest qualifier in Mountain Motor Pro Stock.
Thanks.
That is the old term. Any monkey can do it.
Did he just call her a monkey?
JT's going to come out here. It looks like he will be on a single. Take a look at the points as Jason Leeper is the man to beat right now. Beelan going to the finals as well. At our last event, Ryan Peary, the final at the first event, unfortunately, bike broke, so he was out in round 1 at the last event. Consequently, third in the points. JT can put one together. Talented rider, good equipment. But it did not happen right there. I think he leaned it over so far that it actually finally scrubbed on the ground, but he was past the finish line before he crossed the center line.
I'm impressed he didn't take any cones out.
That
He was on the center line a long ways.
That 579 does not get him in. One spot out.
Man, he just issues from the start. As soon as he hit the throttle, didn't leave the starting line like it normally would, and he's trying to hang in there.
Yeah, he was really trying to get in there. 556.6 is the bump. That is GT Tonglet. And did have an opportunity to confirm that. We'll touch base on that whenever they come up. Right now it's going to be Robinson and Johnson. Racing Ray Johnson, former funny bike racer as well. These guys have all been on different bikes in different categories. Ryan Peary's teammate, Buddy Johnson, coming up here. As we talked about before, this bike has won multiple championships at the hands of a couple of different riders. Johnson in the far lane. And that bike just never really left the starting line hard. Robinson headed towards the wall.
Nitro Harley guys are having some issues getting them to run on all cylinders. It's you can hear them when they hit the throttle. It's just not firing on both cylinders.
And that's it. Field is set right there. JT, Ray Robinson, and Buddy Johnson were all out coming in. They've all three run, and unfortunately were not able to put enough performance on the board to get inside of the field. That'll put GT Tonglet, who is on the bubble right now, into the race field come tomorrow. The Bulldog coming up here. The five-time IHRA champ. Lined up in the far lane. He'll line up alongside GT. So Gary Tonglet, part of Pro Stock bike for some 40 years, the better part of 40 years. And his son GT doing the riding here on this Nitro Harley. Says he's all good, gets a thumbs up. We'll line up alongside one of the absolute best to do it in the category. GT on the bubble with a 556, Jay Turner with a 440. And GT sails it down through there, 420, and goes to the top of the charts. #1 qualifier in the near lane.
Yeah, you said on the bump. He just went to #1.
He's like, no longer. Woo. I am not on the bump any longer. 180 miles an hour.
You can see that thing out in the middle of the track when it had the front end up in the air, and I thought, that looks pretty good.
Just rocketed away from Jay Turner, who continues to struggle in that same big, large amount of smoke at the hit of the throttle. He's looking down at it already. Whew. Rolls out of the throttle. Tonglet with a nice run. Watch this thing one more time. There's the front end comes up, rattles the tire a little bit.
Yeah, front end that comes up in the air and starts shaking the rear tire.
I think there's a 1-2 shift on most of these. There are a couple that are single gear, but I think there's a 1-2 shift, and it looked like to me like just about the time he was going to pull that second gear. But able to drive through it, puts a good number on the board. As Paul Anderson comes up here, Jason Leeper, our points leader. Leeper in the near lane. And Leeper's bike, as you might recall, remember that thing was really moving around. And that last pass, that first pass, I should say, earlier today, it looked like it was locked down a lot better.
Yeah, it was kind of a sachet that it would get up front end in the air and the back end would just sachet behind him, and he would hang on every run. It was almost out of control, but it ran good. Today, first session, it didn't move around at all, and it didn't make it.
Leeper on the bubble, 551.
One of them double-stepped it.
And Leeper going to the stripe. He's not playing around this time. He's going to cross the center line, no problem. Front end finally comes down. You can see the smoke off of the front end, and he goes 420 with a 9.
There he goes.
Way over there.
Yeah. Wow. He had this. He went in the sand trap the last race. He almost put it in the wall this race, but boy, runs good.
420 with a 9 would be the same time, but the mile per hour at 200.
Yeah, that'll take the number one
200
spot.
would take the number one spot. I wonder if.
Woo.
Yeah, watch that again.
Holy cow, when he set the front end down, that was a handful. No wonder he went over the other lane.
That would be some 20 miles an hour faster. And my guess is he set the front tire down in that one. Probably not a legit mile per hour. We'll have to take a look at the fourth digit on that if we can figure that out between the two.
It set the front end down well past the finish line. He had his hands full when it did, too.
Yeah, so could have tripped the mile per hour marker with the back tire, and then the second marker with the front tire, and it'll give a false mile per hour reading. Chris Smith and Mike Beelan.
Chris Smith now on the bump. Number 8 spot, a 453. Beelan laid down a nice one, 429 that first session.
He did. Beelan finding some success with that bike for sure.
Yeah, career best.
Chris Smith in the final at Galat. Beelan in the final at our last event. Here we go. Beelan's bike again running nicely as it looked like it took off some, but how about a 410? Wow, 410. Excellent job for Chris Smith, and he'll run 185 miles an hour, very close to both ends of the record there. Not quite enough to break him, but good enough to go to the number one spot safely by a full 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, you talk about getting it all put together in one run. That is it right there for Chris Smith, 410. A 1/10 of a second over number 2 qualifier. You could see it early, just driving away from Beelan. That thing has got the front end up and charging. Sitting it down right before the finish line. Woo, what a run.
Beelan a 456, it just looked like the bike left really soft there.
Yeah. And running against a 410, it looks like you're
it looks like you're sitting still. And here comes Jordan Peterson and Ryan Peary. We'll see if Peary picks it up. He's certainly capable, as he is the ET record holder. But his bike's also been very consistent. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see him put a teen on the board.
Well, he holds that record at a 4:08, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it in the bike. There's no doubt about that.
And we know the conditions there because we just saw the 10.
Does he take a big swing at it here to get there? He's just very good at what he does, and the bike's always consistent. He comes out and he goes rounds. I mean, I say that whenever he didn't make that run in the first round, but up till then, I'd have to go back and look, but I want to say that he was, West Salem and Galat. He was in 2 finals at Galat. At Galat, he went to the final there at the end of last year, so we went to back-to-back finals.
So hard to make these things run on both cylinders all the time. And do we have another problem? You have a problem again?
It looks like it. He's up off of it.
He's off of it again.
He shut it off.
Holy cow. We're just talking about how consistent, no problems, and here it is again.
Announcer's jinx.
Oh,
how about
nice.
a 426 out of Peterson?
That'll move him right up.
Yeah.
Number 5.
410, 420, 421, 425, 426, 429, 438, and then Jay Turner, of all people, at a 440. Of course, it laid over on him, but he is very capable as well of jumping right up there and running with anybody. But that is a solid field of 8 for the Nitro Harleys.
Yeah, and Peary having an issue again. Man, his frustration, you can see it.
And with good news, bad news, at least Peary did it in qualifying here today.
Yeah.
Hopefully be ready for round 1 tomorrow. Let's get it up to Kristen.
And I think for the first time today, I've heard from the bump to the top. Now you're sitting in that number 2 spot, but you told me that that is your second pass on a Nitro Harley bike, and you ended up in the number 2 spot. What are you feeling right now? You got to be proud of yourself.
Lucky, first of all. Luckily, you know, I have a good wife at home, Nicole and Sophie. They're watching right now. Without them being supportive, I couldn't do this, but we just got on a whim and said, hey, let's try to run these fuel bikes. And my dad's a big Nitro fan, and we just put a deal together last minute. Mike Romine, all the credit goes to him. His stuff is unbelievable. It's reliable. It goes down the track every time. That was, like we said, that was my second run, so I'm happy.
You should be happy. That is impressive, and we look forward to seeing you round 1. We're going to go to break, but when we come back, there will be more racing. Y'all stay tuned.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top-fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with a Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer, from IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Some track prep going on here before we continue to finish up this second session of qualifying. Of course, the fuel car is still sitting back in there as well, along with a couple more classes. We'll have the small tire brats class will come back out here one more time.
Fuel altereds are going to follow the top fuel funny cars. Yeah. Good Nostalgia Pro Stock's going to put on another show. Going to do a little Pro-Am racing after that.
Dragging the track here. The lights are not on the tractor, so they've got a couple of passes here to make sure everything is good to go. I see Gerda.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
Gerda June out there. That means Lex. They've clearly
fixed.
Fixed the issues. They'll come out here and make this second hit. Once again, the clouds have rolled back over here towards the end of this spring day. It has been, I think, a good bit cooler than everybody had anticipated initially.
It's 65 out, but it feels like 57. The wind gusting still 21 miles per hour. That's pretty solid 12-mile-per-hour wind. So
the flags have at least laid down here. They've been standing out pretty much all day long.
Get a gust every now and then. Still see a lot of jackets out there, so a little brisk. But the good thing is we got a great racetrack. The track's in really good shape. We've seen some really good runs. And keeping that sun off of it, keeping the temperature down, and keeping the track tight.
Yeah, track has been great all day long. They do a wonderful job with that. Once again, we're going to take another quick break here because they are cleaning up this track. We'll pay a few bills, and hopefully we will have some race cars ready to go when we come back.
Speed Sport. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Beautiful shot there as we take a look at the gorgeous racetrack that is here in front of us with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Here in Hebron, Ohio, we're just outside of Columbus. This is Darana National Trail Raceway. Stop number 3 on the tour here. Second session of qualifying for funny cars coming up. And it looks like the Bushwhacker is going to make the call. Terry Haddock is back and ready to roll into the water. How about that?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Hard as hit as that was. And
blown away.
Yeah.
I am shocked. There wasn't more damage done to that car. It was a massive hit, or at least it felt that way.
Yeah, and hopefully that the right rear tire maybe took some of the blow and didn't damage too much. So
you're sending him on a single, it looks like.
Well, this might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, probably a really good call, and my guess is that probably came from Terry. Let's just be safe, guys, here. And put me in the left lane. If this thing goes to the right again, we don't want anybody over there. Dale Creasy Jr. leading in the points over Dale Worship. Terry Haddock, third. Jacob McNeil inside of the top 5.
Able to find out that what the cause of that was last time is there was a spark plug tube that split, and it pushed a little oil out of the right side of the engine and got underneath the right tire and turned Terry into the wall. So no other engine damage whatsoever. I'm really amazed. The body looks good. Minimal scuff on it. That was it.
Must have had another set of headers, or at least right side. I would think he would have smashed those.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you that's not the same header on that side.
Yeah.
Johnny West didn't like where Terry was lined up. Told him to move it over. Well, let's hope it goes a little better this time. It's a nice, bright-looking car for Terry.
Yeah, let's hope he gets a good, clean pass here. Oh, big move at the other end, but man, up until then, I thought it was pretty good. He was pushing over there towards the center line, but man, that was a big move just before the finish line that yanked that thing back to the left. So he had to do some driving to keep that one clean.
Yeah, I would like to see the replay on that. We'll see if it had a cylinder out on the right side, because when he left the starting line, it kind of looked like it did from behind, and then it started pulling him to the right, got way over there out of the groove, and once it does that, get your hands full. Man, he ain't a little out of the groove. He was way out of the groove.
Way out of the groove. Way over there by the center line.
And you can see the difference. The concrete part of the track, and then the center stripe right down the center is asphalt. And he had the right rear tire on the asphalt, which I'll guarantee it doesn't have as much grip as that concrete area out there. So, yeah, wise choice.
He went to the number 3 spot.
Yeah, even shutting it off.
And let's show you what happened in the first session to give you an idea. Keep your eyes at the car in the right lane, and boom!
Yes, that was the same car you just saw go down the racetrack right in front of you there. So like I said,
I will say, watching that again that time, did you see how far the car was tipped over, leaned over? I don't know if it smacked the right rear as hard as I thought to bend stuff back there, you know?
Yeah, and it kind of glanced the right front before it hit the right rear, so, yeah.
Well, good for them.
341 was good enough to go 341, and he can keep it in the center of the racetrack. It might actually run pretty good. That thing was way far out of the groove on the right.
Jody Austin now coming up here for this second hit.
Yeah, Jody missed the call for Q1. They were trying to hustle the show along today, keep the show moving and try to beat some weather, and he was not in the car in time when it was time to run, so. Jack Wyatt, left-hand lane. Jack currently on the bump. And Jody Austin trying to knock him out of there.
Well, John Capps has joined us up here in the booth, and first time out here, man, you put a 330 on the board, hopped inside of the car, just like you did at the last event. You hopped inside of the fuel car, and you made it look easy, and you blasted it down through. I'm guessing since you're up here, you're not coming out this session.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and set this one out. We wanted to kind of take our time and make sure the maintenance was done on the car correctly and give ourselves some time to take a look at it. And I need to make sure I stop making a habit of just jumping in random cars, I think. I tell you what, it was really nice to see Terry go down the track like that. It was really, I felt really good about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Did you actually see the accident before? Were you able to watch the replay just there? I mean, it was pretty legit.
Yeah, I watched the replay. I was man, I felt horrible for him.
Well, both of these guys are going to race tomorrow. They're both going to have to improve because right now Jack is in and Jody Austin is not.
Yeah, Jacob McNeil is outside looking in too. He'll try to get in. And Jody drives it to the other end under power, so he will safely get into the field as it stands right now. He's going to go 360 with a 9, right alongside Wyatt, who goes a 331, and that 31 good enough to go to the number 3 spot. So nicely done for him, for sure.
Yeah, Jack making a solid run, 331, only a couple hundredths off of number 1 currently. So that was a really good run.
Jody Austin?
Yeah, he got her in there as well. We'll have to go up to the top end and see what Kristen's got going on.
I'm so glad to be standing by Terry Haddock right now. After that first pass, you scared us all. How are you feeling?
I'm real sore. I'm all real beat up. I want to say thank you to the Lord for keeping me safe. Thank all the manufacturers that make all the safety equipment. John Force for building great race cars because that's what kept me safe. It's been a crazy roller coaster for us for the last couple of weeks. We had a real bad fire second round in Richmond. Everybody I know, every sponsor got together and pitched in the money so we could fix it. Priority Systems, Concho Supply, T&D Express, PNC cable contractors. There's so many people. Gear Wrench gives us the tools to work on it, and I didn't even get their sticker on it yet. Sorry, guys. Just thank you to my people. Sorry. My wife, my kids, the neighbors that came to help put the body on and off 100 times when we were trying to fit it. Everybody that feeds this and helps us and puts up with us. It's a dream of ours. It may not be real smart to keep doing this, but obviously we're trying, and I'm just glad to be racing tomorrow.
Well, we're glad to see you. You made it in. There was a bump spot, so it wasn't easy getting in. How's the car? Do you need to make any more changes tonight?
Oh, yeah, I got to fix a whole bunch of stuff. We looked the chassis over to make sure it wasn't bent or hurt, but we found just before we towed up that the right front wheel was also bent. Well, then we went to change the right front wheel, and we found the A-arm wasn't right, so we changed so many things. Well, then when we towed it up, the steering wheel's way to the left, and it wanted to go to the right. I had a hard time driving it. I didn't drive it to the finish line because I was afraid of crossing the center line, and just didn't want to look any stupider than I did today, so I'm trying to not screw up.
Hey, well, we're just glad that you're okay, and you might want to take some Advil tonight. I heard Ken and them talking about it. Tomorrow you might wake up a little sore.
When we looked on the computer, it hit the wall at 2.5 G's.
Oh, my gosh. I cannot imagine. You're still walking. I wouldn't be.
It was a big moment. There's no doubt about that as we continue on here. Two very capable cars here. Dan Hicks and Jacob McNeil, both outside looking in. Could change this, could bump out both Jody Austin, who just got in and would be done, and Dale Creasy Jr. sitting down there in the bump. So how about the guy that went to the first 2 final rounds, won the first 2 races, could be bumped out right here. Of course, he's back there to get himself back in, but this category is shaping up to be pretty tough here, John.
Yeah, the parity's amazing. I mean, after watching everything last year, from my house, looking at everything and seeing everybody out here having fun and me not having any fun, it's come a long way. And I tell you what, really nice to see Terry not have that accident further down track. That 2 Gs would have been a lot worse.
Jacob McNeil pulling up in the far lane, and Dan Hicks, a former winner here with us, right here at Columbus.
Dan Hicks winning here at Columbus last year, and right now currently not in the field. And Jacob McNeil, we know this car can run well. He's qualified in the top 3 a couple times already.
McNeil got enough to get in there or not? 355. He is in. 368. Will not be
Not
enough.
enough for Dan Hicks. Had to pedal it, got out there early. Looked like it rattled the tire. He pedaled it, slapped it, trying to get it in the field. And 368 just coming up a bit short. 360 with a 9 is the bump.
Wow, Jody Austin, who just got in, missed that first session and just went down the track. Was good enough to get in. Now sitting 8th. Dale Creasy Jr. is outside looking in. He's coming up next. He'll be in the near lane. Jacob McNeil with that 355. Good enough to get into the show for now. And he clicked it early.
Yeah, it was a little lazy. I think they softened it up to get it down the racetrack and get it in the show. But I think it almost bit him because it got out there quite a ways and then came loose. It was almost like it was too soft early, not enough momentum. And when they applied the clutch, it just pulled the tires loose. And he's fortunate. He's fortunate to get it in with that 355.
Does it matter to you, John, who you race?
No, not at all.
You just run your own deal, right? I mean, everybody, you got to take care of your own side.
You try and try not to worry about the other guy, but you do a little bit. But you're always trying to do what you can to race your track and do what you can. I don't see Creasy having a problem here, though.
Yeah, Creasy's going to have to get back in right now. Creasy outside. Dan Hicks will not be in the show. Gallegos did not come back up here. I don't believe he will. He's not going to make the show. I thought Joey Haas had an issue there for a second.
He did have it that first run. He had the same issue, but looks like he got his foot back and pulled it back just in time.
Jack Wyatt, ET at 331 with a 2, and you told me you shut off early, and you're sitting in that number 3 spot.
Hey, I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. We were shooting for like a 30 flat or something like that. Smoked the tires the first run, just over center, and we backed it up a little bit. Hey, run good. Hey, hope we can repeat tomorrow several times, okay?
What's the goal going into tomorrow, besides winning that first round?
Well, the main thing is we got to look at the racetrack and see what the weather's going to do and stuff like that. We'll make the adjustments for it, and too. I'd like to make lane choice. That's the important thing for the next round.
Hey, we would love to see it. That's Jack Wyatt.
I'd hope to get more interviews tomorrow. Thank you.
So a big round, a big pairing right here. Our points leader, Dale Creasy Jr. First 2 events, our winner, and now outside looking in. He's got to put one together.
Yeah, a lot of guys chasing the points championship this year. Creasy, one of them, leading it. that'd be not good. Not good to qualify. Not qualify at this race, leading the points.
Car has been consistent here as of late.
Got to run better than Austin's 360 with a 9.
Just going to have to trust his hot rod. Here we go. Oh, he's not going to make it. Wow. Back-to-back wins. Points leader will not make the show.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like there's another announcer used to say that's why they race cars instead of put them on paper.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100%. You got to come out and prove it. You're only as good as your last pass. It's just the way it goes. That is a tough moment.
Yeah, we were just talking about how consistent that car's been and going down the racetrack every lap, and wasn't expecting that at all. That car came loose, right as he hit the throttle, maybe moved 1 revolution of the tire and then come loose.
And that's the same car, the same team, the same combination that legitimately lined up alongside Worsham and just outperformed them in the final round of the last race. And here, just overpowered the racetrack a little too much, and it will cost them everything here today.
Yeah, and they come up here not loaded up for bear. They were just coming up here to just get it down the track, make a solid run, and get in the show, and we'll race tomorrow. And I'm sure they weren't expecting that as well.
You been in that situation, John, or no?
I have, and actually I was with that team on the left-hand side, Paul Smith over there. I tell you what, those guys can make a pass down the street outside here. He's super sharp with this kind of stuff, tricky tracks. So I would imagine they're going to probably back it down a little bit and get down the track. Dell's no slouch either. I mean, these guys both can make it happen, so we'll be interested to see what happens here.
And once again, Miss Kristen has somebody up there at the top end, another one of our drivers. Let's check in.
Jacob McNeil, you knew you had to have a solid run, and it's not an easy task. We just saw our back-to-back winner, Dale Creasy, not make it. How did you get it done?
I can't say that. But no, when I was talking before the run, Short Out told me, and then Jeff came up for it. Said, man, which way or another? He said, if you got to pedal, pull the brake, do whatever, blow it up. He said, we got to get in the show. About 300 foot, I just felt it coming up, and it was laboring like it did that last race. I just knew it was about to go. And I pulled the brake just to try to get some momentum down, and I just cringed. I knew it when we got, as soon as it across the finish, I just went, pow, really, and it was loud. I thought the freaking bomb went off inside the car. But, I mean, Short Out took so much weight off the clutch. He said, man, I'm just making it go down. He said, it might not like it, he might like it. He said, whatever you got to do. He said, get it down there fast as you can. I was like, okay. So I'm that squirrel in the seat to try and get it done. But it's all the information they try to give me to funnel into something. I'm trying to fit it in that 3.5 seconds to get in it. It just somehow it worked out on that one. So it's a pretty good show.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you round 1.
Thank you, man.
And John Cap's up here in the booth with us. He said, my guess is that John Smith will back it down and just make a smooth pass in there. They're going to save money. They're going to go one step further.
Which is a smarter thing to do.
We're going to save money.
Yeah, which is a smarter thing to do. Like normal, Paul Smith's always going to take that route.
Yeah, Paul's going to do the financial right thing here. And he's in the show. Doesn't have anything to prove. Doesn't care where he starts tomorrow. And
what do you figure ballpark-wise? We're somewhere between 10, 15 grand a run?
Yeah, somewhere
if nothing crazy goes wrong?
Yep.
That's a lot of beer.
Yeah, it is. Dale Worsham? He's number 1 qualifier, but 329, we can do better than that.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, and they want as many laps as they can get.
He saw Dale Creasy not qualify, so he knows this is time to make up some ground.
Wow, straight as a string right there.
That thing was trucking early, but then it come and pulled the tires loose out there about 400 feet out. And, man, I don't understand.
Yeah, it looked soft on that 60 foot.
Yeah, something goofy there.
It looked
That's not a 105
fast.
60 foot.
No.
Visually watching it, the sound of it, it didn't look like a 105.
To watch it again, you can actually see the tire tracks right there.
Yep.
It also red lighted him, so I'm going to guess something was hanging down on the car and tripped the beams there and gave it a bad 60 foot, because visually and by the sound, that was not a 105 60
like
foot.
A 105,
yeah.
I agree.
It's funny. We were Dell and I were talking about that before I came up here, about how, sometimes that'll happen if you stay super shallow, and the front end gets hiked up really quickly, then it could potentially red light it or be a false 60 foot.
And something you would want to do in qualifying, right? Stay shallow.
Correct.
Yeah.
Trying to get the best run at the starting system as you can.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder if maybe the body wasn't a little low there, flickering the beam, and it flickered it when he hit, just hitting the throttle, and it pulled it out of the beam and slowed that 60 foot. But the computer's not going to lie. It's going to show you the good data, because that thing sounded really good going down the racetrack.
Yeah.
Gary Pritchett up top with the points, as you can see. Scott Palmer right behind him. Scott Palmer struggling in that first round. Jasmine Salinas, courtesy of one Mr. John Cap, standing beside us, sitting there third in the points. And then Lee Callaway, who came out here, put together a great qualifying effort in the first session, followed up by Kyle Sattenstein. Lee Callaway currently sitting number 1 of 305. And with that 305, we were surprised to see Palmer miss it. Knowing that the setup, they're coming out of the same camp, you would think the setup would be pretty close to the same. Lex June not able to make the call in the first session, so he'll come out here and see if he can put this thing into the show. You were inside of a fuel car last time you were here. Tell us about the experience in comparison to the funny car that you're used to.
Yeah, it's granted they're both really, really quick and really fast, but there's a whole vast difference. You're sitting in front of the engine in the dragster, and with the new shrouds, it's really, really quiet inside there, and it's very numb. Everything is numb compared to a funny car, because it's a longer chassis and less noise, so you don't feel everything as much. And that car has a 6-disc clutch. Some of the funny cars don't run a 6-disc clutch. It's a lot smoother application for power with that 6-disc clutch. I was really surprised.
Tugging all the way?
Oh yeah, it just you didn't feel any stages.
And want to thank United Trailers for sponsoring the category of Top Fuel here. We appreciate all of your support. We also know you were inside of Jasmine's car, and you didn't necessarily fit so good.
No, sir.
It was a bit of a struggle, huh?
It was, but some of it I think actually helped me out, because it was so tight in there. I really couldn't get my hands properly situated on the steering wheel, so I had them, kind of on top of it, which kept me from overdriving it. Most funny car drivers, when you get right, Tommy?
Yeah.
When you get out of a funny car and go directly into dragster, you tend to overdrive it. And I noticed myself overdriving it and backing up from the burnout, the first one. So I had to, at that point, kind of calm myself down and slow my thinking down.
Yeah. Hey, good news. You're going to be fine in here. You can't really steer the car the way you're sitting, but that'll be better.
Yeah.
Let's go with that one. You did a fabulous job, man. I can tell you that.
Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun. And
Car
really
went
proud
straight
of it.
as a string. I mean, it really, really looked good. We were really surprised, to be quite honest with you, when you hit the tires and went out. So just wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, neither were we.
Lex June making it up here for the call. Had trouble that first round. Wasn't able to make the run. Chuck Lofton did the burnout. Throttle hung open. Wasn't able to get the car slowed down. Went off the end of the track. So far, looking a lot better for both these drivers.
Good looking run.
Yeah, good looking poo. Man, I over the center line there, but fortunately, Lex June did not make it to the stripe under power, so he was all by himself down at the other end for Lofton.
I think Lofton drove it to the quarter mile.
Yeah,
I'm not sure he shut off.
I think he went to 1,000 foot. It certainly felt that way. 318 with a 5. Really good job there. We'll jump up to the number 4 spot. And Lex June with a 340, but clicked that one early. We'll watch it again. Ooh, look at the stuff flying out of that.
Huh.
I think that's the diaper. I think that's part of the diaper coming out of there. The ballistic blanket, I think that's some of the pads in the diaper. I think it probably worked its way up into the blower belt, and the blower belt is shucking it out of there.
So it's not the rear. Yep, that was the body panel.
The body panel.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wonder if that body panel came off and it changed the wind current underneath there, and then it, changed some of the other stuff
out of it.
That is like a thing.
Oh, that's a wrap. That's what it is. A
There
little
you
vinyl
go.
wrap.
That makes more sense.
How about
and that stuff will be all over the track, so they'll quickly get that picked up, or as quick as possible.
Yeah,
it
nice
is sticky
318.
down there.
Yeah, it was a nice 318 for Chuck. So got him into the show. We'll put the body panels back on and fix her up and race tomorrow.
Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break here while they clean up that right lane, and we'll come back and continue on with qualifying with Top Fuel.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer, from IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And a great shot of Darana National Trail Raceway here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, Hebron, Ohio. IHRA Spring Nationals. It is the 39th anniversary of that. Just saw one of the body panels come off, and shredded a bunch of wrap around it. So they're picking some of that stuff up off the track, and we should be good to go here in just a couple of moments. Next up looks like it's going to be one Mr. Scott Palmer, the PBR sponsored machine. And in the meantime, Lex June has made a nice run here. At least got down to the other end. Let's talk to him.
I'm up here with Lex June. Lex, you're in the show. We're going to see you round one, but man, it feels like your team's been working to try to figure everything out with this car.
Yeah, well, it's if it would be easy, more people would do it. So that's easy, in the sense of that's what it is. So yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer. We had to skip the the first qualifier. We had some electronic issues, which if it's not right, I'm not going to run it. So we figured it out. It's working. I don't know what happened here because the car went fine and ran fine, and then it smoked the tires because we need to figure out the clutch, and then something started smoking here. So I don't know what's going on. The motor felt fine, so hopefully it's not a big problem. But yeah, you know, it's when you start something new, it's the same with when you got a new girlfriend. You need to figure her out, and this is not a lot different. And so now and then she does not like it, and she will let you know. So, but we will be good. It's a matter of time.
Well, thank you so much, Lex. I will never forget that analogy. That was a good one.
You're welcome. Thank you.
One thing they all like is money. They all love money.
That usually figures you out of the top fuel car, too. He throws some money at it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Exactly. That'll probably fix it. Gary Pritchett ready to do his burnout?
You know Kristen's going to be analyzing every date she goes on now. Are they trying to figure me out?
Number two and numbers, that is never going to happen. We've been, I mean, the age-old puzzle for us. We can't figure that out. Number 2 and number 7 sitting here in qualifying, and as it stands right now, they would face off against each other in round number 1, or also number 1 and number 2 in the points. So they would rather not do that.
Or would they?
Well, maybe get an advantage over one and run.
You're going to be the man. You got to beat the man. Palmer just not getting that thing off the starting line last time and blew the tires off. We're like, whoa, wasn't expecting that.
Pritchett with a nice run, went to the number 2 spot at 3:10. Palmer, oh man, and a big explosion. Palmer headed to the wall, and then a big bang there for Pritchett. They will have their work cut out for him to get ready for round number 1 tomorrow. Parts and pieces flying out of the bottom of that one. Palmer had to get out of the throttle before he tagged the wall.
Yeah, that tells you how good a run Gary Pritchett's car was on. 312 at only 232 and banged it before it got there. So I think it was on a pretty nice pass and laid over and kaboom.
60-foot time for both cars within a couple thou.
Yeah, you see Palmer's car drive to the right, got out of the groove and spun the tires. And right here, everything looks good. Saw a little flash out of the back of the engine right before we saw the big bang. This angle will be able to see if it has any holes out. Couldn't really see any out from that angle. Kaboom. Man. It looked like it might have had a hole. It's hard to tell.
And Palmer's car just not happy. It calmed it down from the previous round, but it still really lit him up.
Yeah, and you sit here and look at the tire tracks in that lane. It was a whole car length out of the groove when it came loose. So washed out to the right and a car length out of the groove in top fuel car or a funny car is probably not going to make it. Got their work cut out for them tonight. And Gary Pritchett's car going to have a little bit of work to do. And
another car yet to go here. send our number one qualifier when we come back. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the IHRA. We welcome you back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Qualifying here, second session for Top Fuel.
We just saw Gary Pritchett go down there and have a big explosion for the finish line, and the good news was no fluid on the racetrack. It's all upstairs. The supercharger coming off that car and not putting any fluid on the racetrack. So valve train issue with them, so we're back in action. Lee Callaway, your number one qualifier after that first session.
Let's just look at the front tires there. I mean, looks like that right front is seriously towed in, unless it's just the angle of that camera.
You'll be surprised how much those will move backing up. And then when you pull forward, it'll put them back in place. So.
Get itself back in line.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little scary actually if you're sometimes watching them.
Number one qualifier, Lee Callaway.
A 305 with a 5 that first session. Team car to Palmer, and Palmer could use the data.
Hit. That is exactly what Palmer's did in the first session.
What'd they do? Switch
They were
cars?
supposed to go the other way. They were supposed to take his setup, put it in Palmer's. Instead of taking Palmer's, put it in his. Well, nonetheless, let me congratulate Lee Callaway. That 305 with a 5, 282.31 is good for the number one spot. Congratulations to him on his first career number one qualifier out here with the IHRA national event. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, everybody's already ran. You're still number one. Why not take a shot and see what you can do? And just stepped over the edge.
He'll make his way up there to the top end. Shame it didn't go down through there. That's when you start to build some confidence. If you can go back to back on a couple of runs and you come out in round one and feel so much better about it.
I mean, we watched the Top Fuel second session there in the first session, and well, I can't really pick a favorite who's looking good this weekend. They've all had their issues, so it's still anybody's race this weekend.
Fuel Altereds ready to make some noise in their second and final qualifying session. The Taco Man's going to be part of the first pair.
The Nitro Clown in the right-hand lane, Dave Galvis.
Mad Maxine ready to go. He'll be in the near lane this time. And they've got to see if they can get this. See if they can get this Bandito to go, Nitro Bandito to go to the other end. They have been struggling with this car.
Ryan Curley on the low.
That's a great point.
Gallegos isn't in.
Cunningham, and if Cody Austin comes back out here, could be a real problem. Mad Maxine doing what she does.
We know Ryan Hill's car is capable of going from number 8 to number 1. He's been number 1 qualifier a couple times already, and car plenty capable of doing it again. Just got to get it all put together this weekend. And they struggled last race or two.
.741, the bump that you were talking about, Ryan Hill's performance in the first session. Oh, Gallegos rolled the beam, and Ryan Hill bound and determined to get it the other end that time, and does so. Nicely done. 373, good enough to go to the number 1 spot.
Number 1,
and he pedaled it.
Yeah. That was a frustration pedal, angry that it didn't make it, and still went to number 1 pedaling it like that. Ryan, that thing run pretty good if you get all the way and not have to pedal it. Yeah, Gallegos rolled the beam and it threw him off and hit the throttle, and you see the front end wobble. But Ryan, once he got it pedaled, got it going through the shake zone there, everything looked good. Just got to get it off the starting line better. Get it through this area right here. This slow-mo will show you the tire shake. Yeah, look at that.
And got it back, and I was looking at Gallegos as well. I don't know if you happen to catch that, but the entire car was shaking. Tank slapper with the front end. It was wild.
Well, Brian Cunningham, he's next pair up in the right-hand lane, and he's currently not qualified, so trying to get it in. It doesn't look like Cody Austin's going to make the call. That interview with the crew chief in the pit area and talking about the ignition problems, how the magneto wasn't spinning. So evidently didn't get that thing fixed in time. Troy Ray in the left-hand lane. He's on the bump right now, 590. Brian Cunningham not getting a time that first session, so he's going to go try to go out there and knock Troy Ray out of the field.
Nice field of fuel alters that we have here this weekend.
There, we got the car off the track. Should get the signal anytime here to fire up the next pair.
Ray and Cunningham, as you were talking about there. Troy Ray sitting on the bubble with 590. Cunningham still outside looking in, so he could change this up a bit. Would put Troy Ray out unless he can better his performance. Troy Ray could run better and still get bumped out, depending on what Cunningham does. Unless, of course, he ran a little bit better than Barone, and he could bump Barone out.
I'm not sure what's going on here. It looks like they're going to push the cars back. I think it might be a little bit of a sprinkle out there. I see everybody kind of looking up the sky every now and then, so that was my first guess.
Okay, while we sort things out, see if we do have some weather in the area, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully we will have an update for you here for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And a great shot of the pits here as everybody's lined up. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Some beautiful truck and trailer combinations out there making their way to the third stop of the 2026 IHRA Tour. Staging lanes off there to the left. And we do have a few sprinkles from what we understand, so they're dragging the track as we speak. Hoping Mother Nature will work with us. Pretty close to getting this second session done, which we knew that coming into the day, which is why they bumped everything up an hour, and we have been clipping along at a good rate.
Yeah, the only real issue we've had is with Terry Haddock having his issue earlier today, and everybody's been zipping right through. IHRA is doing a great job of trying to get this in before the weather got here. Just barely had a few sprinkles, and want to give the quick drag of the track just to make sure everything's good. I think we'll be back at it. Track had enough heat in it to evaporate just that little bit of moisture we saw. Looks like they're telling the guys to get the cars ready to push back up here.
Awesome. bring the schedule up again? We'll chat about that. Gotcha. Talk about the schedule here as we are 8 events here for the 2026 season that we will chase points and the championship, of course. As you can see, we are here at Darana National Trail Raceway, May 7th through the 9th, the third event. And next one will take us up into Michigan. Looking forward to going back to Empire Dragway, Leicester, New York. Dragway 42, had such a great time there last year. And we're super excited to go to the last 2, Heartland Motorsports Park, Topeka, Kansas, of course, and Atlanta Dragway for our finals in Atlanta, Georgia. That'll be pretty exciting there to wrap up the championship. And then, of course, in conjunction with all of that, we will also run our Triple Crown event with some big money on the line, $150,000 to win that deal. And if you can win all 3 of them, it's a bonus $1 million. And then, of course, our Pro Mod Mania event, which went fabulous a year ago at Milan Darana Dragway, June 5th, 6th, and 7th. All the door cars will be up there battling for big money, as we did 1 year ago. Once again, track prep going on here, and hopefully we can get race cars back out here in just a few moments. Stick with us. We'll go racing just as soon as we can.
Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. I see the lights flashing on the tractor. That's a great sign. They're pulling engine covers off.
Yeah, just a light little sprinkled mist, moisture, and track had enough heat in it to keep it from getting wet. Tractor's doing a couple drags just to make sure there's no moisture out there, and we're going to push these other fuel alders back to the water box and light them up.
Couple of cars left here in this fuel altered category. Good to see Ryan Hill finally get that thing to the other end, even if he did have to pedal it.
Yeah. Pedaled it to number one, and he's thinking, man, if we could just get this thing to run all the way, look what it'd do.
Here's a look at how the points are tallied up. Show up 10 points, qualifying 20 points. Qualifiers 1 through 8 points as well, awarded for 1st through 8th, as you can see there, 8 down to 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. If you qualified number 1, you get a bonus 8 points. Round win 20 points. Runner up a bonus 5 points, so 25 there. And a winner, you would get 30 points. That's how they tally them all up. Tiebreakers go a number of different ways here.
There's some penalties too.
Yep.
Roll down penalties. Hitting the cone penalties.
First one free. Boy, last year.
Man, $100 after your first one. They'd have made a lot of money last year.
They made a lot of money with all the cones they knocked out last year. The other first couple of events, we just had some cone hating events, man.
I'm pretty sure it was here last year where they had to go to Dragway 42 and retrieve some more. They had went through so many.
Funny how it goes sometimes.
Looks like we're getting the cars pushed back up here. And they're pushing them back, so that's maybe a bad sign.
Tried to, and safety first here, man. Last thing we want to do is send these cars to the other end with any moisture whatsoever on the track or coming down. Hard enough to keep them hooked up when everything is good.
It's not really raining. You can see a few drops in the water box now. I can see a few drops, but it's just barely coming down. Just a few drops here and there. So, unfortunately, can't send them with moisture. We were on the verge of pushing the cars in the water box and lighting them, and unfortunately, a few more drops coming down. Yeah, you can see there the lens is a little wet on the camera.
Yeah, that's one of those situations. They feel anything at all out there, it's a no-go. Doug Foley Jr., our race director, standing out there as well, keeping an eye on everything. A racer is himself in his own right, very talented one at that. A nice job, made a call to bump everything forward this morning, anticipating what might happen here this evening, trying to get everything in.
Yeah, like I said, if it wasn't
It's a good call, man.
Terry Haddock's little incident he had, we'd have been
good chance we're finished up.
Yeah. And you can look at the surface. You can't even tell the track would have any moisture on it at all. And it's got that heat in it, and very little that's coming down is drying pretty quick on the track. Not lost the racetrack at all. You can see those guys down here, and you know what they're doing. Everybody's got their phone out and saying, "What's the radar look like? What's the radar look like?" I'm not going to lie. I looked at mine, too. I'm looking out the window here, and I can almost see sun. There's like a hole getting ready to pop open.
That's all we need. Just give us a chance. You see that sun up there glaring down. It'd be great if it popped back out for an hour or two. So once again, as we are on hold here, courtesy of weather, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Shot up there of the sky, as you can see, just one little drop there on the camera. You're watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. This is the IHRA Spring Nationals, 39th running of the Spring Nationals here in Hebron, Ohio. A little bit of history we can run with you. This is the third track that has hosted the Spring Nationals. Bristol hosted it from 1971 to 1997. Rockingham from 1999 to 2014. And, of course, right here at Darana National Trail 2026. Last spring national winners by class: Top Fuel, Dale Cox Jr., Funny Car, Matt Hagan, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Brad Waddell. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Pro Mod, Tim Tyndall, Nitro Harley, Mike Scott, Top Alcohol, Funny Car, our beloved Lori Canister, and Top Alcohol Dragster, Mike Troxel.
Wow.
Most IHRA Spring National wins by pro classes. Some guy named Warren Johnson. 5 of them, 79, 80, 81, 88, 89, and pro stock, as you would guess. Our buddy Mark Thomas, speaking of the beloved, we love our Mark Thomas. That was back when he had really long hair, man. He was like Samson. 1991, 2003, 04, 05, 07, a Top Alcohol Funny Car. And Tricky Ricky, Mr. Ricky Smith, 83, 87, 92, 93, and Pro Stock 97 Pro Mod. All 3 of them with 5 wins at the Spring Nationals. '80 had, until this year, the largest purse at the time, with 20 grand to win. Top Fuel and Funny Car, $10,000 to win, and Pro Stock. And, of course, we have far surpassed that number, and thankful to do so. We have a great feature that is put together that Kristen Banks spent some time on. It's called the IHRA F.A.S.T program. And to learn more about that, let's check in.
The IHRA is excited to announce the F.A.S.T program, and I got the opportunity to see what it was all about. We started the morning with a presentation, and then they got to hear from some of the best drag racers in the industry, and then they got the opportunity to walk around the pits. They're really putting the classroom experience into real life experience. What an opportunity they have. I'm here with Charles Myers, the F.A.S.T program coordinator. Now, F.A.S.T stands for Further Accelerating Student Training. Will you just tell me a little bit about what your mission is?
Our mission is real simple. Basically, we want to take the high school level kids and also the early college kids and stuff and be able to bring them out here and give them a dose of what the IHRA is all about. You know, there's so many different career paths in motorsports and all that, you know, motorsports is so unique. I mean, we can do everything from marketing all the way down to the science and technical education stuff.
Now, bringing these kids to the track, a lot of them, it's their first drag race ever. What experience is their experience going to be like?
Basically, we're going to take them and we're doing a quick little presentation with drivers and crew chiefs and all that good stuff, and then we're going to take them down to the pit areas. You know, drag racing is so unique. We have a great sport where they have access to the pits, but the big thing that we're doing is actually taking them down to the pit areas, showing them what the guys are doing, because then they can apply those principles that we're teaching up here in real life right here. You know, IHRA is founded on grassroots racing, and you know, the big thing, we were all junior dragster racers and stuff, and we all wanted to be the John Forces of the world or the Gary Pritchett's of the world, but you know what, there's a lot more opportunity out there, and you know what, you find something you're passionate about, you're going to do really well, and that's the big thing with these guys, is finding something they're passionate about, and motorsports has the opportunity for that. So coming up through the ranks, we didn't have programs like this. However, you know, that's part of the need that we have for this, and just to inspire the young generation to, we're always going to look for the next up and coming talent, you know. It all starts with finding what you're passionate about. There's a lot of passions in drag racing, a lot of passions in motorsports, but you know what, if we can get them excited about the sport here, we're all going to be looking at jobs soon, because these guys are coming up through and they're going to be great. So.
Now let's talk about the F.A.S.T program and how everyone at home can get involved. Where do they go? Where do they learn more about what it's about?
So again, this is the new pilot program for IHRA. Obviously, we're learning, we're growing a little bit. Eventually, we will have an online website dedicated to it and give it a curriculum base. So the biggest thing is being able to take this, what they're learning today, back to the classroom. And we'll have a curriculum set up for the instructors and stuff. STEM-related programs, career technical education. We all know there's a big push for all that kind of stuff. And you know what, Kristen, it goes back down to they'll be able to find that online eventually, and you'll be able to register too. So if you haven't heard about the FAST program, hey, reach out to us here at the IHRA, and we'll make sure we're in your market next.
We're here with Kallee and Disco Dean, some fan favorites. Y'all walked into the FAST program today, and the fans were pumped. They knew who both these guys were. How special is it for you to walk into a room and just kind of inspire the next generation?
Well, you know, it makes me think of when I was that age and all the things I didn't know that I wanted to do in life, because there's so many directions you can go and so many different things you want to do, but you have no clue of what you want to become. And here I am, and this is what I do now. So I'm just blessed and thankful.
Now, Kallee, you kind of showed the kids some tough love, saying that this generation, you kind of...
You know, I don't want to sugarcoat it. I don't want to, they want to know what it takes to be good in drag racing, and it's not doing a half, job. So, I don't know. Maybe they all don't like me right now, but they'll always remember what I said. Well, I mean, I just wanted to instill that in their mind that, if they're going to be in drag racing, they need to take it serious, because you got somebody's life in your hands. As a driver and an owner and the person that has to pay for everything that gets broke, it really means a lot to me to let people know that.
You got to do what you love. The best thing that my dad ever taught me is that if you go do something you love every day, then it's not really called work. So that's what I try to do. We have a blast at the tent shop. Jamie over there runs his mouth all day, and we just pick on him. So you got to have somebody at the shop you can just pick on all day. That's what we love to do.
I'm here with Simon, who's a student at C-Tech. He came out to be a part of the IHRA FAST program. Simon, will you just tell me a little bit about C-Tech and what you guys are learning?
Yeah, so right now we're learning basic foundations for automotive technology, and then we're going to move into more advanced systems like that so that we can find jobs in dealerships and other stuff. And it's a great opportunity and an amazing experience to be out here. I really want to be a motorsport mechanic, so I really can't wait to get down in the pits and go find out more about my future career. But it was honestly a great experience. They showed so much passion and commitment to the sport, and I've learned a lot of lessons from them.
All right, we're here at the FAST program with Grant, Charles, and Caleb. You guys, is it your first time at the drag race? How much fun are you having so far today?
I think it's been really great seeing the alcohol cars go behind us. I think it's really cool too. It's the first time experiencing something like this, so I'm having a good time, just trying to take it all in.
It's beautiful here. The energy's crazy. I'm really ready for Nitro. You can hear it outside. It's loud, but I'm excited for sure.
Now, going into today, did any of you guys want to ever work in drag racing?
I didn't really think about it too much, but now knowing like all the different kind of positions you can get yourself into with this, that it's not just like driving a car down the track, and there's a lot more that goes into it. It's definitely something that I might look into a little bit more.
Now, some of these kids are out here at a drag race for the first time ever. What do you hope they walk away with?
Well, I hope that it instills them about their own life, that how they can apply. In there I told them how many people in here hustle, and nobody raised their hand. If you can't get up in the morning and figure out a way to make yourself better and make your, as you grow up and get married and have kids, how you're going to support all that and go drag race. And I told him, the only reason I work is so I can race.
Scott Palmer, you just had an opportunity to talk to the kids of the future of this sport. What'd you tell them?
I pretty much just told them the procedure on in between rounds. But you got to remember, those kids, we need those kids. We need them. Somebody's got to take our place.
How important is it for them to be educated and know what they're doing when they're working on a car?
It's everything. We win these races. We win and lose them by the people working on them.
What's the best thing that these kids can walk away from today?
It doesn't matter what you do. Set a goal. Chase it. Chase it. Chase your dream.
That is wise words from Scott Palmer, inspiring the future.
I don't hear that a lot. I don't give out a lot of wise words.
Yeah, you do. You inspire these kids. They're going to come in here and they want to be a drag racer just like Scott Palmer.
Hopefully. We need them. We need these kids out here.
Thank you.
Great stuff, man. Some great programs that they are working on here with the IHRA. Great job there, Kristen, as well. Nicely done, and great to get the kids involved, and of course the future of this sport, the future of this business.
There's so many opportunities for a career out here. You look at the the track officials working, the crew members, the media people, the drivers. Of course, everybody sees the drivers, and I think that's what the career is. But it's so many other people involved, and goes so deep. Like they said, that engineering and media. And I mean, I never dreamed in my life that we would have people that work full time on race teams that do nothing but sit on social media all day. I was like, really? We have a social media person? Are you kidding me? But now, if you don't have a social media person, it's like, what's wrong with your team? You don't have a social media person? So, yeah, it's just so many opportunities to get a career.
Engine covers off, engine covers on. They are still working on the track. We have not given up, so don't give up on us. Stick around. If we can send them, we will. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with the IHRA.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top-fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
You're looking at the drag strip here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series at Darana National Trail Raceway. And we wish there were race cars on it. Unfortunately, there is weather in the area and just enough sprinkles. Just saw a little sprinkle in the water box. I mean, 1 or 2 drops, but just enough to hold us up. And my good buddy, Mr. John Monavo, is going to be the subject of our next racer profile. been a very successful racer out here. Let's learn more.
I'm John Montecalvo, Center Bridges, New York. This is my Pro Stock Mustang, carrying the #1 this year. I've been doing this Mountain Motor Pro Stock for a couple decades now. What started me in racing was they built a national event track in my hometown. Some days I wish they would have built a golf course instead, but they built a racetrack. You know, that's where I spent a lot of my weekends, trying to learn whatever I could, absorb whatever I could. I think the thing that keeps me going and coming back, you know, it's the adrenaline rush. I haven't found anything that could quite replace it. And of course, the people. You know, I enjoy our competitors. I enjoy the people from the other classes. Made a lot of friends through the years, and it's good to see everybody every couple of weeks. When I'm not at the racetrack, I run a pretty large paving company back home on Long Island. That more than keeps me occupied. And between that and racing, a little bit of snowmobiling in the winter, boating in the summer, that's my life. My family's definitely involved with the business, so they hold down the fort when I'm not there. But whenever they can, they make a few races here and there. If not, they're definitely watching on Speed Sport. We are so grateful for this new IHRA. It's actually been a revival for not only drag racing, it's raised the bar in drag racing itself, but my class in particular. We're just so grateful for Darryl, everything that he's done, and his whole staff. It's nice to pull in the gate and feel welcome. Everybody's got a smile. Everybody's happy to be here. The goal every year is always the same. You know, we've got the #1 on the car. I want to keep that #1 on it. We're here to win a championship. We're here to win races. Anything else, we're disappointed. Obviously, the level of intensity in this class, it takes a full team effort. You know, I got to thank all my people back home that are holding down the fort while I'm away. My wife, office manager Debbie, and my son running the company. And obviously, my team. My team is such an important part of this deal. We couldn't do it without them. Got Doug that does all of our engine maintenance. Justin's the car chief. William's in charge of that acquisition. Lump is our crew chief, who's doing a phenomenal job. There's a lot of experience on this team. And looking forward to getting out there qualifying today.
Always good to hear from John. He's such an ambassador for this sport, a real ambassador for the IHRA as well, and a true ambassador for Mountain Motor Pro Stock, the class of Mountain Motor Pro Stock, and just a class act all the way around, and an outstanding champion as well. So good to hear from him, and glad he is out here. He has certainly inspired, I believe, a number of other Mountain Motor Pro Stock competitors to dust the cars off and put them in the trailer and get back out here and have some fun. So we appreciate you very much there, Mr. John Montecalvo. You've done an incredible job here for the sport and for your class.
Watching the water in the burnout box, and you can see a drop here and there. You know, it's just like, really? Just enough to not be able to race. Not enough to say, okay, that's it.
Another one of our driver showcases features one of the most colorful characters in the pits. Let's check in and learn a little more about Scott Palmer.
Hey, I'm Scott Palmer. I drive one of the PBR Top Fuel Dragsters. I've been racing my whole life. My dad raced when I was a kid, so I always went with him. Grew up in southern Oklahoma. I really don't know anything else but racing. That's all I've ever done. I don't golf, I don't fish, I don't hunt. I work on my race cars all the time. But it's not like it's a job. It's just what I do. I've raced top fuel cars for 23 years, so that's pretty amazing considering that I did custom paint in a small detached garage my entire life. So it just proves that anybody can do it if they keep their head down and keep working. I got enough grade points to go to Pomona, California one time, and I had an alcohol funny car. And I went out there and I just saw what it took to run with the top guys. On the way home, I decided I'm going home, sell everything I've got. I'm going to buy a top fuel dragster, which is crazy because that makes no business sense whatsoever. But I knew that if I owned one, I could find funding to run it. I didn't even know how to start the car. We called Brent Fanning. He came up, taught us how to, just do basic maintenance and go run the car. And before I ran the car, I had sponsors calling me. To be real honest, I never in my life asked anyone for a dime, not one dime. They always call me. And it's because I surround myself with good people. There's guys here that's been here 25 years. Some of them have went on and they raced their own cars, but we're all still like family. Our entire crew here, this is not like crew guys you pay to come in to work on the car. I tell them all, this is not my car, this is our car. Because if they all walked off, I couldn't even drag this car to the starting line and start it. This is like a football team. You take one of the key players out, and this thing falls apart. I never was a good spectator. I have too much drive. I should want to taper off some, but I don't want to. I want to keep going. I'm borderline obsessed with drag racing. Certain people have the drive to want to go live that dream instead of watch someone else do it. And I'm that guy. My goal is to come out here and be competitive and be one of the front runners, have a car in here running for the championship, but also enjoy yourself and have a good time.
Well, if Scott Palmer knows how to do anything, it's how to have a good time.
Yeah, that's for sure. Absolutely.
He's a good cat, man. He's just a good dude. Spent a little bit of time with him from time to time, and some real conversations with him. And his passion out here is pretty strong. And then, of course, he's gone for a couple of pretty big rides, man. Along the way, he's seen the highs and lows of the sport, but he's still out here digging because that's what he does. And it looks like they're having a
meeting of the minds.
Gathering down there. A meeting, of course, to figure out the best plan of attack here for the rest of today.
Yeah, looking at the radar, it's a big cloud of wet stuff out there, but it's just barely sprinkled.
Yeah, barely come down here, but it is green all around us. So we'll let the powers to be sort it out. And once they make a decision, we will gladly pass it on to you. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break once again, and we'll be back.
Speed Sport 1 is your home for IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All season long, feel the thunder of 12,000 horsepower, Nitro top fuel dragsters, and Nitro funny cars. Witness the excitement of 0 to 300 miles per hour in seconds. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series delivers heart-pounding action with every run. Follow the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back once again to the IHRA. Unfortunately, under a weather delay, we're hoping for the best here, but they've not called it. They've not called it yet. So we will stick around and see if we can get them out. They still have race cars out here. We'd like to get them going again. So stick with us just a little bit. In the meantime, we're going to run some nice driver profiles for you. We have another one racked up and ready to go. Let's get you over there to it. We'll learn a little bit more about one of our competitors.
Well, I'm not sure which horseshoe I found or where that clover leaf is put, but I'm been a good life lately. How you doing? My name is John Capps, and I've got a crazy story for you today. I'm driving the Scrappers Dragster this weekend. Wasn't supposed to be driving this weekend. I came out here to drive a Nitro funny car. A good friend, the crew chief Todd Okahara, called me and said, you know what, our driver is sick. Why don't you come down here and see if you fit in this car? And 20 minutes later, next thing you know, I'm strapped in and we're rolling into the staging lanes. The team's amazing. They accepted me here and work with me. We've made 2 runs so far, and I've made a couple mistakes. I've got big enough shoulders to admit that, I guess. We'll see if we can do better. I don't want to screw up a run for these guys. These guys work so hard, and it's amazing to watch them work as a team. I'm very fortunate to be brought up around drag racing. My brother, you might know, drives a Napa funny car, fairly successful in that in his own right. I'm a stuntman by trade. I coach at some racing schools. I coach for the BMW Performance Driving Center in Palm Springs. I've been very fortunate to be part of some really great movies. Ford versus Ferrari, the Ferrari movie, Gran Turismo are my latest ones. Talladega Nights, everybody's favorite. Most unique thing I've ever driven. Aside from 11,000 horsepower Nitro Dragster, on the Ferrari movie, I drove a 1956 Mercedes Gullwing. It's a $5 million car. And we were hustling down these country roads in Italy. The old man that owned it, he said, hey, I just put a new door in here, so don't slam it, please. I'm like, are you really? That's the thing you're concerned about, right? So that was pretty neat. I've achieved a lot. I've got more I'd like to do. I'd like to beat my brother, right? I mean, as kids, we grew up trying to beat each other at everything, including physically. You know, we ran together against each other in Nitro Funny Car a handful of years ago in Houston in a semifinal round, and our reaction times are identical down to the 10,000ths, right? And I lost, unfortunately, and he doesn't let me forget it. I'd like to be able to beat him. I'd love to win a championship, but I'd love to win a race. Win a couple races. If I can go out on my own terms, you know what? I'm pretty close to having my bucket list topped off. I think a win this weekend would be great.
And we just had John Capps, of course, up here in the booth with us. Outstanding guy. He and my son do a lot of work together out there at the BMW Performance Center in La Quinta, the La Quinta area, Thermal, California, just outside of Palm Springs. Beautiful, beautiful country club for very wealthy car owners. So he slings around road cars on a regular basis and comes out here when he gets the opportunity to drive one in a straight line, in theory, as quickly as possible. And they're still standing out there having a powwow. We're going to wait it out here for just a bit. And then, of course, we'll turn some cars loose if we can. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back once again to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Under a rain delay, real quickly, we're going to throw it to another one of our features here, and this time it will feature Mr. Mike Decker.
Mike Decker Jr. I run Outlaw Pro Mod and also Pro Mod. We run two classes. We'll run our Decker Salvage. This is my team here. I've been racing Pro Mod for about 5 years now. And before that, we raced Outlaw 10.5 for probably 6 or 7 years. Personally, I didn't race until I was about in my 30s. I used to go to track as a kid with my uncle, who's one of my crew chiefs now. When I got 30, once I had a buddy of mine taught me to go into the racetrack and go test and tuning, and it escalated from a 12-second car. Within 3 months, we had an 8-second car. When I started, I didn't do number 1 from number 8 on the cylinder, but I always had a feel for a car or feel what a car was doing. And I got hooked up along the way with good people that helped progress me in the sport to get where I was at. This is mine and my father's partnership with this here, so it's a family affair. The dedication and the crew that I got, you can't pay somebody to do that. They're family to me, they love it, or they definitely wouldn't put up with me. So they're great guys. Now my whole family races. My son drives now, he's a tuner, tunes for me most days. Spending time with my son at this level, it's good most days, and sometimes, as usual, as everybody can figure, can be a little high emotions or adrenaline as well. He's a good young man, and he's a good tuner and a good driver. One of my favorite memories is we debuted a new car at Yellow Bullet that my son was driving. He was doing the tuning at the time, and we took both cars to the final, raced against each other. Of course, I beat him, but his car happened to have a little electrical problem, but needless to say, I still won, and he lost. That's probably my favorite moment in racing. This year, we started to race some of the IHRA races. The atmosphere is, you're never going to feel that at any other track. Nobody hassles you at the gate. Everybody you see is friendly. What can we do for you? We're glad you're here. And they do it to the Pro Mod racer, they do it to the bracket racer, they do it to every racer here. They treat the same way. So everybody feels like, they're getting the next thing above when they pull into the track at the IHRA event. My ultimate goal in racing today is to try to enjoy it a little more and not be so high-strung, which I tend to be at this level. We like doing this to the family, and we plan on doing it as long as we can, and as long as the good Lord allows us to do it and are able to do it, we'll keep doing it.
And a look there as we got up close and personal with the Deckers, and of course 2-car entry. And last time we saw them in Virginia, they split it up. They were not both in Pro Mod. One was in Outlaw Pro Mod, one was in Pro Mod, and they've been working on those cars. They're beautiful cars. They've been working on the cars. One of them was a handful, and they really got it calmed down. I want to say it was a car that they went to Outlaw Pro Mod with, and boy, they got that thing settled down, and it turned into a rocket ship.
Yeah, Mike Decker Jr., the dad, he went to Outlaw Pro Modified and ran really well and got that car straightened right out. Mike Decker III stayed in Pro Mod, and he did well as good as well. So, yeah, they might have found what they were looking for there.
Yeah, hard-working team there, as you can tell. Came out of that 10.5 category. Brutal racing over there, brutal racing here. I mean, all of these classes, it's you got to be on top of your game, and there's little tricks to the trade in every single class you're in.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't learn something every pass that you make down the drag strip, you're not paying attention. I mean, you're not doing a good job. And I didn't care if it went out and blew the tires off at the step. You still took something from that run and logged it away, and just that's what I call it, experience. Everything that happens is an experience, and you use that and use it to the best of your knowledge to make you better on down the road.
great to get some of these driver profiles as we learn a little bit more about them and where they come from and how they've gotten involved. And
I enjoy them. I get to learn, a lot of these guys you're like, hey, what happened to him? Where'd he come from?
Well, it's what we said before. I mean, we get here to this event. We're here first thing in the morning, and we're in this booth all day long, nighttime, and we don't always have a chance. And sometimes we do try to go out and scour the pits a little bit when we're done, but it's usually close to 10 o'clock at night or later, and a lot of the racers are packed up and done as well. And we do what we can to try and get some information. Dave will run out there whenever he gets a couple of moments, and he'll grab a couple of snippets, especially if everybody's in the staging lanes. But it's very difficult for us to get to everybody. We would encourage everybody that's out there that's watching or listening that's involved with a race car, if you're coming out here with your race car, send us some information. Walk up here and shake our hands for a minute. If we're on the area, it's difficult, but at the very least, you guys always had hero cards, and I think the hero cards have gone away to a large degree. But any info about yourself, your bio, we'd love to learn more about you. And we're going to learn a little bit more about Alan Johnson. It's great to have him come out here and get inside of a Mountain Motor Pro Stock car for the first time in Virginia. And here's some more about him and his incredibly successful career.
Well, joined now by Mr. Alan Johnson, who's back at the pits. We were just chatting a bit, retired in 2017, and now you're back here and you just can't get away.
Yeah, I got a call from Jim Yates there a few weeks ago, and got to do the race in Richmond. That was the place where I won my first race forever ago, but 1999. They was able to convince me to put the needle back in my arm, so here we are.
And what are you thinking of it so far? Because you're like, I've just been kind of blown away, and your last race was the last round.
Yeah, this organization's really impressive. The hospitality and the quality of the way they treat everybody, really impressive. I've enjoyed driving the car. It's a lot different than what I used to drive, but they're a beast in first gear, and then the gears come really quick. But a lot of fun working with Camry's crew, Yates, Mark, everything. Got a good hot rod here.
And clearly you said you enjoy driving this car, but what'd you do since 2017? What were you kind of up to?
My grandson is a very good basketball player and played for University of Tennessee this year. And me and my wife, Pam, actually our whole family, we follow him, don't miss a game, and he's training for the NBA draft right now. So
very impressive. So yeah, just enjoying that family time that maybe being on the road so much didn't allow.
Yeah, we do a lot of lake time and a lot of basketball, and go to Florida a little bit. Got a home in Sanibel, Florida, spend some time down there. But my dad's still doing some engines, still hanging around the race shop there too.
Well, congratulations on being back here, and it's really nice to see you around. So thanks for giving us some time today.
Thank you very much.
And great to have him out here. Of course, boy, he fell right into it, as you would expect him to do. So the official call has been made. We are wrapping it up here for tonight. We'll come back tomorrow, and we will line them all up. They'll all go down the track, but only half will come back. It will be eliminations for our third event of the 2026 season. We will hand things off to our regularly scheduled program called Derby Builds here on Speed Sport. For the entire staff, we will see you tomorrow. So long.